goal is simple, not just to finance the railway sector, but to empower it and ensure that India gets everything it provides. We at IRFC, through spirit of celebrating India's 75 years of Azadi, and pride ourselves in bringing out the put the future on track.
India, a name that resonates with growth, progress.
Hello.
And infrastructure will always be a key driver of its growth story. With steel at its backbone, Jindal Steel and Power is committed to building a self-reliant India. With interests in steel, power, and mining, JSPL is a key driver of the resurgent India. JSPL is testimony to the vision of a pioneering nation builder, Shri Om Prakash Jindal, who showed what small-town India can dream and accomplish. JSPL's growth story runs parallel to that of India. From a single unit in Hisar in 1952, JSPL has grown to be a leading Indian conglomerate. India's growth engine runs on the rails made by JSPL. At its head-hardened rail manufacturing facility at Raigad, a testimony to the Make in India campaign. India's first and only plant equipped to manufacture single-piece rails of up to 121 meter, which can be further extended up to 484 meter. The Raigad steel plant in Chhattisgarh is one of the largest sponge iron manufacturing facilities in the world.
Oh, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. Located in the hills of Barbil in Odisha, JSPL's 9 MTPA pelletization complex is the largest pellet production facility in the country that was set up in a record time of 23 months. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. JSPL has been a pioneer in the energy sector as well. Located at Tamnar in Chhattisgarh, Jindal Power Limited, a subsidiary of JSPL, is fulfilling the growing power needs of the country. JSPL is also a responsible mining player with a focus on backward integration in both iron ore and coking coal. Spreading its wings, JSPL acquired and developed mines and mineral assets across the world. Through JSPL's momentous journey, so far it has invested $12 billion across the globe, done economic activities worth $53 billion, and paid $5.3 billion in taxes since inception, providing employment to more than 1 lakh families. Under the able leadership of Mr. Naveen Jindal, JSPL saw unparalleled growth and expansion. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL's tradition has been to put people first, be it its employees, communities, and investors. Amongst its various activities, JSPL Foundation also runs a unique initiative called Swayam Shilp to promote, preserve and propagate tribal arts and crafts of India. Through its key initiatives like Kishori Express, Vatsalya Project, Asha the Hope, the foundation has brought a positive change in the lives of communities around its plants. In its endeavor to provide quality and affordable healthcare to the local communities and societies at large, JSPL set up multi-speciality Fortis O.P. Jindal Hospital and Research Center in Raigad and Tamnar. In the education sector, the O.P. Jindal Global University, a non-profit global university promoted by JSPL, has consistently been ranked amongst the world's top and India's best. The O.P. Jindal University in Raigad, Chhattisgarh provides industry-aligned academic programs with focus on steel making, manufacturing excellence, steel industry 4.0, steel logistics, and steel global markets. As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds when India grows.
In the passage of time, intermittently, an era takes shape and attains eternal glory. Our immortal era of India has blissfully arrived, propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, standing at its 75th years of independence, is poised to shape its era of growth, greatness and preeminence.
अमृत काल का लक्ष्य है एक ऐसे भारत का निर्माण जहां दुनिया का हर आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो.
While celebrating Amrit Mahotsav of its independence, PHDCCI, along with the entire nation, offers heartfelt homage to the freedom fighters, defense forces, doctors, and frontline warriors for their supreme sacrifices and invaluable contributions. A true forerunner of Indian aspirations since 1905, PHDCCI has been a proud partner of nation's growth journey so far. PHDCCI has been taking persistent steps in congruence of Atmanirbhar Bharat mantra, endeavoring unceasingly to augment partnership and investment.
We must celebrate a glorious journey and keep the resolve to continue working together for nation-making and deepening India's footprints across the globe. As a peaceful country and one of the fastest growing economies of the world, India offers a great hope today, and our efforts will further vitalize its prominence in the world order.
Our commitment is the part of our legacy, keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India while working in tandem with the government and policymaker. Our legacy has been a continued chronicle of meaningful contribution towards taking the nation on the path of prosperity. a national apex chamber which reaches out to 150,000 businesses and one of the premier chambers in India to have been accredited with diamond grade by NABED, QCI. PhD CCI extends best support to the stakeholders from the close quarters.
और क्योंकि मैं यहाँ देश के नामचीन संस्था जो लाखों उद्योगों ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के प्रतिनिधि संस्था के रूप में देश में काम करते हैं उनसे बात कर रहा हूं तो मैं ये कहने में बिल्कुल भी अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि ग्रोथ का इंजन जो है वो इकोनॉमी के साथ में बढ़ता है.
In addition to our headquarters in Delhi and 25 regional offices in as many states, we are also having an international office at Bahrain for 6 GCC countries for extending best support from the close quarters. We have been contributing in 6 thrust areas: industrial development, education and skill development, infrastructure, health, housing, agriculture and agribusiness. Our engagement in these thrust areas will go a long way towards supporting the Gati Shakti Abhiyan, announced on the historical occasion of 75th Independence Day, marked as the beginning of Amrit Mahotsav of the independence.
PhD with its wings spread across 17 states through local chapters, hopes to help the unicorns of tomorrow grow wings and help them take the first flight. PhD CCI takes pride in its continuous dialogue with the government as well.
PhD CCI continuously contributes towards structural improvement in export and logistics infrastructure, supply chain management and value to Sarbananda Sonowar. Honorable Mantra for the Future, a webinar with a similar theme was organized by DPIIT, in which PhD Chamber was a participant. Make in India brings infinite opportunities for Indian manufacturers to fulfill the domestic demand and meet international quality standards of the products. At this historical juncture of India's emergence, which are being celebrated as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government to make in India for the world.
PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership lead through intense research and advocacies. Memberships under the categories website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth.
It is a fact of life that every coin has 2 sides. In our case, people are just familiar with one, and that is of being a money lender to the railway sector. So here is an eye-opener. At Indian Railway Finance Corporation, we nurture millions of dreams. The dreams that are powered with new ideas, will, and ambition to be on top of the world. We are committed to creating a conducive environment for the railway sector to grow unhindered. Right from planning to backing up its construction to modernization, funding of high-capacity wagons, coaches, and high-speed locomotives, which constitute around 85% of the total rolling stock fleet of Indian Railways. Indian Railways' massive infrastructure plan, covering railway electrification, gauge conversion, multi-tracking, station redevelopment, and systems upgrade, to name a few, are streamlined to build a foundation that is playing the paramount role as a catalyst in propelling India forward. IRFC plays a pivotal role in opening up new vistas and opportunities, bringing new expertise, new infrastructure, and above all, giving citizens a sense of freedom. Born in 1986, IRFC has traversed a long distance to establish its unique identity, and the epic journey continues unabated towards achieving excellence. For us, financing is just one side of the coin. Our job here enlists much more like inculcating training and enhancing skill sets amongst the employees. In fact, as part of our CSR initiatives, from providing fully equipped advanced life support healthcare systems to installation of solar-powered infrastructure across districts in railway zones, our goal is simple, not just to finance the railway sector, but to empower it and ensure that India gets everything it needs to touch new heights. We at IRFC salute the true spirit of celebrating India's 75 years of Azadi and pride ourselves in bringing out the best to put the future on track.
India, a name that resonates with growth, progress. And infrastructure will always be a key driver of its growth story. With steel at its backbone, Jindal Steel and Power is committed to building a self-reliant India. With interests in steel, power, and mining, JSPL is a key driver of the resurgent India. JSPL is testimony to the vision of a pioneering nation builder, Shri Om Prakash Jindal, who showed what small-town India can dream and accomplish. JSPL's growth story runs parallel to that of India. From a single unit in Hisar in 1952, JSPL has grown to be a leading Indian conglomerate. India's growth engine runs on the rails made by JSPL. At its head-hardened rail manufacturing facility at Raigad, a testimony to the Make in India campaign. India's first and only plant equipped to manufacture single-piece rails of up to 121 meter, which can be further extended up to 484 meter. The Raigad steel plant in Chhattisgarh is one of the largest sponge iron manufacturing facilities in the world. Spread over 3,500 acres, the Angul steel plant in Odisha is India's most modern setup that houses India's first and only coal gasification-based DRI plant. The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. Located in the hills of Barbil in Odisha, JSPL's 9 MTPA pelletization complex is the largest pellet production facility in the country that was set up in a record time of 23 months. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. JSPL has been a pioneer in the energy sector as well. Located at Tamnar in Chhattisgarh, Jindal Power Limited, a subsidiary of JSPL, is fulfilling the growing power needs of the country. JSPL is also a responsible mining player with a focus on backward integration in both iron ore and coking coal. Spreading its wings, JSPL acquired and developed mines and mineral assets across the world. Through JSPL's momentous journey, so far it has invested $12 billion across the globe, done economic activities worth $53 billion, and paid $5.3 billion in taxes since inception, providing employment to more than 1 lakh families. Under the able leadership of Mr. Naveen Jindal, JSPL saw unparalleled growth and expansion. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL's tradition has been to put people first, be it its employees, communities, and investors. Amongst its various activities, JSPL Foundation also runs a unique initiative called Swayam Shilp to promote, preserve, and propagate tribal arts and crafts of India through its key initiatives like Kishori Express, Vatsalya Project, Asha the Hope. The foundation has brought a positive change in the lives of communities around its plants. In its endeavor to provide quality and affordable healthcare to the local communities and societies at large, JSPL set up multi-speciality Fortis O.P. Jindal Hospital and Research Center in Raigad and Tamnar. In the education sector, the O.P. Jindal Global University, a non-profit global university promoted by JSPL, has consistently been ranked amongst the world's top and India's best. The O.P. Jindal University in Raigad, Chhattisgarh provides industry-aligned academic programs with focus on steel making, manufacturing excellence, steel industry 4.0, steel logistics, and steel global markets. As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds when India grows.
In the passage of time, intermittently, an era takes shape and attains eternal glory. That Amrit Kal, or immortal era of India, has blissfully arrived. Propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, standing at its 75th years of independence, is poised to shape its era of growth, greatness, and preeminence.
अमृत काल का लक्ष्य है एक ऐसे भारत का निर्माण जहां दुनिया का हर आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो,
While celebrating Amrit Mahotsav of its independence, PhD CCI, along with the entire nation, offers heartfelt
कहने में बिल्कुल भी अतिशयोक्ति
Ecom Trust Summit with the theme Product Trust and Consumer Safety in E-commerce,
today and also thank
environment protection, and well-being of marginalized population.
The members of the PhD chamber once again rose to the challenge during COVID-19 crisis by contributing over rupees 528 crores towards the PM CARES Fund. And through its Family Welfare Foundation, we are contributing 12 oxygen plants for hospitals in Delhi, Haryana, Maharashtra, Himachal Pradesh, and Rajasthan.
Amidst recovering economy after pandemic and changing geopolitical situations, Make in India for the world is the mantra for the future. A webinar with a similar theme was organized by DPIIT, in which PhD Chamber was a participant. Make in India brings infinite opportunities for Indian manufacturers to fulfill the domestic demand and meet international quality standards of the products. At this historical juncture of India's emergence, which are being celebrated as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government to make in India for the world.
PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber Association, CI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century and be a part of the nation's growth.
It is a fact of life that every coin has two sides. In our case, people are just familiar with one, and that is of being a money lender to the railway sector. So here is an eye-opener. At Indian Railway Finance Corporation, we nurture millions of dreams. The dreams that are powered with new ideas, will, and ambition to be on top of the world. We are committed to creating a conducive environment for the railway sector to grow unhindered. Right from planning to backing up its construction to modernization, funding of high-capacity wagons, coaches, and high-speed locomotives, which constitute around 85% of the total rolling stock fleet of Indian Railways. Indian Railways' massive infrastructure plan, covering railway electrification, gauge conversion, multi-tracking, station redevelopment, and systems upgrade, to name a few, are streamlined to build a foundation that is playing the paramount role as a catalyst in propelling India forward. IRFC plays a pivotal role in opening up new vistas and opportunities, bringing new expertise, new infrastructure, and above all, giving citizens a sense of freedom. Born in 1986, IRFC has traversed a long distance to establish its unique identity, and the epic journey continues unabated towards achieving excellence. For us, financing is just one side of the coin. Our job here enlists much more like inculcating training and enhancing skill sets amongst the employees. In fact, as part of our CSR initiatives, from providing fully equipped advanced life support healthcare systems to installation of solar-powered infrastructure across districts in railway zones, our goal is simple, not just to finance the railway sector, but to empower it and ensure that India gets everything it needs to touch new heights. We at IRFC salute the true spirit of celebrating India's 75 years of Azadi and pride ourselves in bringing out the best to put the future on track.
India, a name that resonates with growth, progress. And infrastructure will always be a key driver of its growth story. With steel at its backbone, Jindal Steel and Power is committed to building a self-reliant India. With interests in steel, power, and mining, JSPL is a key driver of the resurgent India. JSPL is testimony to the vision of a pioneering nation builder, Shri Om Prakash Jindal, who showed what small-town India can dream and accomplish. JSPL's growth story runs parallel to that of India. From a single unit in Hisar in 1952, JSPL has grown to be a leading Indian conglomerate. India's growth engine runs on the rails made by JSPL. At its head-hardened rail manufacturing facility at Raigad, a testimony to the Make in India campaign. India's first and only plant equipped to manufacture single-piece rails of up to 121 meter, which can be further extended up to 484 meter. The Raigad steel plant in Chhattisgarh is one of the largest sponge iron manufacturing facilities in the world. Spread over 3,500 acres, the Angul steel plant in Odisha is India's most modern setup that houses India's first and only coal gasification-based DRI plant. The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. Located in the hills of Barbil in Odisha, JSPL's 9 MTPA pelletization complex is the largest pellet production facility in the country that was set up in a record time of 23 months. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. JSPL has been a pioneer in the energy sector as well. Located at Tamnar in Chhattisgarh, Jindal Power Limited, a subsidiary of JSPL, is fulfilling the growing power needs of the country. JSPL is also a responsible mining player with a focus on backward integration in both iron ore and coking coal. Spreading its wings, JSPL acquired and developed mines and mineral assets across the world. Through JSPL's momentous journey, so far it has invested $12 billion across the globe, done economic activities worth $53 billion, and paid $5.3 billion in taxes since inception, providing employment to more than 1 lakh families. Under the able leadership of Mr. Naveen Jindal, JSPL saw unparalleled growth and expansion. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL's tradition has been to put people first, be it its employees, communities, and investors. Amongst its various activities, JSPL Foundation also runs a unique initiative called Swayam Shilp to promote, preserve, and propagate tribal arts and crafts of India. Through its key initiatives like Kishori Express, Vatsalya Project, Asha the Hope, the foundation has brought a positive change in the lives of communities around its plants. In its endeavor to provide quality and affordable healthcare to the local communities and societies at large, JSPL set up multi-speciality Fortis O.P. Jindal Hospital and Research Center in Raigad and Tamnar. In the education sector, the O.P. Jindal Global University, a non-profit global university promoted by JSPL, has consistently been ranked amongst the world's top and India's best. The O.P. Jindal University in Raigad, Chhattisgarh provides industry-aligned academic programs with focus on steel making, manufacturing excellence, steel industry 4.0, steel logistics, and steel global markets. As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds when India grows.
In the passage of time, intermittently, an era takes shape and attains eternal glory. That Amrit Kal, or immortal era of India, has blissfully arrived. Propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, standing at its 75th years of independence, is poised to shape its era of growth, greatness, and preeminence.
अमृत काल का लक्ष्य है एक ऐसे भारत का निर्माण जहां दुनिया का हर आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो,
While celebrating Amrit Mahotsav of its independence, PhD CCI, along with the entire nation, offers heartfelt homage to the freedom fighters, defense forces, doctors, and frontline warriors for their supreme sacrifices and invaluable contributions. A true forerunner of Indian aspirations since 1905, PhD CCI has been a proud partner of nation's growth journey so far. CCI has been taking persistent steps in congruence of Atmanirbhar Bharat mantra, endeavoring unceasingly to augment partnership and investment.
We must celebrate a glorious journey and keep the resolve to continue working together for nation making and deepening India's footprints across the globe. As a peaceful country and one of the fastest growing economies of the world, India offers a great hope today, and our efforts will further vitalize its prominence in the world order.
Our commitment is the part of our legacy, keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India while working in tandem with the government and policymaker. Our legacy has been a continued chronicle of meaningful contribution towards taking the nation on the path of prosperity. A national apex chamber which reaches out to 150,000 businesses and one of the premier chambers in India to have been accredited with diamond grade by NABED, QCI, PhD CCI extends best support to the stakeholders from the close quarters.
और क्योंकि मैं यहाँ देश के नामचीन संस्था जो लाखों उद्योगों, ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के प्रतिनिधि संस्था के रूप में देश में काम करते हैं, उनसे बात कर रहा हूं, तो मैं ये कहने में बिल्कुल भी अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि ग्रोथ का इंजन जो है वो इकोनॉमी के साथ में बढ़ता है.
In addition to our headquarters in Delhi and 25 regional offices in as many states, we are also having an international office at Bahrain for 6 GCC countries for extending best support from the close quarters. We have been contributing in 6 thrust areas: industrial development, education and skill development, infrastructure, health, housing, agriculture, and agribusiness. Our engagement in these thrust areas will go a long way towards supporting the Gati Shakti Abhiyan, announced on the historical occasion of 75th Independence Day, marked as the beginning of Amrit Mahotsav of the Independence.
PhD, with its wings spread across 17 states through local chapters, hopes to help the unicorns of tomorrow grow wings and help them take the first flight. PhD CCI takes pride in its continuous dialogue with the government as well.
PhD CCI continuously contributes towards structural improvement in export and logistics infrastructure, supply chain management and value chains of MSMEs and startups, and simplification of various export incentive schemes with the aim to push the growth trajectory of exports to the next level. Enhancing India's export competitiveness along with catalyzing diversification of export markets have been priorities for us during the ongoing Amrit Mahotsav. The Chamber has been a thought leader, and more than 40% of the representations sent by the Chamber have been accepted by the government.
Thanks to the massive infusion of funds announced by our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, rupees 30 lakh crores under the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan for various segments of the economy, and rupees 100 lakh crores for infrastructure Gati Shakti master plan.
The PhD CCI has organized more than 600 national and international events and conferences in virtual, physical, as well as hybrid modes. Some of the flagship events organized by PhD chambers includes post-budget interactive session on implications of Union Budget 2022-23.
If India shall be the fastest growing economy among the large economies, I'm sure it'll also be because you have come forward.
Second International Conference on Defense and Security in association with the Ministry of MSME Government of India. Ecom Trust Summit with the theme Product Trust and Consumer Safety in E-commerce.
मेरा देश ऐसे ही विश्वगुरु नहीं बोला जाता रहा. मेरा देश सोने की चिड़िया था और आज भी है और रहेगा. वो सिर्फ सरकार के बल पर नहीं, आप जैसे ताकतवर लोगों के कारण, आप जैसे मेहनती लोगों के कारण।
International Climate Summit 2021, powering India's hydrogen ecosystem.
And I must acknowledge without hesitation that PhD Chamber has been always playing a leading role in the trade, development, and growth journey of India, and always ready to promptly take up the new trends that emerge, which is also evident from the fact that we are today under one roof here to discuss the subject of startups.
Jointly organized with Invest India and in partnership with Niti Aayog, TERI, NEERI, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and with the support of several ministries of Government of India and Innovation Norway as the country partner. The PhD CCI Air Cargo Summit 2022, Sustainable Future Growth of Air Cargo, focus on Gati Shakti Master Plan, an interactive session with members of Parliament on ease of doing business in India. States Policy Conclave 2021 on the macroeconomic resilience of the states in the pandemic times, and release of PhD CCI report on the role of states in making Atmanirbhar Bharat.
I once again congratulate PhD Chambers of Commerce for selecting this very appropriate theme for discussion today, and also thankful to them for inviting me here.
The first session of Young Business Leaders Forum, webinar on the stories of unsung women heroes, featuring inspired journey of women entrepreneurs, an interactive session on issues related to mines and steel sector with Mr. Faggan Singh Kulaste, Union Minister of State for Steel and Rural Development. PhD CCI organized the Transgender Leadership Conclave, a first of its kind conclave done by any Chamber of Commerce, which emphasized on the need of diversity inclusion in the society, and 11th International Heritage Tourism Conclave towards exchanging insights and deliberate on the growth of key sectors of the country. PhD CCI delegates had several call-on meetings, including meeting with Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, meeting with Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, Union Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, an interaction with Dr. Syed Shahnawaz Hussain, Honorable Industry Minister of Bihar, call on Sri Bhagwant Singh Maan, Honorable Chief Minister Punjab, meeting with Mr. Sarbananda Sonowar, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. This year also present occasions to welcome some of the prominent personalities from different fields, and PhD CCI has leveraged these occasions for widening the horizon of knowledge. This year, an MOU was signed between PhD CCI and Indo-Canada Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and jointly, we are moving towards ensuring better trade and business between India and Canada. We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions of fellow citizens through our CSR, IMR platform. The two foundations, namely FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
The members of the PhD Chamber once again rose to the challenge during COVID-19 crisis by contributing over rupees 528 crores towards the PM CARES Fund. And through its Family Welfare Foundation, we are contributing 12 oxygen plants for hospitals in Delhi, Haryana, Maharashtra, Himachal Pradesh, and Rajasthan.
Amidst recovering economy, national qualities.
PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. Economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and its members. The prominent services of the PhD.
It is a fact of life that every coin has two sides. In our case, people are just familiar with one, and that is of being a money lender to the railway sector. So here is an eye-opener. At Indian Railway Finance Corporation, we nurture millions of dreams. the dreams that are powered with new ideas, will, and ambition to be on top of the world. We are committed to creating a conducive environment for the railway sector to grow unhindered. Right from planning to backing up its construction to modernization, funding of high-capacity wagons, coaches, and high-speed locomotives, which constitute around 85% of the total rolling stock fleet of Indian Railways. Indian Railways' massive infrastructure plan, covering railway electrification, gauge conversion, multi-tracking, station redevelopment, and systems upgrade, to name a few, are streamlined to build a foundation that is playing the paramount role as a catalyst in propelling India forward. IRFC plays a pivotal role in opening up new vistas and opportunities, bringing new expertise, new infrastructure, and above all, giving citizens a sense of freedom. Born in 1986, IRFC has traversed a long distance to establish its unique identity, and the epic journey continues unabated towards achieving excellence. For us, financing is just one side of the coin. Our job here enlists much more like inculcating training and enhancing skill sets amongst the employees. In fact, as part of our CSR initiatives, from providing fully equipped advanced life support healthcare systems to installation of solar-powered infrastructure across districts in railway zones, our goal is simple, not just to finance the railway sector, but to empower it and ensure that India gets everything it needs to touch new heights. We at IRFC salute the true spirit of celebrating India's 75 years of Azadi and pride ourselves in bringing out the best to put the future on track.
India, a name that resonates with growth, progress. And infrastructure will always be a key driver of its growth story, with steel at its backbone. Jindal Steel and Power is committed to building a self-reliant India. With interests in steel, power, and mining, JSPL is a key driver of the resurgent India. JSPL is testimony to the vision of a pioneering nation builder, Shri Om Prakash Jindal, who showed what small-town India can dream and accomplish. JSPL's growth story runs parallel to that of India. From a single unit in Hisar in 1952, JSPL has grown to be a leading Indian conglomerate. India's growth engine runs on the rails made by JSPL. At its head-hardened rail manufacturing facility at Raigad, a testimony to the Make in India campaign. India's first and only plant equipped to manufacture single-piece rails of up to 121 meter, which can be further extended up to 484 meter. The Raigad steel plant in Chhattisgarh is one of the largest sponge iron manufacturing facilities in the world. Spread over 3,500 acres, the Angul steel plant in Odisha is India's most modern setup that houses India's first and only coal gasification-based DRI plant. The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. Located in the hills of Barbil in Odisha, JSPL's 9 MTPA pelletization complex is the largest pellet production facility in the country that was set up in a record time of 23 months. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. JSPL has been a pioneer in the energy sector as well. Located at Tamnar in Chhattisgarh, Jindal Power Limited, a subsidiary
Good morning,
of
ladies and
JSPL,
gentlemen.
is fulfilling the power needs.
Welcome to 9th PhD Global Rail Convention 2022. In fact, it is indeed an honor to have the stalwarts from the railway sector, both from public and private entities present in this auditorium. May I request the honorable domain experts and the speakers of the inaugural session to kindly come on the dais. May I request Shri R.N. Singh ji, Secretary and Principal Executive Director, Infrastructure, Railway Board, Ministry of Railways, to kindly come on the dais. Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, immediate former President, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Ranjan Dhingra, Co-Chair, PhD Railways Committee, and our Secretary General, Mr. Saurabh Sanyal. So before we officially start this convention, may I request everybody to kindly stand up for the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. May I request the Honorable Shri R.N. Singh ji, along with Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, Mr. Ranjan Dhingra, and Mr. Saurabh Sanyal to kindly join us for lighting of this lamp. Thank you very much. So indeed, the tagline of the PhD 9th Global Rail Convention is Gati Se Pragati. And the important thing that we'll be discussing around entire sessions will be the Indian Railways sustainable development to create a future-ready ecosystem. And in fact, if we see the key word in this convention is Gati and Pragati. Gati means speed and Pragati means development, which is very, very core to the heart of Indian Railways. In fact, I was going through some of the headlines of the newspapers over the past 2 weeks. I'll just scroll through some of the headlines. One is like Indian Railways production units on fast track to achieve record production in 2022-23. Second, Indian Railways says its rolling stock production will be record high in 22-23. Third is Indian Railways create a history by operating 2.74 kilometer long freight train, which is the Pinaka. Fourth is government approves leasing of railway land for implementing PM Gati Shakti to generate 1.2 lakh jobs. Fifth is Indian Railways records best ever August monthly freight loading of over 119 metric ton. So in fact, these headlines actually, catches the eyeballs and tell us that how enabling ecosystem is being made by the government of India for Indian Railways, wherein the Indian Railways, along with its important stakeholders, are actually, shouldering hand to hand and actually creating a very, very important and dynamic future-ready railway system for the public at large, be it at the passenger or the freight railways. So in order to discuss the modalities and nuances, that what are the issues, what are the challenges, and what are the opportunities that are there in the future, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry has created this 9th PhD Global Rail Convention so that we're actually able to understand and deliberate on the important themes. So without any further ado, to start with, I'll request our immediate former president, Mr. Sanjay Agarwalji, former president, PhD Chamber of Commerce Industry, to kindly come here and deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to welcome Sri Rao Sahib Patil Danve, the Honorable Minister of State for Railways, Coal and Mines, Government of India. Sri R.N. Singh, Secretary and Principal Executive Director, Infrastructure, Railway Board, Ministry of Railways. My colleague, Mr. Ranjan Dhigra, and Mr. Bharat Joshi, the co-chairs of the PhD Railways Committee. Mr. Saurabh Sanyal, Secretary General, PhD Chamber. Members of the Managing Committee and former presidents of the PhD Chamber present here. Distinguished expert speakers and guests from the Railway Board. Diplomats, senior officials, Dr. Jatinder Singh, the director in charge of this committee from PhD Chamber. Friends from the media, a very warm welcome to you all. It is indeed a moment of pride for me to welcome such an august gathering, a confluence of the best minds in the Indian rail industry, policymakers, industry experts, and our distinguished dignitaries and guests who have assembled here today for the 9th Global Rail Convention 2022, Gati Se Pragati, Indian Railways Sustainable Development to Create a Future-Ready Ecosystem. It is indeed heartening to see this full hall and to see you all personally after a gap of 2 years during which most of our events had to be held in a virtual mode. But luckily, we now are in a position where we can regularly now meet and interact physically, as used to be the practice in the past. We are extremely privileged to extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Rao Sahib Patil Danveji, the Honorable Minister of State for Railways, Coal and Mines, Government of India, for very graciously accepting our invitation and who has been a very strong support constantly for the industry throughout. It is a pleasure for us to have him amongst us, and we look forward to continuing our long relationship with the Railway Ministry under his leadership. Rao Sahib will be shortly joining us in the virtual mode. We also extend a warm welcome to Mr. R.N. Singh, the Secretary and Principal Executive Director, Infrastructure, Railway Board, Ministry of Railways, who handles the complex challenges of Indian railway projects and whose presence and views will add further impetus to our endeavors. A very hearty welcome to all our distinguished panel of speakers who are all experts and decision makers in their areas. We are enthused to have them amongst us and look forward to hearing their expert views and out-of-box innovative ideas. It's a pleasure to welcome all our guests, distinguished industry experts, and eminent ambassadors and diplomats as part of this convention. At the outset, our heartiest congratulations on the recent signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between India and Bangladesh to further promote friendly cooperation between the two countries and to deepen the intergovernmental railway cooperation between the two countries. Indian Railways, as a key driver for India's economic growth and development, with its network spreading to connect the farthermost corners of our country, is currently focusing on upgradation and capacity enhancement of its infrastructure network, fit for operating both freight and passenger trains at higher speeds, while simultaneously catering to the future demand growth. The projects on the anvil are aimed with a long-term vision for sustainable development to create a future-ready ecosystem with a big focus on enhancing rail infrastructure and opening opportunities for private partnerships. It is also heartening to see that the new culture of faster implementation of transformative reforms at policy levels, setting ambitious targets and pushing the boundaries along with a green signal for railway infrastructure growth is fueling the growth in this sector. Before I express my views further, I would like to briefly share some details about the PSD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, your hosts for the day. The PSD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PSDCCI, is a proactive, dynamic, and forward-looking pan-India apex industry chamber. It has been working as a catalyst for the past 116 years towards the promotion of Indian industry, trade, and entrepreneurship through its advocacy role for the policymakers and for the regulators. As a partner in progress with industry and government, PSDCCI acts as the voice of industry and trade, working at the grassroots level with strong national and international linkages for propelling progress, harmony, and integrated development of the Indian economy. It has also been working very closely with the Railway Ministry for the growth of this vital industry. A typical example of which is that this program, this is the 9th conclave on the railways that the PSD has organized. So we are a regular partner with the Indian Railways in working on the development and growth of Indian Railways. Coming back to today's convention, as the Indian Railway expands, investment in modernization and in new technologies is the need of the hour, along with the use of artificial intelligence, data analytics, and modern technology across its operations, from passenger to freight operations, and also to assist with maintenance and monitoring challenges across its humongous network and sectors. The creation, completion, connectivity, these are the 3 C's which are the main focus of the Indian Railway projects currently, and they will provide the necessary boost for the future growth of the Indian rail industry. Faster completion of the critical mega rail infrastructure projects on the anvil, like the dedicated freight corridors, the Indian Railway Station Redevelopment Scheme, the National High-Speed Rail Project, modernization, electrification, and digitalization projects, and other passenger amenities upgradation projects, modern coaches and trains, along with opportunities for private investment in these projects, are of great importance. The creation and creativity, which implies connecting all remote corners of the country via rail, speedy rolling out of the Vande Mataram Express trains, push for Atmanirbhar Bharat are all game-changer initiatives if successfully implemented, for which there should be no doubt at all. The recent milestones of Indian Railways, like the record freight loading, record electrification, record new lines, gauge conversion, highest ever commissioning, highest ever electric loco production, and the newly completed Chenab Bridge, the world's highest railway bridge. This is one particular achievement I think we all need to be very proud of, that the bridge that has the highest bridge in the world that has been built by the Indian Railways over Chenab. It's a wonder, it's a marvel of engineering. And we all need to be proud of it, and we should all applaud, of course, yeah. Emphasis on faster adoption of PM Gati Shakti Master Plan, especially in the northeastern states, for handling of both outward and inward traffic, so that the rail, road, and port gets integrated, shows the importance and thrust of the government to ensure a future-ready ecosystem. The need of the hour, whether it is station redevelopment, train operations, or freight terminals project, is to successfully monetize the railway assets with properly devised PPP concession agreements, which keep in mind returns for the private parties also. Proper dissemination of information and tendering processes are a must for the private industry to participate. As we await the first high-speed rail corridor, we must find opportunities within the existing system and bank on the possible ways to strengthen our current freight and passenger base with an increased focus on safety. Though this environment of change throws many challenges for this vital industry, there is also an opportunity for furthering the growth of Indian Railways with the critical areas of mutual collaboration and sustainable workable solutions for existing public-private partnerships also being among the major focus areas. The expenditure of 3 lakh crores that is being planned for the Indian Railways in the coming years is a record-breaking investment and a record-making decision in terms of the importance being given to the railway sector as part of the Gati Shakti scheme also. So I think we all are here to ensure that as a nation, we make the most of this investment and we try to get the best possible results for our economy on the strength of these investments. So friends, there is a huge amount to do, but I'm confident that we'll succeed as long as we keep working together. And what the PhD Chamber endeavors to do via this flagship program every year is to compile a sustainable blueprint for the sustainable development to create a future-ready ecosystem. We look forward to hearing more about the future growth initiatives on the anvil and business opportunities from the Honorable Minister and the representatives from the Railway Board. With these words, I extend my thanks to all the eminent dignitaries and panelists who have been kind enough to be with us today to share their expert perspective on the subject. I am sure the deliberations today will help crystallize the thought process on this subject, and the audience will gain from the diverse viewpoints while reiterating our commitment towards our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of building an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your remarks. And you certainly mentioned the main agenda is the sustainable development. That is nothing but to generate in such a way that we are able to take care of the future generations. And as Indian Railways is also going for future-ready sort of materials and in terms of passenger and logistics carriage, that's one of the important things that we are going to discuss it today. Thank you very much indeed. And now with this, I'd like to invite Mr. Ranjan Dhingra, Co-Chair PhD Railway Committee, to kindly give the theme address of 9th PhD Rail Convention 2022.
Thank you, Dr. Jatinder. Shri Rao Saheb Patil Danbe, Honorable Minister of State Railways, Coal and Mines, Government of India, will be joining us on virtual very soon. Shri R.N. Singh, Secretary and Principal Executive Director, Infrastructure Railway Board, Ministry of Railways. Mr. Sudhendu Sinha, Advisor. Our immediate past President Sanjay Agarwal. Secretary General Saurabh Sanyal. Dr. Jatinder Singh, Director, PhD Chamber. Members of the Managing Committee and former Presidents of PhD Chamber. Distinguished expert speakers and guests from the Railway Board, eminent guests from the industry and railway organizations, diplomats and senior officials, friends from the media. A very good morning, namaskar, and a warm welcome to all dignitaries and distinguished guests to our 9th edition of the PhD Global Rail Convention 2022, themed Gati Se Pragati. Indian Railways sustainable development to create a future-ready ecosystem. It is a pleasure and honor to welcome our distinguished dignitaries and my industry friends in person. And we look forward to having meaningful discussions today. The two very service-oriented institutions, which are very dear to my heart, have been founded in the same year, 117 years back in the year 1905. And they are, Sanjay had just narrated about, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, an institution of national importance, and the Rotary International, institution spread around 200 geographical countries with 1.2 million voluntary professional members. Both have service above self motto, with sharing and caring principle, the first being for the industry and the nation, and second being for the humanity to change their lives. Having said that, let me give the industry perspective, which is the theme of the day today. Indian Railways is currently undergoing dynamic growth with world-class advancements in both freight and passenger transportation. And it is heartening to see that in the present ecosystem of overall growth, there is a willingness to change and adopt latest innovative ideas and technology on the part of the government and the railway ministry. It's a paradigm change. New infrastructure developments and modernization initiatives with increasing use of digital technology, while working in a sustained manner to expand capacity substantially and create safe and modern all-around infrastructures with a simultaneous thrust on improving passenger comfort initiatives and rail tourism in the pipeline are further fueling the growth of this important sector. Initiatives to open FDI investment, faster implementation of technology, mega electrification projects with an aim to provide passenger safety are also paving the way for further growth. The rail industry, even though undergoing major reforms, is also facing a mixture of familiar and new pressures. Rising demand, the arrival of the digital passenger, the need for high-speed networks, the more efficient asset management, increased freight share, decongestion are some of the factors which still need addressing. The major rail industry current transformative trends also involve drones and smart sensors for inspecting railway tracks, digital communication platforms, and automatic train control ATC are a peak into creation of a future-ready railways. Rail tech startups, very common, are also working to scale various solutions that look to combine biometric information, artificial intelligence, and cloud computing. For train operators and railroad companies, the Internet of Things, LOT, devices enable the implementation of predictive maintenance to monitor for any anomalies. Rolling stock changes. In addition to condition-based monitoring, new rail industry trends such as rolling stock, hybridization, and high-speed rail also contribute to the growing pool of future-looking railway technologies. Gati Shakti scheme. The multimodal connectivity scheme is all set to revolutionize infrastructure, logistic development with Indian Railways to set up 500 multi-modal cargo terminals under the scheme. New trains, strengthening the attractiveness of the railways, ensuring safety, health and hygiene on board and around the trains will go a long way in improving passenger comfort and connectivity. With the rollout of new one-day Bharat trains and the coaches, we are indeed proud of. We are well on our way to achieving this if implemented timely, sure. Environment, designing ever more virtuous trains, the pandemic has reinforced the conviction that the mode of rail transport for passengers as well as for goods remains one of the most environmentally friendly and respectful for the planet in terms of the volume transported per unit of time. The rail ecosystem is so vast, and the need to reform and transform at every level is of par importance. The three main factors critical to its successful transformation will be human-centered design to ensure rail and mobility works for all and digital transformation through increased industry-wide collaboration. And finally, a sustainable development ethos needs to be at the heart of all our decision making to produce a better future for all. Sustainable development is about creating a balance between meeting the needs of a growing population and the health of our planet by embracing environmental sustainability, safety, inclusion, and resilience. Next generation infrastructure, which improves ease of doing business as well as ease of living, is a need of the hour. We at PhD Chamber, being an industry chamber and a major representation of the SME and MSME sector, look forward to providing a platform to successfully promote these initiatives to the diverse stakeholders of the railway industry, with a focus on synergizing and joining efforts in developing an integrated approach towards the development and promotion of these ambitious plans, focused on redefining the role of railways as the hub of economic development. In our role as a catalyst in the promotion of industry, trade and entrepreneurship, through our research-based policy advocacy role, there are areas I would like to highlight here on behalf of the railway sector to set the tone of the convention today. We at PhD Chamber, being an industry chamber and a major representation of MSME sector, as already said, look forward to providing a platform to successfully promote these initiatives to the diverse stakeholders of the railway industry, with a focus on synergizing and joining efforts in developing an integrated approach towards the development. It has been repeated, never mind. We at the chamber are very enthusiastic and pleased that the ministry is seriously working on mega transformational initiatives, supplemented by smart policies with announced strategic policy reforms that will help to make Indian railways the lifeline of the country, a true economic engine. And with the basic aim, the 9th PhD Global Rail Convention 2022 endeavors to highlight the key development and strategic investment and growth opportunities and challenges in the current scenario of change, and joining efforts to develop an integrated approach towards the development and promotion of these ambitious plans. The mantra is integrated. The convention also aims to share the ministry's initiatives and opportunities being provided by these mega changes with the industry to create awareness and increase participation in the tenders. I'm sure that today's discussion to deliberations would be highly informative and also provide the necessary push, proving to be a catalyst in the expeditious growth of sustainable and responsible growth of our very dear Indian railways. I heartily welcome all the participants and our distinguished expert speakers present here once again, and look forward to learning from their vast experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Dhingra, for giving the industry perspective. In fact, we have covered, each and every component, what as an industry we are seeking and how we can work hand in hand with Indian Railways. Thank you very much indeed. And I would like to invite our keynote speaker for the keynote address, Shri R.N. Singh Ji, Secretary and Principal Executive Director, Infrastructure, Railway Board, Ministry of Railways, for his kind deliberations for the august audience, please. Over to you, sir.
A very good morning to the esteemed guests present in this August gathering. Honorable Minister of State for Railways, Shri Rao Saheb Danveji, joined through VC. President of PhD Chamber of Commerce, Shri Sanjay Agarwal ji. Shri Saurabh Sanyal ji, Secretary General Shri Ranjan Jingra ji, and Dr. Jiten Singh ji. On behalf of Ministry of Railways, I thank the organizers for hosting this topical event and convey my deep appreciation for the same. I consider that this global convention on Gati Se Pragati with focus on Indian Railways sustainable development to create a future-ready ecosystem is very topical, relevant, especially in a world still recovering from the adverse effect of COVID pandemic, and also being in line with the Honorable Prime Minister's grand vision of Gati Shakti Master Plan. With over 68,000 route kilometers, Indian Railway is the third largest network in the world under single management. During the year 2021, Indian Railways carried 1.4 billion tons of traffic and 3.5 billion passengers, making it the world's largest passenger carrier and fourth largest freight carrier. Indian Railway plays a very crucial role in connecting the production centers with the markets and moves the masses across the country at a very affordable price. Indian Railway is striving for increasing its modal share in freight as well as passenger transport on economic and environmental considerations, and has formulated an ambitious investment program primarily focused on network capacity enhancement and upgradation of its core assets such as tracks, electrification, stations, signaling, rolling stock, and locomotives. In this process, we have identified 4 core focus areas as part of the long-term vision, which are enhancing passengers' traveling experience by providing faster, safer, cleaner, comfortable trains with world-class stations and global best amenities on board. Increasing the rail share in freight market from the current level of 27% to 40 to 45% by 2030 by adopting customer-centric policies, enhancing the containerization, augmenting our carrying capacity of the network, and by improving the ease of doing business. Technology-driven modernization of infrastructure and rolling stock, and enhancing transparency and accountability in the processes. With the above focus areas, IR has prepared a national rail plan for creating adequate network capacity ahead of the demand and with a view to enhance the rail share to 40 to 45%. Indian Railway has targeted to electrify its entire broad gauge network by 2023 to achieve goal of zero net carbon emission by 2030. The PM's National Infrastructure Pipeline, which is basically PM's Gati Shakti Master Plan, envisages to create multimodal integrated logistic infrastructure hubs, which is likely to become a game changer for infrastructure and logistics scenario in the country in coming years. Government has already allowed 100% FDI in railway infrastructure to attract major investment and to upgrade technologies. 2 dedicated freight corridors comprising about 2,500 route kilometers have been almost 60% completed already and likely to be completed fully by June 23. And in addition to these 2 dedicated freight corridors, survey work for other 3 DFCs has been taken up, which may be followed with sanction of more DFCs. DFCs are designed to provide heavy haul goods train with a faster transit, which will lead to quantum jump in transportation of output with efficiency and much lower logistics cost, which is the demand of the industry to become globally competitive. DFCs will be connected to industrial corridors, freight terminals, logistics hubs, and ports to ensure multimodal integration and running of timetable goods train, including RoRo services, which together will revolutionize the freight movement scenario for the entire nation. In the area of high-speed passenger transport, a project of 508-kilometer length Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail is already under implementation with Japanese technical and financial assistance. A grid of 10,000 kilometers of semi-high-speed rail system connecting major metro city is also being contemplated, out of which survey and DPR work for 7 new corridors totaling about 4,000 kilometers is already under preparation. Indian Railway is in the advanced stage of connecting far-flung and remote parts of J&K and Northeast capitals. In J&K, the strategic Jammu-Udhampur, Srinagar-Baramulla rail link project is already completed up to Katra, and the Srinagar-Baramulla link is also completed. The balance is likely to be completed by 2013. With that, along with capitals of Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Tripura, all already connected. Capitals of Manipur, Mizoram, and Sikkim will be connected by December 23 and Nagaland by March 23. With these completion of these projects, our far-flung hill area states and their capitals will be totally integrated with the main railway network. Indian Railways is also planning for a significant upgradation of its rolling stock by induction of new 9,000 state-of-the-art 9,000 horsepower locomotives and 10,000 horsepower locomotives, as well as 400 semi-high-speed upgraded version of existing Vande Bharat trains. And all of these are being manufactured under Make in India initiatives. In addition, fresh induction of 90,000 wagons over next 3 years and complete switch over to modern LHB high-speed coaches have also been taken up. This will completely revamp the infrastructure and the rolling stock fleet of Indian Railways in next few years. A major area of signaling upgradation is switching over to cab-based signaling system, which will help us in achieving the high speeds even in the most hostile weathers, including foggy weather. For this, Indian Railway has developed indigenous train collision avoidance system, which is called Kavach, which will be implemented on high-density network to provide, and it will provide big boost to Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. Another significant project is the speed raising on Delhi-Mumbai and Delhi-Howrah routes, totaling about 3,000 kilometers, where the speed will be raised from current level of 110 to 130 kmph to 160 kmph, and it is currently under implementation with target of 2024. Indian Railway has recently prepared many policies and roadmap to achieve 3,000 million ton loading by 27 as against 14-18 million ton in 21-22. To meet this future demand of freight loading and to induce modal shift, we are planning to, as I said earlier, induct more locomotives, more wagons, more rolling stock, and enhance our capacity of the network through network expansion and augmentation. The big policy changes are in the offing in the areas of marketing, pricing, customer service, and related issues to provide ease of doing business and to facilitate the modal shift. For this purpose, Gati Shakti units, which are basically infrastructure implementation units, have been set up at Railway Board as well as in zonal railways and divisional railways to create synergy for infrastructure creation and better coordination. 100 Gati Shakti terminals. Gati Shakti terminals are the multimodal integration private freight terminals for which land, if surplus railway land, if available with us, will also be offered on subsidized lease rate, for which recently Cabinet has cleared the revised regime of liberalized leasing. And this will permit the private sectors to set up their own terminal, either on the private land or on the vacant railway land. And there's a lot of, expenditure which was to be borne earlier by the freight terminal operator will now be borne by the Indian Railways, such as providing connectivity with the existing station and waiving of the lease charges on the railway land, which is used for the connectivity purposes. Indian Railways has been constantly striving to reduce dependence on imports, and with a objective of 100% make in India, as evident from the fact that the import in procurement has reduced from 5.6% in 2013-14 to the level of 2.5% now. And more than 95% components are being sourced indigenously. The pandemic has brought out the vulnerability of supply chains world over, and this has led to policy decisions like limitation of indigenous systems and indigenous components with a view to indigenize and to be self-dependent under Atmanirbhar scheme. We have been focusing on indigenous manufacturing all our tenders. There is an increased focus on developing local supply chain and to move towards zero import regime. In order to exploit the large potential of innovation in rail sector, a new innovation policy has been issued in April 22 to engage with the entrepreneurs, technology developers, and innovators through startups. Indian Railway expects to be the most significant organization in the growth of infrastructure in India by adopting proactive policies. It is in the process of reinventing its PPP policies for their wider acceptability in the private sector, and with a view to use the private sector efficiencies to achieve its overall growth targets. With such an ambitious roadmap, IR is looking forward to the mutually beneficial collaborations with private sector to help it meet the challenges of technological upgradation and investments, with a special focus on infrastructure, high-speed rail, DFCs, heavy haul operation, PPP, intermodal transport integration, digitalization, and innovation. In the end, I would like to thank the organizers again for giving me this opportunity to present before you the vision of Indian Railway infrastructure in the coming years, and also I reiterate the commitment of Indian Railways to achieve the same. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving the keynote address. In fact, we have got message from Minister's office. He will be joining in 2-3 minutes more. So since we have some time, I'll request if with the video permission, we can take 2 or 3 questions, sir. I'll request our immediate former President, Shri Sanjay Agarwal ji, to kindly moderate this Q&A sessions.
Yeah. So, would someone like to ask anything of the Secretary Railways? Yeah, okay, please. Mr. Goyal.
Namaskar, my name is Professor N.K. Goyal. I don't have a question, I want to compliment Railways. The way you are connecting Indian citizens across all your policies are promoting Make in India. And you also have a policy, if somebody is supplying imported, you ask, what is the plans for next 3 years with India? You are also first in India to debunk that Chinese goods are cheaper, because in your Center for Video Surveillance, all non-Chinese have come up due to RDSO. Thank you for this. Thank you.
Yeah. Please give the mic there to the gentleman in green shirt.
Good morning, sir. My name is Alakshendra Mishra. I am representing Satra Group here. I just have a question that Indian Railways has done a few things to support startups. So what are the steps being taken in the procurement section in PP to help the startups grow?
We have announced a new innovation policy, which is available on the website of Indian Railways. You may go through that. This has been exactly what you are pointing out. This has been issued primarily to promote the startups which have got the technology, but perhaps not the finance, or perhaps not the market available to them. So to promote them, we have made a very transparent procedure that you can apply along with your innovative idea, and if we will co-finance it with the innovator, and we will put it on trial in Indian Railways, and if it is found to be suitable to our needs, and it's found better than the existing alternatives, then we will in collaboration proliferate it.
Good morning, sir. I'm Sandeep Sinha from Corkil Solutions. We are working with railways for quite some time now, about 23, 24 years now. And we are RDSO approved also. And so one thing, I mean, it's connected to his question only. I was just going to ask this, that we talk about made in India, and then startups, we want to help everything. But sir, I mean, when we go to despite RDSO approvals and all, we go to the railway officers, they compare us with multinationals and all those things, and they say, "Unse aapka kya mukabla?" Then that another thing is that when we are just bringing it to your notice, because this is something we are ready to invest also, we are developing the things. But later on, all of a sudden, railway decides that, yes, we will not be using it, despite we are spending money on the registrations and all those things also. We are ready to invest also with in your own setups for corrosion control and all those things. But we are not getting that type of response from the other side. That and at times when we bring in a new technology, then we are asked to do free of cost trials and all those things. So if the other person is not coming forward, which is the biggest thing, I mean, we are very small people. So if we don't get your support, how will we be able to develop the new technologies, sir? RDSO takes a lot of time to approve the thing. By the time they approve it, there are new technologies, it becomes obsolete. So we are facing these problems. If we don't bring it to your notice, it will not be addressed also. Thank you.
Thank you. I would advise you to kindly visit our website, Indian Railways, wherein there is a separate link for innovation policy, which has been announced recently, in 4-5 months before, and all answers to all your problems lies there. We have excluded RDSO completely from that process of innovation. You can directly apply along with your innovative product to that. A special committee, innovation committee, is there in place. You can apply along with your product, and in case it is found prima facie also useful, then we are financing it 50%. It is 50-50 partnership, and on trial, if it is found really functionally and technically useful, then we will proliferate it. So, what problem you are telling about the innovation and new designs, adoption of those, that answer lies there. So in case still you feel problem, kindly approach us.
This is a very, very welcome approach and totally at variance with what used to happen in the past. And I think we definitely, I think this deserves a much bigger round of applause because this is a huge change.
So first of all, I would like to compliment the Indian Railways on whatever initiatives we have taken, wonderful initiatives. And I have been associated with the industry for a long time. Now I just started my own. I'm Ashish Apte. एक सिर्फ normal question like a business traveler. What exactly Indian Railways is looking forward to motivate these people to shift from airplane to train? Personally, I will prefer to take a night train from here to Hyderabad, work the whole day, stay that night and come back again by train. But ऐसा option अभी तक हमें मिल नहीं रहा है. So how fast we want to do that? See, for a flight, I take minimum 7 hours from home to home. So how fast we can do that? Can we more actively do that in a very short time?
We are exactly addressing this very issue by, upgrading our speed potential of the existing Delhi-Mumbai and Delhi-Howrah route from 130 kmph to 160 km in next 2 to 3 years, and simultaneously introducing the Vande Bharat, upgraded version of Vande Bharat trains on these routes. So with this twin initiatives, you will find that we will be able to reach Bombay maybe in overnight. So that should solve your problem.
Thank you.
Plus, we are also upgrading our stations to world-class level. So in next 5 to 6 years, whatever you are sort of fantasizing about, we are going to achieve.
Thank you for this. Thank you.
I'm Sanjeev Jana, representing KEC International Limited and RP Goenka Group Company. As of now, we are one of the leading contractors in railways. We are executing the speed upgradation project Delhi-Howrah and Delhi-Mumbai. And besides that, we are also will execute the Kabach projects, besides civil and electrification projects. So my question is that, as of now, we are hearing a lot about the PPP projects of DFCC. Sonnagar Andal. Suddenly we lost touch with the DFCC about knowing the progress because the tenders were expecting anytime last year and 2-3 years. But now there is no information about the project, number one. And number two, there are 3 more new DFCC corridors has been announced. And what is the status? I just wanted to raise this question to Mr. R.N. Singh to respond, please.
Regarding your first question, DFC extension from Sonnagar to Gomo and to Dankuni and Andal, the phase 1 has been planned from Sonnagar to Gomo about 260 kilometers. And a new model, IBOT, hybrid BOT, was evolved, in which 40% would be given as almost 40% of the cost of the project will be given upfront, and balance 60% has to be, financing has to be done by the concessionaire, which will be repaid to the concessionaire in next 30 years through the availability payments, depending on the performance of the infrastructure which the concessionaire has created. And this model has been approved by Niti Aayog and Ministry of Finance and the Cabinet Secretariat, and has been put up to Cabinet for approval. So we are expecting approvals and then followed by floating bids. And the next question is regarding the new DFCs. Already we have identified 3 new routes for potential DFCs, which is East-West DFC from Bombay to Kharagpur, and East Coast DFC from Kharagpur to Vijayawada, and North-South DFC from Hyderabad. So the survey and preparation of DPR work of these DFCs is already underway. It has been entrusted to DFCC, and the report should be available with us in next 6 to 12 months, after which government will take a call on their sanction.
Good morning, sir. My name is Arunesh Bharti. I'm from Jindal Steel and Power. Thanks for your nice presentation and having a thrust on Make in India. I would like to share recent example wherein by promoting the Make in India policy, ultimately IR is benefited. We used to import switch rail from elsewhere, from Europe and Austria. And now with the Make in India policy, this particular product was localized. Steel Authority and Jindal Steel and Power now supplying it. So earlier we used to spoke to our customers. We were essentially from medium and small scale industry. They used to import at a very high level, high prices. Now JSPL and SAIL is supplying almost below 50% of the imported cost, and ultimate beneficiary is Indian Railway. So kudos to your policy, sir, and ultimately we are benefited as a whole, as a nation. And Jindal Steel and Power is committed towards developing all the things required for Indian Railway to make and support building nation of our dream. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Singh, we all are talking of Atmanirbhar and Make in India and so many words. Our youngsters are there. But recently there was a news about wheels. We are buying from China, maybe about 40,000. So what is, although we have a very hostile relation with China, what is the need to buy from China these wheels?
Actually, demand for the wheel sets has increased suddenly with induction of more wagons and more coaches. So we were not able to fulfill that demand from our indigenous sources. Some of the orders were placed on Europe, and due to this war situation, some of the orders could not be fulfilled. So maybe it was an emergency, this thing. Otherwise, already we have a policy of procurement from the countries which share land border with us. That is still in place. So it might be a temporary effect.
Good morning, sir. Actually, my name is Pritam Mishra from New Delhi Institute of Information Technology and Management. As our topic is Gati se Pragati, sustainable development to create a future-ready ecosystem, there is also a word called footprints. Like whenever we are making a development, we are also leaving footprints behind. What is Indian Railway going to do about those footprints, like those unused railway tracks or unused land occupied by the Indian Railway? Or after getting a new technology of the railways, what will happen to the old trains?
See,
Like,
yes, I can understand. This, phasing out the old technology, phasing out the old materials, and inducting the new ones is a continuous process. So in British, if you see, if you visit our rail museums and all, you will see what type of products were being used during British time, what type of rails were being used during British time. So we are constantly, upgrading our assets, including tracks, signaling system, rolling stock, locomotives. So in the process, the old one gets phased out, like steam engines are there. They have been phased out. By 95, all engines were phased out. Well, if you remember when we were small in 70s, we used to see a lot of steam engines. Now you don't get to see steam engines on track. You get to see them only in museum. So maybe in few years' time, you will see very, very few diesel locomotives, and most of the locomotives will be electric. Only very small numbers, maybe 5 to 10% will be. So these phasing out and induction of new, these are continuous process, and the old material either finds its way into the museums or into the scrapyard.
But sir, sorry for that. But actually, I also see there are railway tracks which are not being used, but they still exist there, and like it is taking a lot of space there.
No, you are right. Gradually, all such disused assets have to be dismantled and scrapped, and the vacant land has to be used for more productive purposes, like developing our freight terminals or world-class stations, or if that land is surplus, we can leverage it for real estate development and use the proceeds for station development and other passenger amenities. So this is a continuous process. In the transition time, you will of course see a lot of these things, finding a lot of disused tracts which will be gradually removed, and the land which is spared will be utilized for other productive purposes.
Sure. Thank you, sir. I hope to see that future.
Good morning. This is Jay Gopal from Hindalco Industries Limited. At the outset, congratulations to Indian Railways for the ambitious plans and the effective execution as well. From the Hindalco side, now we are quite keen to put up the ecosystem for the all aluminum passenger coaches, wherein our role will be to put up the press for a bigger extrusion, along with some value addition in terms of welding and milling operations. So this is being evaluated, and we are quite keen about to put the ecosystem so that this product comes out quite well into the market. And so here, as per the information we have that border security clause as well as the Indian content in the product, which gives some sort of a support to these efforts. But still some concerns are there, whether like in the case of there's a flat packs in the passenger coach, which is nothing but the side panels, end panels, the roof and the floor. So is there a possibility that the sections come from these border countries and then flat packs goes as a content? So this is sort of a concern, is what I would say, that it should not come from a place and then it gets converted as a flat pack, and then only flat pack is considered as from that particular place. This is one concern area. And apart from that, the dream of the gentleman who wanted to travel from Delhi to this, in fact, we were also having such dream, past 1.5 decade, where the person, we are in a cosmopolitan setup. Most of the places we work from come from one place and work in another place. If we compare in Europe, like from Rome to Milan, in 3.5 hours they reach. I think we are very happy that you're coming out with such speed trains, and we want to play a bigger role in this particular setup, which will allow in 3.5 hours people, like Friday evening they go, and then Monday morning 3.5 hours they're back to the other city. So this is something I thought I should express, and this concern is something which is there. I wanted to keep in point.
Your issue is very, very specific to certain, procurement and manufacturing. So what now Vande Bharat train sets are being manufactured, going to be manufactured in India, for which tenders for their procurement are already floated, and some will be floated in near future. So they have this system of pre-bid meeting, and I would advise you to participate in these pre-bid meetings and highlight your concerns about these aluminum sections and all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The Honorable Minister has also joined us. So,
thank you, sir. Thank you for answering all the queries. अब हमारे साथ श्री राव साहब पाटिल दानवे, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट, रेलवेज, कोल एंड माइंस, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया जुड़ गए हैं। सर, आपसे गुजारिश करेंगे कि आप अपने विचार कृपया इंडस्ट्री डेलीगेट्स के सामने साझा करें। अनम्यूट कर लीजिए सर आप।
आ रही है मेरी? आवाज आ रही है?
आवाज आ रही है सर।
आवाज आ रही है?
जी आ रही है, आवाज आ रही है।
तो नमस्कार। हाँ, नमस्कार आप सभी को। मैं पहले माफी चाहूंगा कि मुझे कार्यक्रम में आने के लिए देरी हुई। कार्यक्रम के उपस्थित पीएचडी चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स इंडस्ट्री के प्रेसिडेंट श्री प्रदीप मुल्तानी जी, पूर्व अध्यक्ष श्री संजय अग्रवाल जी, इस संस्था से जुड़े सभी अधिकारी, उपस्थित प्रेस के मंत्री, मित्रों, देवियों और सज्जनों, आज आयोजित इस 9वें पीएचडी ग्लोबल रेल कन्वेंशन में उपस्थित रहकर अत्यंत मुझे आनंद हो रहा है। साथियों, भारतीय रेलवे को दुनिया के सबसे बड़े रेलवे नेटवर्क में से एक माना जाता है। भारतीय ट्रेन भारत के लोगों के जीवन का एक अहम हिस्सा है। लगभग 2.5 करोड़ लोग हर दिन भारतीय रेलवे से प्रवास करते हैं। वही लगभग 33 लाख टन माल की ढुलाई भी की जाती है। लगभग 170 वर्ष पुरानी भारतीय रेलवे आज भी प्रवास का सबसे पसंदीदा जरिया है। सन 1845 से लेकर आज तक 2022 तक रेलवे ने अभूतपूर्व बदलाव देखे हैं। 9/20/2014 के बाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में रेल मंत्रालय ने सबसे तेज विकास किया है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी कहते हैं कि भारतीय रेल के बदले हुए स्वरूप में रेल नेटवर्क के आधुनिकीकरण के साथ ही देश के उन हिस्सों को रेलवे से कनेक्ट किया जा रहा है जो कनेक्टेड नहीं थे। पहले से ही ज्यादा तेजी से पुराने रेल रूट का डबलिंग और इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन किया जा रहा है। 2023 तक जहां डबलिंग है वहां पर हम पूरी तरह से इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन की कनेक्टिविटी कर रहे हैं। ट्रैक को ज्यादा स्पीड लेने के लिए सक्षम बनाया जा रहा है। साथियों, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व महत्वपूर्ण है जो देश के विकास में गेम चेंजर साबित होने वाली है। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के तहत रेलवे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और रेलवे टेक्नोलॉजी आधुनिकीकरण का एक बड़ा कारण है। आज हम पूरी तरह से भारत में विकसित वंदे भारत ट्रेनों का निर्माण खुद भारत कर रहा है। कुछ दिन पहले आपने देखा होगा 180 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे पर चलने वाली वंदे भारत ट्रेन की समीक्षा की गई थी। वही आज भारत 100% रेलवे इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन की ओर अग्रसर है। साथियों, 2023 तक भारत की पहली बुलेट ट्रेन चलाने का हमारा लक्ष्य है। इस कार्य में केंद्र की तरफ से पूरी सहायता प्रदान की जा रही है। मोदी जी कहते हैं हम भारतीय रेल को पूरी तरह से ट्रांसफॉर्म कर रहे हैं। आज देश में रेलवे स्टेशनों को भी एयरपोर्ट की तरह डेवलप किया जा रहा है। आज स्टेशन डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट के माध्यम से देश के स्टेशनों का बदल रहा है। सेवा और आधुनिकीकरण का एक सुंदर मिलाप देखने को मिल रहा है। साथियों, डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर ही किसान रेल हो, भारत के विकास में योगदान देने वाले इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को और किसानों के शाश्वत भविष्य के लिए रेल मंत्रालय हमेशा कार्यरत है। शाश्वत विकास और शाश्वत भविष्य की राह पर हम कार्यरत है। दोस्तों, आपने देखा होगा देश को जब जरूरत पड़ी है तब तक भारतीय रेल ने हमेशा अपना योगदान दिया है। कोविड काल में जरूरी सामान पहुंचाना हो या बिजली केंद्रों में कोई पहुंचाना हो, रेलवे ने हमेशा अपना कर्तव्य निभाया है। रेल कनेक्टिविटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ दिलों की भी और प्रगति की है। भारतीय रेलवे ने बहुत तेजी से प्रगति की है और इस समय यह एशिया की सबसे बड़ी और विश्व की दूसरे सबसे बड़ी रेल प्रणाली है। इसमें लगभग 14 लाख लोगों को रोजगार मिला हुआ है, जो देश के किसी भी उपक्रम में सबसे अधिक है तथा केंद्रीय कर्मचारियों की संख्या का 40% है। भारतीय रेल पिछले कुछ वर्षों से न केवल अपने देश में रेल डिब्बे और इंजन के निर्माण में आत्मनिर्भर बनी है, बल्कि यह अन्य देशों को इसकी आपूर्ति भी करती है। आज देश भर में रेलों का व्यापक जाल बिछा हुआ है। साथियों, आज भारत दुनिया की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन गई है। हमें और मेहनत कर देश को और लोगों को विकास करना है। इसीलिए इस सम्मेलन में भाग लेने वाले सभी से मैं आह्वान करूंगा कि अपना कर्तव्य निभाने का अनुरोध करता हूं और अपनी वाणी को मैं विराम देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत धन्यवाद मंत्री साहब, आपने अपने विचार सबके सामने साझा किए और आपने एक मार्गदर्शन भी दिया कि इंडस्ट्री को कैसे साथ बढ़ना है इंडियन रेलवे के साथ, और जो आपने मॉडर्नाइजेशन की बात की है उसके लिए कैसे हमें अग्रसर होना है। बहुत बहुत आपका धन्यवाद, समय निकालने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद सर आप। So before I request our vote of thanks, I'll request our immediate past President Shri Sanjay Agrawal ji to kindly felicitate our keynote speaker with a memento and a plant. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Saurabh Sanyal, Secretary General, PhD Chamber, to kindly propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Jitendra. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege to give the formal vote of thanks. At the outset, I would like to thank Shri Rao Saheb Patil Danve, Honorable Minister of State Railways, Coals and Mines, Government of India, for giving his special address and addressing all of us in the 9th Global Rail Convention 2022. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for sparing your time and coming to the convention. Shri R.N. Singh, Secretary and Principal Executive Director, Infrastructure Railway Board, Minister of Railways. Thank you, sir, for coming and gracing the occasion and giving such a valuable, wonderful talk. So much of things being done in the railways, so much of value addition being done, so much of modernization and innovation being inducted and placed in the Indian Railways. It is going to be a phenomenal railways infrastructure in the next 5 years. Shri Sudhanshu J. Sinha, Advisor, Infrastructure Connectivity and Electrical Mobility, Niti Aayog. Shri Ranjan Dhingra ji and Mr. Bharat Joshi ji, co-chairs PhD Railway Committee. Shri Sanjay Agrawal ji, our immediate former president, PhD CCI. Thank you so much, sir, for giving the formal welcome remarks as also the presidential remarks today in the 9th PhD Global Rail Convention. Members of the Managing Committee and former presidents of PhD Chamber, distinguished expert speakers and guests from the Railway Board, eminent guests from the industry and railway organizations, diplomats and senior officials who are present here today, my colleague Dr. Jatinder Singh, friends from the media, a very warm welcome and a special thank you from our core of hearts. The enriching deliberations by the eminent dignitaries has been truly enlightening. Now, I have flashed a slide on the view file. You can see all of them, ladies and gentlemen, what Shri R.N. Singh, our Secretary and Principal Executive Director, had just spoken about the innovative thought process which is going in the minds of the Ministry of Railway officials. Can anybody guess what is this? Yeah. So I think we are all very enlightened and we are always watching the news and reading about the Indian Railways. Very good to hear. A round of applause for the Ministry of Indian Railways. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the future of our Indian Railways. The glass globe and the glass globe next to it with all the corridors leading inside the railway station is going to be the future of New Delhi railway station. And also, I think, for all metros, which are going to come in the near future. So we will be getting into the space era. It is not so far away. Our honorable, under the dynamic leadership of our honorable Prime Minister of India and the Indian Railways, we are going to see monumental innovations coming in the way with high-speed trains, with elevated trains, elevated magnum trains. I think this is the future of Indian Railways. We should be thankful that we'll be stepping into one of the most modern infrastructure in the world. And as all of us envisage, India at 2047 will be one of the emerged global leaders in the world. We take this opportunity to also extend our gratitude to our distinguished panel of senior industry captains speakers and experts for sparing time to be part of this convention. And we look forward to benefit from their expert inputs during the ensuing sessions. We have 4 panel discussions, panel 1, 2, and then an expert, this thing on Gati Shakti, and thereafter a special session. So with these words, with a heartfelt gratitude, we also wish to thank to all who are present here. And I'll be failing in my duties if I do not mention our sponsors. Our partners in this session have been Larion Engineers, Indian Railway Finance Corporation, IRFC, Jindal Steel and Power Limited, our equipment partners, Agcon Equipments, our media partners, Rail Analysis, Metro Rail News, Trademaker. And last but not the least, we also thank our friends from the media for covering this important program. As you are sitting here, there are tweets and LinkedIn messages going out. All of you can see on the LinkedIn if you have already logged in. So you can see all the messages, all the speeches which were spoken here by the dignitaries are going on today. I'm sure today's expert and exhaustive discussions and recommendations to follow will work as stepping stones towards the successful implementation of the new initiatives and projects envisaged by the Indian Railways. With these words, I once again thank each one of you and all the eminent dignitaries and distinguished participants for making this conference a grand success. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. In fact, the picture you have shown, it gives immense pleasure and it enlightens everybody that we are right at the right place. We are actually able to see the history that is going to be unleashed in few years. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. And apologies for the slight delay. We are going to go right into a fireside chat. This is a very important subject on dedicated freight corridor. And we are very, very grateful to having Mr. Nanduri Srinivas as a part of the session, sir. We are also very grateful to having Mr. Sanjay Swaroop, Director International Marketing and Operations, CONCOR, who will be putting Mr. Nanduri on the spot and talking about how to take it forward. So I request all the delegates to please have a seat, and we are going right into the fireside chat. Thank you very much. Can we request the 2 dignitaries for this fireside chat to please join us? And we're looking forward to some very interesting discussions from the stalwarts of the industry. Can we have a big round of applause for both of them, please? Thank you so much, sir. Though they need no introduction, but just introducing them again, Mr. Sanjay Swaroop, Director, International Marketing and Operations, CONCOR, and Mr. Nanduri Srinivas, Director, Ops and BD, Dedicated Freight Corridor. So all the questions you have about the corridors and the business opportunities, please get them ready. And I'll request Mr. Swaroop to start the fireside chat. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to
extend my thanks to PhD Chamber and Commerce for giving me an opportunity to moderate this session. Nanduri is my very good friend, my batchmate, and from IRTS. So it will be a privilege to get insights from him about DFC. As many of you may be knowing, DFC is like a rail expressway. We have an expressway, Greater Noida Expressway, Yamuna Expressway, which is road expressway. So DFC will be a rail expressway akin to that, in which freight movement, freight trains will get very high speeds and very good throughput, and they will be moving at a speed which many of us cannot even imagine. So it's going to transform the transportation and logistics in our country. There are various new things that are coming in DFC. Of course, Mr. Nanduri will be speaking at length about them. Like wagon dimensions have been upgraded, and mostly there will be double stack trains. I'm talking about Western DFC, because Western DFC will be mostly for container traffic, and the Eastern DFC will be for break bulk and bulk traffic. All double stack movements of containers will be there on Western DFC. Train length will be doubled. At present, we have 45 wagons in a train, and in DFC, we'll be able to run 90 wagons. So almost 360 TEUs we will be able to transport in one train. Of course, we have already started doing it. Then there will be high axle load wagons that will be allowed on DFC. At present, we are already running 25-ton axle load wagons on Western DFC from a terminal Hatwas up to Palanpur. And gradually, DFC will be able to allow 32.5 tons axle load. And higher axle load means our double stacking capacity will increase. Already with 25 ton, we are getting a boost in our double stacking capacity. Maximum speed is 100 kmph. And I'm happy to share with you that we are getting a lot of benefits with high speeds on DFC. Like just to give you an example, from a station called Ateli, which is outside Khatwas, up to Palanpur, which is 600 kilometers, we are able to cover only in 8 to 10 hours in DFC. And we are able to run timetable trains also from Khatwas to Mundra and Pipavav ports, which has been welcomed by our ports, our customers. And they're very happy, and a lot of cargo shift we have seen from road to rail, which is a logical thing for our country. A lot of retail business like Target, Walmart, who are our customers at our ICTs in Northern India. They have very time-sensitive cargo, which they have to send to US. And after DFC and timetable trains between Khatwas and Mundra Pipavav, they have shifted to rail, and they are very happy and very satisfied that trains are able to reach in time. Then station spacing is another aspect in DFC. In normally Indian Railways, we have every 6 to 7 kilometers one station. In DFC, we will have almost 40 kilometers span. That will further give a boost to the speed and throughput. We have Concor having an MMLP at Khatwas, which is a hub for transshipment for North India. We are deriving a lot of benefits after DFC has come. We are able to handle almost 10 to 12 double stack trains, and easily we are handling 18 to 20 trains daily at Khatwas, which has given a very good input for reduction in logistics cost. And our customers are also very, very happy with this running and arrangement. And that's all I will like to say. I will now, from my side, I will ask Mr. Nanduri few questions. First is, what is the single biggest challenge that is being faced by DFC? Because it's an enormous project, very big project for our country and very prestigious one. And what is the single biggest challenge? Of course, DFC has faced many, many challenges. I would like to request him to pinpoint a single biggest challenge that he has faced in the implementation of this project. And second is I would like to get from him the timelines when my Dadri MMLP which is a junction point of Eastern and Western DFC. When will it come on DFC? And when will Nhava Sheva Port, JNPT, for which trade is eagerly waiting, when will it be connected on DFC? And lastly, do they have any plans to strengthen the track beyond Palanpur up to Mundra and Pipavav so that high axle load wagons can run on these tracks? Over to Mr. Nanduri.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. The most difficult part of one's career is always facing the batchmates. The biggest challenge, in fact, let me just openly say this. Dedicated freight corridor is the iconic project, most influential as well as the expansive project, infrastructure project started by the Indian Railways ever since independence. We heard about Unigauge that has come out, but this concept of creating a separate dedicated freight corridor has taken shapes in 2006, but then real push has come from 2014 with a lot of money being pumped into, and the progress is seen. We are now, we are supposed to be operating almost, this is a 3,300 kilometers of the dedicated freight corridor, 1,800 in eastern and 1,500 in western dedicated freight corridors. Now we have almost completed about 1,400 kilometers of the dedicated freight corridor, 720 kilometers in western side, and which will be shortly going up by another 70 kilometers. So we may touch about 800 and another 700 plus in eastern corridor. We are looking at developing another 500 kilometers in the PPP mode. That is that somebody has raised that question, Son Nagar to Dankuni. That will come up separately. But in the process of developing this, the biggest problem is questions from the people. Why do you need separate tracks for the goods? Because we expect the goods to be secondary citizen, and it has been treated like that from the beginning. But that has been the bread earner for the country, for the Indian Railways. You might have seen in the tickets which we have been printing for the passengers that your ticket is 43% of your fare is you're paying and rest is being subsidized. That subsidy doesn't come from anywhere else but from the freight segment. However, this freight segment had to give precedence to the passenger, and thereby the speeds are the casualty, uncertainties, and the bad names associated. In fact, if you look at it, anything going slow, we used to say Malgadi jaisa chala raha hai. So this concept, the paradigm shift is envisaged through creation of these dedicated freight corridors. The USP of the dedicated freight corridor has always been the speed, faster, longer, heavier trains. That means more throughput with bigger trains and faster. Now we are adding speed as the essence, and we are trying to upgrade the quality of service by giving a transit assurance and the ease of doing business. These two things we are going to add. Initially, this was considered only a capacity addition project. Later on, we are now becoming the complementary organization which is supposed to be aiding Indian Railways in increasing the market share. We are all familiar, Indian Railways has scripted last year a significant increase in the originating loading to 1,400 plus million tons. But that is almost a 25% market share. If you look at the total logistics in the country, is about 5,800. So we are only about 25% of the total. Where is that blue ocean and how is it missing? Is because of our yardsticks, which we have kept it as train loads. There is need for building up the supply chains, and that is what is the major task which is cut out for DFC in the business development arena. This is where we will be doing. As far as the timelines are concerned, Dadri will be hoping to connect because Aravali Mountains is the major bottleneck where the work is held up. We are doing it, and we hope to complete it by December, maximum by March 23. We will be connecting it. Majority of the project, particularly in the eastern sector, will be connected by March 23. We hope to see the entire completion of DFC except the last part, that is Vaitarna to Jawaharlal Nehru Port. That is the only thing where we are having a little bit of a problem. In fact, today, our MD, Mr. R.K. Jain, is also supposed to be joining, but today he has gone to Maharashtra for attending meeting with Chief Secretary because we are facing a major problem there. NGT has imposed a ban locally that no night working there. Second, soil cannot be carried without the authorization. For the railway project where we need to carry the earth for putting the tracks, that is hindering our progress. So we needed to get that sorted out. So these are the challenges which we are finding. The second major challenge which we found is in construction. When we said we envisaged a through running train without any obstruction, it meant elimination of many areas. LC gates, level crossing gates, were to be eliminated. So that created additional budgetary support required, additional finance required. And we have put it on an embankment so that the road under bridges can be constructed. So project cost has got increased. So this is the additional challenges which we faced, and evacuation of this non-title holders, people who have encroached the railway, the land. This is a social problem. But then after all this, we are seeing the end of the project coming through. We have already been running in the last 1 year. Our first section of Bhapur Khurja has been inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister in December 2020. Ever since, we have seen the trains which are running in the section have recorded phenomenal speeds, to the extent the average speed, I am talking about the average speed, that is distance divided by time, is 99.32 in eastern sector for those trains which have the capacity, which have been running with 100 kilometers speed. In WDFC, we have been running trains, container trains are now running with 100 kilometers speed. On the occasion of 75th Independence Day, we have 75 years of independence. We have successfully launched a scheme wherein we should ensure that all the trains should be reaching and going at 75% of their potential, more than 75%. Today, I am proud to say that the average speeds on DFC in both eastern and western are above 60. Whereas in the concurrent sections, it is touching about 30s. So we are double the speed which we are able to do. And there are days when I used to call up and tell Sanjay, my trains have come, please evacuate them faster, because a lot of trains, because earlier from Mundra port or Pipava port, it used to take about 2.5 to 3 days. Now the moment they touch Palanpur, we are able to run them within 9 hours. So we are able to bring them faster. We are putting pressure. CMLK terminal, Katwas, which used to operate about 12 rakes in a day, 12 trains in a day, is now usually handling about 18 to 20. And we are now putting pressure on customers saying that please improve your terminals. Second, we have also started some business development activities wherein for attracting the non-conventional traffic, this will be music to your ears, Sanjay, because you are part of, both your terminals are within DFC. Within DFC, we will be giving special discounts for attracting the non-conventional traffic, which has hitherto not been going. The first experiment has already been done. Rajasthan has been one of the mineral-rich states which has been sending a lot of minerals by road. So manufactured sand, which is going by road, they have already come. We are now giving a logistic solution to the people based on their cost of operation and what is the total cost of logistics. We will be giving a solution in such a way. It's a one-to-one solution for a customer wherein the logistics cost is supposed to be the optimum logistics cost. We are tailor-making these costs and giving it to them. And we are operating at our, we have the unique situation wherein DFC's operating costs are almost significantly less. So we will be using that advantage to leveraging that advantage in developing certain cost structure for the customers and giving them ideal logistics solutions. So I think that answers many of your questions. What new things is, yes, we have a capacity of maximum 120 trains each way. Today, we are only running about 30 trains each way. So what we can do is, how do we capture? So we have devised a situation wherein we are now going to invite people to start small consignments. We will be able to, that is where we are talking about developing the supply chains, first mile service providers and the last mile service providers, so that the aggregation can happen in any of our stations. Each station can be an economic activity center. So we don't mind running a train with 5 wagons. That will significantly reduce the packet size which customers can offer. If we are keeping it packet size of 2000 tons, it's only going for the large customers or the large aggregators. Now we are ready to operate. The concept is that we will be going from the traditional tariff of the Indian Railways, which has been a class bound, different classes. We will be going into a class neutral. That's the migration which we are proposing. Class neutral tariff, wherein I will charge for my track access. So like NHAI model, you bring your train, bring your wagons, run the train, pay the toll. That's the model which we are trying to bring in. So that is going to be the future, Sanjay. I think many of the people who are private operators who are coming forward, this is going to be the thing. The other thing is that, yes, wagons, people are interested in bringing new wagons. Now, Railways has already devised a new wagon design policy. So new wagons can be brought in and we are ready to do that experiment. Fourth, for people who are ready to do businesses, the innovative policy of Indian Railways we have adopted. We have already given encouragement to the startups which have come up. In fact, we have signed an MOU with the Indian Institute of Science, which is promoting many of the startups. The first idea, in fact, Sanjay Swarup's backyard, I am starting that business, endeavor of cloud signaling. We are bringing in one of the startups of IASC to ensure that signaling will be done in the most modern thing. The cost of establishing traditional signaling is coming to about 10 crores, then it is coming down to about 5.5 crores. So there is a significant reduction in that estimates without compromising on safety. So this is again, we have adopted, we have encouraged that company startup to come and do this. We have also started one machine vision inspection system, traditionally being done by the MNCs. We have now called IASC to develop it. So IASC is doing it near Aligarh. It is already pilot project has started. So there are opportunities for people to just bring in whatever innovative ideas they have. And this can be the field where we can allow that, and we are ready to do it. So.
Thanks, Mr. Nanduri, for your opening comments. I would like to invite questions from the audience now. Please. Sir.
Well, sir, my name is Vimal Baklu. Actually, you know, sustainability is one of the sustainable development, one of the major theme of today's discussion. Here, for this dedicated freight corridors, are you planning to use hydrogen fuel-based, you know, because in the morning there was a mention by Mr. Singh that we are going completely electric. But the challenge with electric also is that it's the coal stations which produce that electricity. So it's not really sustainable in the real sense. What are we doing in this direction?
Let's take that question. Basically, this eastern sector has been traditionally electrified, but western sector has been diesel driven. Now, completely this western sector is going to be electrified, including up to Mundra and Pipavav ports and all these ports. So first step in going green is the conversion, elimination of diesel. Let me tell you, in the last 2 years, there is a 30% reduction in the consumption of diesel ever since it has started. So the first footprints have already started. Second, the development of hydrogen fuel cells, everything is going to be done by the Indian Railways. As I said, DFC is going to be the platform on which trains will run. Which trains will run will be decided by the Indian Railways. Indian Railways is already doing that development of alternative fuels and hydrogen technology, all this. So that's going to come. But what DFC is now looking at is developing certain alternative energies. As you are aware, DFC has got huge land bank. So somebody raised that topic in the morning, that what are you going to do with surplus land or unused tracks and all that. We have requested, we had 2-3 sessions of interaction with the stakeholders. We wanted the solar system to be developed and that energy to be plowed back into Indian Railway system, which would, in fact, we got a preliminary estimate of we call it right of way, or ROW, which we call the land beyond, by the side of the tracks and within the station sections. We have explored the extent of land which is available. If we only take the boundary walls and put the solar panels there, we will be getting 166 megawatts. That is a small estimate. But then if we exploit the entire land patches which we have, and somebody can come out with a linear system of project, we have seen that is the estimate given by SECI and NTPC and these BHEL who have been interacting now, that is in advanced state. We can develop about 800 megawatts of power, which will be able to entirely take care of the Indian Railways. Indian Railways, I'm not talking about only DFC. That will be this is what we have planned and this is what we are doing now. It may take 2-3 years before this project can come through, and then we will see the light out. That is the future. Hydrogen ion, hydrogen fuel and other alternative fuels, because that will become part of Indian Railways initiative. What DFC can do, I can tell you this.
Hello, yeah, I am Pradeep Kumar, former member Railway Board. I'm very happy to hear about the latest status of the DFC project, and I hope that, as you told, that it will come through sooner than later. I was very glad to hear this cloud signaling. You just told that you are doing cloud signaling in collaboration with IISc startup. I would just like to know that what is which station you are taking up and what is the current status. I think it's a very innovative thing, because it brings down your cost and your maintenance, and it is very difficult for railways to adopt it. But in DFC project, where there are only goods trains, it's very easy, I think, to adopt it. Thank you.
Sir, this is where I have exploited my batchmates' generosity. Container Corporation has asked DFC to develop the Kathuwas terminal and also the signaling system, Kathuwas as well as Swarupganj. And that because of the MNC's association, the estimates have shot up. So in these 2 stations, we are doing that on an experimental basis. Of course, we have seen that in operation, it has been done in Jindal plant in Tornagallu, but in a limited way. Now that startup has put to us, then we have agreed to do it on these 2 stations. But hereafter, we are recommending to all those sidings, private freight terminals which are coming up with us, we have recommended that they should go with this project. And that will be what we will be recommending. And then once it becomes this thing successful, we are recommending that it should be adopted on the main line also, because we have seen this project. Yes.
Sir, I am Sandeep Agarwal and Industry Chair of PhD Chamber of Commerce. Sir, I'm also Chairman of Telecom Export Promotion Council of India. We are actually requesting the government to allow CSR to be used to provide broadband, mobile broadband services or along the railway tracks to the general public. This could be a game changer for the rural areas where the paying power is very low and most of the students are not able to afford the broadband connectivity. And therefore, if CSR is allowed, I believe many companies working with railways or otherwise would be ready. And we want that DFCC and Concur and all organizations related to railways bring it forward to the government that this would be an extremely good idea. And I believe because, internet has to be provided along the railway tracks for the purpose of railway usage. So therefore, the cost of providing this on CSR will also be very low.
I didn't catch, what do you want from CSR?
Well, if the government allows CSR to be used for the purpose of providing free broadband to people. Today, it is not allowed. So that's what we are asking. From the government, we need your support. And the benefit is because the internet cable, the optical fiber cable and the internet connectivity is all is available or will be available along the complete routes. So there is nothing more to be done. And then obviously towers will also be there for providing internet services inside the railways, inside the rails. So this is what, that is what we are saying.
I agree with you.
Anyway, another
I
point.
agree with you. There is only one thing.
Yeah.
As a construction company, I don't have any CSR being done. I will only leave it to my big brother, the rich corporation.
सर आपसे भी CSR लेंगे जब जरूरत पड़ेगी आप भी CSR देंगे मगर अभी मैं सिर्फ आपके लिए नहीं कह रहा. It is for the general industry, everybody. Every company will be able to do that, and even us, we will all, there is add to it available some these things that can be worked out. But as CSR without ads, this can also be a possibility. And well, another thing we wanted to discuss was this barricading of the routes because we are going for high-speed rails. I believe all these DFCC routes are barricaded properly. And then if you put the solar panels, as you rightly said, along with them, there could be tenders actually coming out from you, giving out to the public. And as our dear friend here said about the hydrogen thing, so there could be, this solar power which is produced because it will be produced only for few hours. So basically that can be converted into either stored energy or stored energy through hydrogen or other things, which can be used for the railways. So these are future possibilities, and it is not necessarily that DFCC or the railways or the other authorities are using the money from their own resources. This could be given out to public, and tenders could be taken out. There's an immense possibility there, I believe. Main thing is about the utility ducts. Now, when we are, NHAI has started putting utility ducts. Are you putting, sir, utility ducts along your DFCC routes to provide to gas, power, telecom operators, so that they are able to, easily pull and push their cables or gas pipelines through them? So cost is very, very low when you provide those utility
Now
ducts.
government has streamlined it. Yesterday's announcement has come that one-time charges only will be collected, and that ease of doing this is there with DFC. We have already got the provision of most of the cases, I think every 1 kilometer. And the gentleman who has just come, he is the architect of that entire structures which have come.
अभी
So I
इनसे भी
think-
पूछ लेंगे सर. सर, but डालेंगे डक डालेंगे ना अब आप ये नहीं डालेंगे.
पहले
First
नहीं
चलिए.
डाला हुआ है, but
नहीं
every
डालेंगे.
1 kilometer we have some sort of a situation where RUB or some sort of flood, this thing is available, some opening or other is available. We can definitely see that those areas we can definitely allow for crossing of these outlets. Any of the crossings, we can definitely put one pipe and allow it to happen.
चलिए सर इसको और अच्छे से डिस्कस करेंगे, but
Yeah, please.
this is required.
Yeah.
I would like to invite questions from the back side and this side.
Sir,
I
can
see
I-
a lot of students sitting there.
Can I ask one question if you don't mind?
Yeah, please.
My name is Yogendra Tomar. I am from Arun Aviation. We are service provider to railways and also to the airports. So I like to understand about this. You are writing here that multimodal cargo terminal policy. So I like to understand a little more about it, because how will you have stakeholders there and how will it function? Because there are so many stakeholders in that, sir. Multimodal like train, road, air, how will it work? Thank you, sir.
Yeah. See, basically, when we are talking about multimodal cargo terminals, multimodal has been defined in a very generous way. We have right now road and rail, and we have added where it can go in a containerized form. These are the three. Only nearer to the port, the shipments and these things can happen. Now, there is another dimension being added nearer to the major airports and even to the nearer to the smaller airports also. So wherever NHA coordination is happening with us, we have been designing that whichever logistics park is coming up should have connectivity with both rail interface as well as railway siding connectivity, which will be giving certain advantages. And then from there, what DFC has been contemplating is in all such places, we are ready to operate on a timetabled basis, on a scheduled basis, evacuation of the consignments. Now, the consignment biggest problem has always been the packet size. You have to give me a train load. I'm only coming out with this policy that we will not put the train load concept. Whatever you can offer at that period of time, at that scheduled time, we will take it off. So that will give you a certainty of service, particularly in the multimodal cargo terminals. Now, Gati Shakti cargo terminal policy has already been announced by the Ministry of Railways, which we have adopted. It has given a lot of benefits for people, exploiting partly my land, and that is railways land, and partly the private land, how it can be given. Land licensing, I think all of you have seen, for anybody coming new, now it is going to be 1.5% against earlier 6%. So there is a significant reduction in logistics establishment cost. So that sort of initiatives are coming. Both. For international, there is the ICD concept. So, that also we have liaised with the customs department.
Yeah.
They have said that initially red zone, green zone, even in the red zone, wherever necessity is arising, they are examining case by case and giving permissions.
Yeah. So in this thing, in a multimodal transport, we have to also see the documentation. Once the document is issued, it should be valid for domestic, for international, for seaport, for by sea, by air, by everywhere. It should be valid. So
Yes.
that documentation does not exist, I think, at the moment. So we'll have to work on that.
Now I got it. You are talking about the multimodal transport operator.
Exactly.
Who is authorized to issue the document, even if it goes to the goes outside our country.
Yeah. Like like at the airport, the cargo is cleared to go to USA. Now the ship is already gone from Bombay. Now it has to connect to ship to in Dubai. So now there is a shipping bill issued or the document issued in Delhi to Dubai, Dubai to New York. Now how do we connect this? How do we clear it? Because it's multimodal transport involved in this.
See, in India, actually, at present, a single document is not issued. And shipping lines are, now for exports also. Initially, they were doing it for imports, but now for exports also, they are issuing a document. They are making the payment at ICD itself. And even they are making payment from for last mile also, from shippers' premises up to the ICD. that is by road, from ICD by train up to the port, and from port to foreign destination by ocean. So everything is being taken care of by a single entity, which is maybe a shipping line or NVOCC, any forwarder. They are doing it, but they are not issuing a single document. But the customer has to deal with only one party, which is taking care of everything. So that is being done now. Yeah.
Party is okay, but maybe in future we'll have to work also on this.
Maybe in
That we have
future,
to
yeah.
one
Future
single
it-
document
Future,
works.
it is possible that in single document will be issued
Yeah.
from shipper's factory up to the foreign destination. At present, single document is not being issued.
At the moment, it's not.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Arunesh. I am from Jindal Steel and Power. Congratulations to DFCC for faster execution and development of world-class infrastructure, transport infrastructure, which ultimately we are also one of the users being a steel industry. One thing is that we are also proud to in contributing to this kind of journey, wherein we have supplied the rails, track rails to DFCC. But we are also sad in terms of that some of the JICA funded projects, we were deprived of supplying the track rails, which we wanted to actually. That's number one. Number two is that we would request you and encourage that we should employ 260-meter rails panels instead of 18 and 25 in the interest of Gati Shakti, which Prime Minister has envisioned. And the reason is that it will go from Delhi to Kolkata. There will be hundreds of the speed caution there because of several joints and all. And we believe that the factory welded panels is always better than the side welded one. So I'll request for your comments on this, sir. Thank you.
Let me tell you, the DFC, we have opened with 0 cautions. Our track is fit at 100, and even now it is fit at 100. There are no caution orders. So that is a first thing I wanted to clarify. That is the USP which we have been maintaining. I am proud of the track structure which we have created. Regarding the purchasal of rails and all that, this is already done. So as of now, we have already provided for the rails and all that. When the rail renewal comes up, that time, yes, there will be decision. Anyway, government is giving for emphasis for the Make in India. So that time it will be definitely taken care of by Indian Railways and by DFCCI.
Yes, sir. I agree with you. Whatever that was a bilateral decision by Government of India. So we would request for any future DFCC projects. We would ask and request.
Already
that-
government has
Yeah.
given that Make in India to be given preference.
Many thanks, sir. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
I'm Sandeep Sinha from Corkil Solutions. So we are, since this is a discussion and we are discussing certain things, it's just some food for thought. And because we don't get opportunities to meet DFC officials, top officials quite often. And this was the basic problem also, because you see, you were speaking about that Mr. Jan has gone today to Maharashtra, and facing some government red tapeism or something, whatever the thing is. And you were also talking about the supply chains. So the basic problem is that your own officials are not available for discussions. We have been trying for years together, jab se aap aaye hain isme. And somehow, using all my contacts and all, if I was able to meet an official over there, the approach was bakiye or jaiye. And this is what I have been
I'm sorry.
going through.
I'm sorry. I regret to announce you. Anybody who has given a call was never refused any. And my room is always open.
No, I'm
If
not
you-
talking about, sir, I'm not talking
anybody-
about you, sir.
No, including my colleague directors, including my MD, I can stand by that side and tell you, none of us will refuse any audience for anybody. Please walk in, evening preferably after 5 o'clock, then we'll be slightly in a peaceful mode where we'll be attending to our this thing. So please walk in.
I
and
hope-
come out with whatever ideas you have.
I
Or
hope that-
otherwise you drop in a mail.
Because this is the only department which we
Otherwise,
face the
drop in a
problems.
mail.
No, we have been doing everything, sir. We are working with the Indian Railways for quite some time now. And I mean, I'm bringing to your kind notice
No,
a real problem.
I'm telling
It's
you
totally
from
up to you whether you take me seriously or you
I'm
don't.
taking you very
And don't take
seriously.
me otherwise, sir.
No,
I mean,
no,
I'm
no.
not
I'm trying to
criticizing
tell
anything.
you,
Just
my
wanted to bring it.
email
Well,
ID.
it's
you
good
can
that
take.
you have given this feedback.
Yeah,
to the
just that.
chamber.
I mean, because this is nothing
Definitely we
to
will.
do with, I mean, I'm
No,
not
we have
complaining.
Maybe you had some bad experience with a person who may be very busy or something, but
Very
definitely
sad
now,
experience, sir. Very sad
So
experience, sir.
can
We
take
are
this
also listening.
offline.
no, definitely we will.
We can take
We
this
can meet
offline.
later and
And
discuss.
at PhD, we can vouch that Nanduri sir has never said no
No,
to us for anything.
I'm not discussing
So-
about Mr.
Next-
Nanduri
next
because,
time.
yeah.
Thank you.
that's-
Can we continue the questions? We can take one or two more. Is there any relevant questions?
Yeah, good morning, sir. A long time back, there was a discussion on a DFC complex somewhere in NCR, which was supposed to come up and which will also have one skill sort of a university which will take care and impart skills to people on supply chain and logistics. And with all these new terms of new wagon design policy and the freight momentum coming and multimodal logistics now coming in, so it does dream or plan still alive, and can we see that coming up on sometime in the future?
You said correctly, it was a dream to start one heavy haul institute. We are still making it. Basically, our corporate office is in the making in sector 146 of Noida. We hope to commission it and move into that by end of this financial year. By the side of it, we have already created one heavy haul institute. We are first using it for training our own people about heavy haul, because we are slightly different from Indian Railways in the sense the biggest problem which we are facing is in the vision of the people about somebody running a train at 90 plus kilometers. So there are safety violations which take place. There are issues, driver's attention, and what sort of roles. So this training part we are first concentrating. So the machinery associated with the heavy haul and the designs and the skill development for outsiders will happen in due course of time. That dream is still alive and it is coming true.
Yeah, Mr. Srinivasan, recently Minister said, if roads can be used for private vehicle, why not to use track for a private train also? So that way, to what extent is going on?
Sir, Indian Railways has already adopted policies of special freight train operators, there are so many private container operators who are already functional. But the hauling is being done by Indian Railways. Operator has been only Indian Railways. But there are stocks owned by the private operators. The policy of allowing the multi-operators into the segments will happen. It will happen maybe in the next 2 years.
No, I'm talking of track being used by private.
That's what I'm saying now. Private train operator will come. Like we have already got people who are operating, like Sanjay, the Container Corporation has so many rakes which are being hauled by Indian Railways today. The day he is told that you can come out with your own thing and you operate and you pay, this is again one step further wherein we are looking at liberalizing from the tariff policy, all those things wherein I'll charge based on the access, the toll. That time he will be first person to come out with his own locomotives. He has already got locomotives with him.
We already purchased 50 shunting locomotives for shunting in our yards throughout on pan-India basis. So that is going to help reduce the detention availability of more stock. That already we have started it.
So if he's allowed to take those trains on the main line and go at reduced rate, then that will start off. So we are already poised for it. Dedicated freight corridor is in the first way of making a separate highway for the freight. What further advances can happen in the freight operations will happen through DFC. Okay.
So earlier railway, they had one policy. You see, a lot of rags comes from coal mines to other country. So while taking back, some places they used to carry, some stuffs which are available there, like, soya, if it is available, it has to go back to Calcutta, somewhere nearby. They used to give us some special tariff. But now they have removed that tariff. So we want that it should be restarted because
They
it
have
helps
not removed.
farmers.
They have not removed.
It helps farmers, sir.
No, it has not been removed. It is only slightly reduced. There are empty flows defined. As the country develops, the activity centers are developed, various movements do take place, the subsidy part will come down and ultimately the logistics solution will be finding its own way. See, we have to become competitive, so we have become competitive in many ways. To promote initially, empty flow directions have been given certain benefits, right? Empty flow direction even now has a benefit. It is still under operation. Earlier, it used to be about 30-35%. It has come down to 15%. So it is there. And wherever you look at it, there is some advantage being driven or some advantage being lost. Please come forward, give us the suggestions. We will examine and give you that whatever benefits need to be given. It is not only from DFC, but from Indian Railways, because we work in close hand in hand. And in fact, he is also part of the Indian Railways family. So we all work as far as the rating structure is concerned. The idea is that we should arrive at a most optimal logistics solution.
Thank you so much, sir. And we'll request you to share your recommendations with us so we can share it forward with both DFCC and Concord. And may we have a big round of applause for our eminent panelists here. It's been quite an enlightening chat, and we look forward to having more. So as a thank you from our side, may I request Mr. Ranjan Dhingra to please present a memento to Mr. Nanduri Srinivas, Director Ops and BD, Dedicated Freight Corridor, and may we have a big round of applause going, please. They've all put their meetings on hold to be a part of our program, and we're grateful for that. To Mr. Sanjay Swarup, Director, International Marketing and Operations, Concord. And we look forward to more Make in India initiatives from their side. May I request the panelists to please come on in the front for a group photograph? And a big round of applause again. Thank you so much. Now we move into a very, very intellectual discussion, which is the smart rail infrastructure, new developments and modernization in rolling stock, trains and stations. And we have some stalwarts from the industry who are making revolutionary changes to this ecosystem. So may I request the panelists for this session, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Loya, Senior Advisor, Rail and Urban Mobility, World Bank, and former MD and CEO, Indian Railway Station Development Corporation, to please join us on the dais. Mr. Preetham Ganguly, Commercial Business Leader, Head, Mergers and Acquisitions, Favely Transport and Waptec Group. Mr. Mangal Dev, Head, Hitachi Rail Systems India and South Asia Director, Hitachi India Private Limited. And Mr. Harsh Dhingra, Management Consultant, Rail and Metro, and the former Chief Country Representative and Director, Management Board, Bombardier Transportation. So all your new questions about the new trains, the new technology, and all will all be answered by these stalwarts. Can we have a big round of applause for the panelists, please?
Can we start, Bhavna?
Yes, all yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Based on the, I think, engagement we had in the last session with a lot of questions asked by the audience. So my request would be that in this panel discussion, what we are going to have, the experts who are there, basically, I'm requesting them to speak only for 5 to 7 minutes. And then we will open this discussion for the forum to raise the questions, because I think we are already running late on the program. And to start with, I think the first question that comes to my mind is the first photograph which we have seen in the first session today about the New Delhi railway station. We have Mr. Sanjeev Lohia with us, and who has been conceptualizing this concept of new station development. So I will request Sanjeev Lohia to share with us his views on the current status of the station development in India, and what is that he see in the next 5 years from now. Mr. Sanjeev.
Thank you, Mr. Harsh. Many of you must have already seen the inaugurated stations of Rani Kamlapati, erstwhile Habibganj, Bhopal, and the Gandhinagar railway station, and also the Vishwesvaraya station of Bangalore. So when the whole station development program was conceived many years ago, and when we were trying to bid out, people were quite skeptical whether India can have these kind of stations or not. I think the success of those projects, doing the work in the brownfield area, has given the confidence that yes, it can be done. It can be done in PPP mode, which was in the Rani Kamlapati station. It can be done in EPC mode, which was in case of Gandhinagar. We built the first structure, a 5-star hotel above the tracks in the Gandhinagar railway station in the country, and one of the very few in the whole world. So with that, I think the doubts are clear that yes, it can be done. But when this entire station development program was being scaled up, initially the thinking was that entire thing would be done on PPP, and we had interactions with the industry, and they were not very sure of the PPP route in railways, because there were not too many examples of such PPPs. There was a lot of dependence on the real estate funding, because there was no concept of user charges at that time, which was approved, as in case of Rani Kamlapati. So people were, in fact, asking that let the government of India put its skin in the game, let certain stations be taken up on EPC route with the funding from the government, and the risk removed from the private sector. So I think there was a lot of internal debate going on, and finally the government has decided that presently about 50 to 60 stations are now being taken up on EPC route with the government funding route. In fact, even New Delhi station, which you saw the images in the morning, so that is also being planned now on EPC route, the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus, Ahmedabad. About 28 tenders have already been awarded, and the work has been started at some of these stations on EPC route. Other about 23 stations, they are in various stages of tendering. So overall, I would say it's a good initiative by the government of putting its skin in the game and reducing the kind of risk which the private sector would have in a brownfield station, because making a redeveloped station in a running station is very, very complicated, and far more complicated than airport. In airport, normally you are building a new building on the side. Very rarely you are doing the renovation in the same building when the passengers are on, the flights are on. In fact, the runway and the building in case of airports, they are quite, I would say, segregated. Whereas in case of railways, I used to tell the developers, niche maut, upar maut, because 25 kV above and track below. And when you are working and on the sides also. So if one wrong step by you, and then you can be derailed. So safety is of paramount importance. So with that, I think the kind of initiative which has been taken by the government of putting its skin, the National Rail Plan also envisages about a total of investment of about 80,000 crores over next 10 years, 60,000 crores up to 2031 and around 20,000 crores. So that includes passenger terminus as well as the freight terminus. And recently, the government of India has also approved the Gati Shakti policy, in which 300 freight terminals would also be developed. So at present, I am not concentrating on the freight terminals. The earlier session was concentrating on that. So there are a number of other initiatives which are possible with the station being developed on EPC. We had another vertical which was started, was integrated facility management, so that the stations can be managed through one single private entity in terms of, because railway station is very different from any other building. It's like a city center rail mall. So the concept of running the station, the core activities are different, and this non-core activity is very different, because here passenger facilitation, the commercial exploitation of the whatever is the available area, what kind of passenger amenities can be there, how can it be well integrated with the train journey, so that this is the gateway to the station. One person had also asked, how are you trying to compete with the airlines, etc. So railway station is the first gateway. It is gateway to the city, it is gateway to the railway. So it is important for both. So there are a lot of opportunities available there, and I'm sure the government would be taking up these stations rather than waiting for completion of these stations. They must have the operator, in my view, right now, so that while doing the construction, the maintenance and commercialization aspects are also taken into account, so that ultimate end result to the passenger is something which is desirable. So with that, I'll like to stop, and we'll be open to questions.
Thank you, Sanjeev. So what we have seen is that we had a dream. In fact, Indian Railways and the public also had a dream. Now we are able to see the dream in the form of a vision with a photograph in the morning. And there has been a shift from PPP to EPC, which has happened in the station development. And similar shift we have also seen in the procurement of the rolling stock by Indian Railways. It is not PPP, it has not gone to EPC, it has gone to mini PPP. Earlier, Indian Railways were thinking of procuring trains for operations for 35 years. Almost like 6,000 coaches were to be procured from the industry, and those coaches to be run in the form of a train in the private train operation requirement. There is a shift which has been seen. Now Indian Railways is saying we'll procure this 6,400 trains, where industry doesn't have to create the factory of their own. Indian Railways will provide the facilities and the factories, and the builder, the coach builder, whether loco builder or the train builder, have to set up the, have to manufacture these trains in their facilities. So there is a shift. Instead of direct requesting the industry to invest in the factories, they are requesting industry to invest in a technology and create that kind of a manufacturing setup. So which is a shift which is welcomed by the industry. From the capacity consideration, many players, international players, are interested to participate in this requirement of 6,000 plus coaches and 2,000 plus locomotives. And similarly, component suppliers are also gearing up the capacities to meet this kind of requirement. So in our panel, we have Mr. Pritam Ganguly, who is a component supplier for the coaches as for the locomotives. And I would like to ask Pritam that how he sees this as an opportunity for a component supplier, where we can supply this new kind of technology components to the rolling stock player and ultimately to Indian Railways. Pritam.
Yeah, thank you very much, Harsh. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a great opportunity to speak on this subject, and it's the right time. So I work for Waptec Corporation. The Favourite Transport is on the transit passenger side of the business, a part of the erstwhile Waptec group. We manufacture a large number of components for locomotives, as well as for the passenger coaches and the train sets, which Harsh mentioned. So before I take that, what I would like to say is these are extremely exciting times for the industry, because the growth opportunity is huge. In addition, this is also a very challenging time, because we need to execute whatever we are going to try to achieve in terms of business, to cost, and in time. And that would require tremendous collaboration in the model in which the projects have been announced between the private sector and the Indian Railways, in the very model that it's been announced. So while the ingredients are all right, and as Harsh rightly said, it's more of a mini PPP, the possibilities of it going through are far higher, because you have the skin in the game, both from Indian Railways and the private sector. The steps that we take to make us cost competitive, to introduce the global technologies at the right price points, are probably the key to succeeding in these kind of projects, and then aspiring to have these dreams that we saw into a reality in a finite frame of time. So how do suppliers like us view this opportunity is the question. So I'd like to divide this, let's say, into three parts, the answer. The first, of course, is how do we introduce global technologies? What are the latest technologies in these platforms of locomotives and train sets? Second, the importance of the Make in India initiative. And the third, of course, how the Vande Bharat platform can be a game changer for the country, for the industry, and for us all as a nation. So we'll first talk about the latest technologies that Wabtec offers for these rolling stock platforms. We are into brake system. We have already migrated more into computer controlled brakes from the pneumatic brakes. We are also into now developing jerk-free couplers, digital automatic couplers, okay, replacing the conventional couplers that you see to balance with the right energy absorption capacity that you need. We are into cab air conditioning systems, okay, which are highly energy efficient. Automatic doors for the semi-high speed trains are the latest technologies that are available with us as well. And then, of course, the new technology in pantographs, which is the high-reach pantograph technology that we've just developed for Indian Railways that will also spill over to the train sets. These are some of the larger products. Of course, there are a large number of other upgradations that are happening on the passenger information system side. So essentially towards passenger safety and comfort, these products will enhance not only the operational benefits, but also the passenger traveling in these coaches will experience something that is not done before. So in addition to these global technologies, what is important is to have them as much as possible localized in India, which means that we need to develop the right skill sets, look at India or develop India as a best cost sourcing, not only as a best cost sourcing, but also as a best cost engineering country. Engineering in Europe and sourcing from India is not always the most viable option in the long term. So what we are trying to do in Wabtec is to also look at engineering from India. We have built a 1,500 to 2,000 strong workforce in Bangalore in the Wabtec India Technology and Engineering Center that not only works for local projects in India, but also for global projects. This is how we are enhancing the skill sets in engineering. So it's also indirectly benefiting the organization to be cost competitive and have the highest level of skills that are necessary for these safety critical products. The Make in India has been a theme in Wabtec well before this initiative was announced. We've always tried to be thinking global and acting local as much as possible. So we've almost got 70 to 80% local content in all the products that I mentioned already in place. Of course, there will be newer technologies that we will have to do transfers of production technology localization for these projects, which we are well geared up to. So we are working very, very actively with the potential bidders at this point in time. And we are reasonably sure that we can be partners directly to these rolling stock manufacturers and indirectly, of course, to the Indian Railways, as this is a project that's not only stopping at supplies of equipment, it binds us to the entire life cycle of the locomotive or the train set, which means a 35-year life cycle post the warranties and supplies will go on, we know, for about 10, 12 years, which means it's half a century of marriage with the rolling stock builder and the Indian Railways. So it's something that we need to get it right well and get it right the first time. So the Make in India initiative is something that is a given in our books. The third topic is how we can make this train set opportunity really a game changer. So there we will need to be very competitive with the product offerings. We need to keep the best in class quality as well. And we should think bigger than the 400 train sets that we are talking of right now. So at Wabtec, what we are trying to think is it's 400 trains for India. And we hope that these tenders would get awarded. They would see competitive prices. They would see good participation. And the terms and conditions indeed are viable for the private sector to be interested in it. But in the longer term, I think there is a bigger opportunity for Indian Railways together, partnering with the private sector to see if we can export train sets out of this country. And that can be done at far more competitive rates if we are at the right quality, at the right comfort for people. That's probably a very, very big opportunity in the longer term as well. Then, we heard people, of course, all of us want to travel by rail, but for different reasons, we don't. Okay, speed, comfort, as well as sometimes, the urgency of doing things on time at the right time. So you need that routes profiles to be defined well so that we're able to travel from one place to the other in a short time and comfortably. So I'm sure, there'll be more travel by rail in the next 10 years that we've seen in the last 10 years. And what we fantasize, as Mr. Arun Singh rightly said in the morning, and dream about will soon become a reality if all of us work together as partners and have the right intent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pritam. Just to share with you the number perspective here, Indian Railways are thinking of placing contract worth 200,000 crores in the next 6 months' time for supply to be made in the next 10 years and the maintenance to be done in 35 years. And as per my guesstimate, there is an employment opportunity, almost 20,000 new people who will be employed by the rolling stock players or the IR factories or the component supplier. It's a great opportunity for the industry. And I think the new technologies what Peter has mentioned, especially on the speed, 160 kmph, 200 kmph, and also morning, some of the gentlemen are asking about aluminum car. Aluminum technology is also going to come through this way in the Indian market. So this is one of the best time for the people who are associated with the Indian rail industry to supply their components and bring the new technologies. Now I will shift my question to my friend Mangal Dev, expert in the rolling stock signaling and also the digital technologies. And his company Hitachi is doing wonderful work all over the world. So I would just like to ask Mangal what kind of technology he thinks that Hitachi can bring to India during this stage. Mangal.
Thank you, Harsh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you to PhD Chamber of Commerce to organize this face-to-face interaction. I think after a long time, we are able to see you physically here in the room. So far, this has been quite virtual, and I think the energy used to, lack a little bit, but today I think it's very exciting. And so is the Indian Railways. Indian Railways has suddenly, become very, very exciting. Not that India was, not geared up. You can already see the metros, the best of the trains operating on different metros. And I think each and every Indian now aspires that such trains are also there on the Indian Railways. And the Vande Bharat train, which is running at 160 to 180 kmph, I think has set, the expectation of the long distance traveler also. So Indian Railways is aspiring to multiply this kind of trains, but very mindfully thinking that it's not just one type of technology. So they want to bring a set of technologies. One is a completely distributed power system without having engines on the two ends. I mean, so far it's a loco haul train with the 24 coaches. That is what we see. And Vande Bharat is a complete train set. So there is no, you can't make out where is the engine. So it's all coaches which has distributed power. And this distributed power is based on the best and the latest technology, what we call as the regenerative traction system, which not only is very efficient in operation, but also converts the braking energy into electrical energy and reuse it. So therefore, energy, which is important parameter for the railway. Railway itself, decided to move to 100% electrification and get rid of the diesel and move to 100% electrification. I think it's a very welcome step in terms of sustainable railway with the target of 2030 and now the 2075 for the entire nation. And I think by making such choices of traction system, of distributed, or even having a push-pull train, where again it's a train set, but now you have a electric engine on both the ends, and it will move as a formation and providing the same level of comfort and energy efficiency and the cost of operation. The third one, of course, as Harsh, alluded to, is using the aluminum car body technology. Today, India and the metro showed the way of stainless steel car body, which uses spot welding. What you see in the automotive industry is all spot welded car bodies. And that technology, when brought to the Indian Railways, I think a big game changer, because this is lightweight. This is meets all the crash requirements, as well as the space that you can utilize for the passengers, as well as it's it's corrosion free, so you don't need to paint it. So if you see all the metros, majorly they are not having any painting, and therefore this is a great technology. And now Indian Railways is paving way for aluminum. Aluminum itself is very lightweight, but the supply chain or the value chain for aluminum is not yet developed in India. But we see that there are players in the industry who want to invest in the aluminum extrusions. And once these extrusions are there, then you need to have some specialized welding and specialized ways to make the car body. And those technologies will definitely come in. So this large number of takeoff that Indian Railways is promising, through 3 tenders, one for the pure distributed train, the second with the aluminum car body, and the third with the push-pull train, I think is going to bring not only a step change, big change in the traction system, in HVAC and the other brake system, which is already software controlled, but also in establishing a new generation of technologies in India. Now, India is not going to stop at that. I mean, there is an aspiration to go beyond 180 to 200 and 225 on the existing network. And also, very soon, you will also see the bullet train coming, between Mumbai and Ahmedabad. I think the work has already started in the infrastructure side and track linking. And the work on the rolling stock will also, commence. Right now, the specifications and the conditions of operations are getting finalized. Once this is there, you will see a total new change, new shift in the high-speed travel, which is going to be a very, very niche and very, very specific, and put India at a totally different orbit vis-a-vis the rest of the countries who have this high speed. So you will see that the metros are already very, very modern. And the Indian Railways is moving from the current to a futuristic train set of different technologies. And then the bullet train. I think this, create a new canvas for India, for the passengers, for the commuters, to travel. And this definitely is going to give a lot of competition to the airlines, in a kind of a medium distance travel, which is in the range of less than 500 kilometers. Obviously, beyond 500 kilometers, airlines are more effective, from door to door kind of calculation. But railways, as you know, is highly energy efficient, highly compact in terms of land use, and the way the volumes are huge. If you look at the overall the shape and size of India, which needs a huge network. Today, maybe Indian Railways is one of the largest globally, but I think India really need to grow in terms of linking different cities, capital cities and the metro cities with firstly with the Vande Bharat trains, and then eventually with the high-speed trains. So I think we are on a trajectory, to see that the technologies are playing their role, and the stakeholders are also, investing, and they're ready to. So we will see that, the question Harsh wanted to know is that what is contribution of Hitachi into this? So I think what I mentioned about two projects I will talk about, the trains in Mumbai Metro on line 2 and 7. We commissioned these line with Hitachi traction system and train control and management system, which is the latest state-of-the-art system, and energy efficiency of I would say the best class energy efficiency in Mumbai. Of course, we partnered with BML, and unfortunately, we could not use Pavely products, but we have other component suppliers, and this has been one of the best example, because this train is ready for grade of operation, which is called driverless and also unattended train operation using the latest state-of-the-art TCMS and the signaling system. And the next one that I talked about, of course, the DFC, where we are commissioning the Western DFC entirely with the entire range of signaling system, where again we will put the ETCS system as well as ground signaling. On top of that, we will also put a train management system, which is going to make sure that the timetabling will be there on the freight operation. So what we heard that, the freight trains are going to operate at 100 kmph and with a headway of around 10 minutes. So these signaling technology, together with, of course, the locomotives that are being made by in Madhepura and Marora, will haul these long and heavy haul trains. So I think there is a huge contribution that we are already making, and we are very keen to play a significant role with Make in India in the aspirations of Indian Railways.
Thank you, Member. I think from ODS perspective, I would say that you have heard about the suppliers, rolling stock suppliers, the component suppliers, and also the opportunities the EPC contractors have on the station development. So now I'm opening the forum open for discussions. Any question anybody has specific to anybody, you can ask the gentleman's name and they will try to respond to that. So please.
Well, thank you. It's very interesting to know how the transformation from the technology perspective is happening in railways. But again, I'll come to some fundamental points like sustainable development and sustainable goals. Like we have a railway station here in the heart of the city in Delhi. It's called Nizamuddin Railway Station. Recently, a guest from abroad, he came from Pune to Nizamuddin Station. And there were two challenges. One, he had some physical challenge. This is a big problem. There is no facility for people with the physical challenges. There are no ramps. And besides that, there are no lifts from the platforms up to the top. So then he had baggage. And for baggage from Pune to this place, he by first class AC, he paid some amount. And the porter was asking almost the same amount for taking the baggage out. And when we complained to the person from the railways who was standing there, we said, you sort out among yourselves. So this is what it gives us a bad name internationally. What exactly is being planned to sort of take care of these aspects? Thank you.
Sanjeev, you like to take that?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, let me admit, yes, there are challenges and they are not specific to India alone. Even if you travel in UK, the stations which are old stations, all of them, they are not disabled friendly. In fact, the infrastructure created should have been disabled friendly, but unfortunately, even after the act was enacted in 1995, even then the focus on making the infrastructure disabled friendly was not there. But all the new stations which are being now built, they are 100% disabled friendly. You can move from anywhere to anywhere. There are lifts, escalators, ramps, everything is there. So there will not be any challenge. Yes, it is a huge challenge in most of the railway stations. If you are suppose wheelchair bound to cross it, lifts at present are not there. It is the level crossing where your passengers goods on the trolley are to be carried. So on the same path, the person who is wheelchair bound is to be carried, but again, the wheelchair cannot cross the track. So there are issues. And those issues will be resolved fully only when these stations are redeveloped, because otherwise, whatever part-time solution, because many of the stations, ramps have been provided, but then the grade is not available. So there are challenges. Trying to retrofit the existing station, which has not been designed for being disabled friendly, even if some patchwork is done, it will not be entire structure. If you see the metro station disability audit is done, so that you are sitting from your parking, if you are going, so entire place, whether it is You may have disability of walking, you might have disability of hearing, you might have disability of vision. So all these disabilities, how exactly you should be able to navigate. So that is what is to be seen right at the stage of planning. Retrofitment always is difficult.
Sir, good afternoon. This is Yogendra Tomar again here. I just wanted to ask about this station development coming up. We saw just now a model here about Delhi NDLS here. So how long will it take? When it will start? And what is happening about that? One question. Another one is this rail ticketing for the future. What exactly is that, sir? Thank you.
Question I couldn't understand.
Rail ticketing for the future.
Rate.
Rail.
Rail ticketing.
Yeah, what exactly is that? I didn't understand that, sir.
Take rail ticketing.
So I think the rail ticketing is a very interesting subject. I mean, what you see on Indian Railways, the majority of is a ticket reservation, seat reservation system. I think, Chris and Indian Railways have, come a long way, from you had to stand in the queues and, get your seat reserved. Today, you can do it from your iPhones sitting in your office or in home. So I think there's a huge change. So we must appreciate that, we have come a long way. Second, the ticketing that you see on the metro system. So there is a complete fare collection system where you have the gates, and before that you could have a token, or you could have a credit card or a pass that you can use. So this is, I think, quite the state of the art already. What is required in the future is to have a seamless ticketing across different modes of travel. So that is what the industry is focusing on. That is what the operators are focusing on, to have a seamless. So you define your travel from point A to point B. Maybe you have to use multiple systems, metro, Indian Railways, let's say another mode of transport, bus or taxi. So how can you plan your travel, and how can you pay seamlessly without having to stand in queue or buy different modes of tickets and travel? So that is the future, and I think work is being done to conceive and to have at least 1 or 2 pilots in India in this direction. So Delhi Metro is going to make, because they're the largest metro network, and they want to upgrade the ticketing system of all the lines into one common ticketing system. Today it is different for different lines. As far as the internal fare calculation and fare collection is concerned. So I think very soon we will see, within a year or two, this will be a complete seamless, and it will also be connected with Noida as well as with Gurgaon. And we will, of course, in short while see this connection, then getting connected to the Indian Railways, which is more of a seat reservation system. So I think there's a lot of work which is happening in that. So I just
like at the airport, they are having a face detection. You go to the airport and then you detect your face, and then you can go inside till the boarding.
So there are many technologies. There are many technologies. It is not just about buying the ticket. It is also to do with how will you pay, different modes of payment, cash, credit card, or just a wallet, or whatever way. So a lot of work is happening on different ways of how to help you in designing your travel, how to make it multimodal, seamless, how to make sure the payments and ticket is seamless. So there are many aspects of it.
Yeah, actually good that actually coming up, and then I'm sure that if I thought I had, तो इसका मतलब ये होएगा आगे in future. And
let me just supplement here. A national common mobility card has already been conceived. The specification have been approved. Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated that in March 2019. Now different agencies, they have to adopt it. So NPCI is already, they have made the complete clearinghouse, etc., etc. So the work is on. As different agencies, what happens is you get locked to certain system. So then moving to unlock it and getting onto the new technology becomes a bit difficult, and then a bit of education also. So that work is on. As far as cities are concerned, a unified metropolitan transport authority is being set up, where they have all these agencies talk to each other, and fare integration is one mode. So in fact, paying fare by one medium, and then you as a passenger, you should be able to plan that if I am going from place A to place B using 2 different modes. So depending upon the total distance level, you should be charged. So that is second level of fare integration. So that all is in the planning. I would say some steps have already been done. The NCMC was conceived way back in 2009, but it took some time to get materialized. So that is on. You had asked about the stations as to when they will be constructed. So wherever the contracts have been awarded, their date of completion is varying from 2.5 to 3 years. New Delhi type of station, they will take about 4 to 5 years to complete. They are quite complicated. New Delhi would cost about 5,000 crores or so. And constructing in a busy station like New Delhi, yes, there are a number of challenges. And when you are comparing airports to railways, you must always remember railways is 100 times number of passengers is higher. The safety dealing, as I mentioned right in the beginning, in railways is much more complicated than airways, which is normally not the perception. See, in trains, from the time the wheel starts moving to the time the wheel stops, it is a continuous interplay of various systems, including the person in the village, his fight with somebody. He will come, sit on the track, or he can damage the track, or the cattle can come on the track. So in India at present, it is a continuous interplay of so many systems. Aircraft, once it takes off, the black box will show in case some accident happens. But here, deciphering after the accident is a very complicated thing. So safety in railways is far more complicated as compared to airports. The number of passengers is more. So whenever you are dealing with any technology implementation in railways, so you have to be slightly more cautious in terms of the time which is taken to implement.
And besides this, anything about the parcel business at the station, sir? Because that is coming up, and we have seen it there.
Yes, so parcel business also, whenever redeveloped stations are being planned, so parcel business, how exactly the parcels will be handled, so that is being planned. Railways is also thinking of running, instead of combining parcels with the passenger trains, running separate parcel trains also. Having parcels being handled at a slightly different place than the place where the passengers are there, so that the mess which we see at the station with the parcels and passengers both trying to share the same space, so that constraint is removed. So all that is being planned as part of whatever redeveloped stations are there.
So with the SLRs will be there with the new stations, like, SLR, there is a cargo goes on SLR's front and back side of the train, so they're loading it.
See, the design of station and the train operation and the train composition, so all that will have to be worked simultaneously as when we move to the new regime.
I'm sure.
Can we have a question for somebody else? You can discuss during your lunchtime then. Some more questions?
Good afternoon. This is Jay Gopal from Hindalco Industries. Mr. Dev raised that question of the facility for extrusions not available in the country. Am I audible? Yeah. So it was actually last decade or more, it was a question of egg first or chicken first, actually. So whether the market will really happen for us or the product has to happen. In fact, even during the Kanjarapara project, which was about to happen a number of years back, we were very keen. We were trying to tie up with quite a few European companies and then put up the facility for the large width extrusion in aluminium. And we are happy that now it's a time has come. And so we are very keen actually to put up the ecosystem for the aluminium car body. And as far as the preparedness is concerned, we are already in dialogue with quite a few European extruders to have the technology tie up. And then the other thing is it's not a major problem for us because basically the market certainty and some sort of underwriting that this is possible. So we are there as far as this aluminum car body is concerned. And for high speed, one will know that beyond 200 km per hour, aluminum is the real necessary material actually. Okay, 160, 200 can be managed, but about 200 and above, this becomes a key factor that we have a safer, faster and a greener material. So safety, I think somebody spoke about safety also. Aluminum actually is 2.5 times absorb the energy when the crash happens. In fact, we can even design the section in such a way that the crash happens the way we want. You can even have the energy, absorption areas within the section. So extrusion is within aluminum, the extruded product is a real blessing actually, which is there. And that world over semi-high speed and high speed train, world over basically the developed countries, Europe, Japan, even US, almost 60 to 80% of the population of the train is in aluminium. And this population is only going to grow because the replacement is happening with aluminium. So we are very keen that this has to happen in India. And there are a lot of dreams are there in the country, like morning I was saying that Rome to Milan, people travel in 3.5 hours. Friday night they go, and then, again, Monday morning they're back. In our country also, we stay in different cosmopolitan cities, and we are not able to go and meet our parents, that often. And the competition with air was also mentioned. And recently we were told that in Europe, actually, there are more focus on the high-speed trains to compete with air, and basically for the energy efficient way of operating.
So my friend, it's an interesting time for you for the investment that you're going to make for the aluminum, because minimum 3,200 coaches are aluminum, and this can go to 6,400 coaches to be supplied in 8 to 10 years. So interesting time for you as aluminum industry.
We also hope that first 200 happens to be aluminum.
It will happen. Don't worry. The way things
So
are
that's
cooking,
it.
it is going to happen. That's
Yeah.
why I'm saying get
And
ready
we
for
also
6,400 coaches and create that facilities in India, because aluminum today we don't have the institution facilities, including the car body, welding and all those things. Create that facilities, and this volume will justify the kind of investment that is required in that.
We are really looking for that for almost 15 years or so, and the time has come.
So now it's a reality.
Yeah, it's reality. So it's good for the, from the softer side also, people have a better facility to travel actually.
Yeah, Mr. Sanjeev Lohia.
If I may just add, there's also a big opportunity in the metro sector where, it's open. The specifications are open. You can have an aluminum car body for the metro cars as well.
Yeah, that's already two lines are with aluminum. Only thing it has been imported. The Pune one now.
It was being important because there was no car
Yeah,
body material available in India. So once this factory is set up, you will be able to supply for the aluminum car body for metro.
Yes. We are keen for the section as well as value added.
We'll take it offline, sir.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Lohia, just I want to bring to your kind notice the facility of at the railway station platform, particularly tap water is very difficult to take. The rotation system is not proper. Second thing is, recently one of friend visited from abroad, used a toilet, and he was asked to pay for a GST for a loo.
GST is not imposed by Indian Railways. So GST is a business of Ministry of Finance. So I would not be able to comment on that. As far as taps are concerned, yes, if you go and see the taps which have been installed at Rani Kamalapati, so yes, the taps are different so that you don't have the problem of rotation, etc.
Okay, I think since we are getting late, just 1 minute closing remark for my colleagues here. Mangal, before we end the session.
I think what we said is that these are interesting times, not only for Indian Railways, who's the major customer, but the industry. And I think I believe that we are going to have a new picture of India in the next 5 to 10 years. Within, I would say, the 2047, we will have a new India.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think Mangal said it all, and that's how we would like to end. We want to be very, very optimistic all together. Okay, the Indian Railways, the suppliers, the rolling stock car manufacturers, the technology providers, the service providers, we all need to remain optimistic to really realize the picture that we've seen on the screen that should be a reality in the next 5 years. So let's all put together our heads to make that happen. Thank you.
I would only say one thing which I forgot to mention in the beginning. When all these stations are being taken up, we had also taken up one more activity to do modularization so that every time we don't have to invest the wheel, and a lot of prefabrication can be done. So there's a lot of scope for the prefabricated industry in the steel industry, so that all those modules can be prepared in terms of whether it is the station roof, whether it is the platform cover, whether it is the concourse which is being created, whether it is the end blocks, etc., which can all be just manufactured off the site and can be brought back and fixed, so that you have modularity in terms of implementation. So exciting times ahead for the industry and for the country.
Thank you, Sanjeev. My last comment, you can see the smiling faces here. This is only because of opportunities that people are able to see in the Indian Railways. So thank you, Indian Railways, for creating that opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for a very enlightening discussion. And may I request Mr. Ranjan Nigra and Dr. Jitendra Singh to please join us on stage to present mementos to our dignitaries for taking out time. I know suddenly this month Railway has a lot of meetings and a lot of tenders being opened, but yes, thank you so much for taking out time and coming here today. Sir, a big round of applause for our speakers. Thank you so much. Can I request the dignitaries to please join for a group photograph as well? Please come in the front for a photograph. Yeah, front would be better. Thank you so much. A last round of applause for the dignitaries for this panel, please. They are the ones who are bringing in the change for the railway industry, and we're going in for the next session straight away. Apologies for the delay in the lunch and yourselves, but the next session is very, very exciting. And we are very grateful to have Mr. Atul Khare, who's the PD Civil Engineering, Railway Board, Ministry of Railways. He's the architect for a lot of new initiatives and lot of business opportunities coming your way. May I request sir to please join us on stage. Can we have a big round of applause for sir? Mr. Rajaji Meshram, former partner EY. Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, Chair PhD Industry Affairs Committee. We are also grateful to Mr. Pradeep Kumar, former member Railway Board Indian Railways, for being a part of this panel and for joining us. He has been a part of the PhD Global Rail Convention for quite some time. Mr. Rajesh Prasad, IRSE, Director Operational, RVNL. Mr. Manish Agarwal, Business Head Unit Mobility Management, Siemens. And Mr. Rajiv Gupta, Vice President, Texmaco Rail and Engineering Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for the panelists for this session? I know lunch will be more tastier after this session, so just a small request to please bear with us. And after lunch, we have a very, very important session on Gati Shakti and Signaling and Telecom. We have Mr. Anil Kumar Khandelwal, who's the PD Gati Shakti Railways, joining us with Mr. Sudeep Srivastava. So that would also be a very interesting session. I'm going to hand over this session to Rajaji to moderate and take it forward. Thank you.
A very good afternoon, and we're really excited to be here. I think most of us have been very tired of watching our computer screens and, you know, hoping that the guy who is not muted would mute himself. So it's very nice to be physically here, having a face-to-face interaction. Thanks, PhD, for allowing me to moderate this session. It's a very exciting session. We have heard very innovative, futuristic ideas that are coming through in our country in the railway sector. And this session as well will be no less. I think we have very eminent speakers here. So to start with, Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, I'll request if you could have some opening remarks, and then I'll lead on with the panel discussion.
Thank you very much. The best thing is that as we in the last panel discussion, we said we are living in exciting times. Things are moving at a very fast pace. India is investing 2.45 trillion rupees. 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए खर्च कर रही है कैपेक्स के अंदर इस साल, और अगले सालों में और इससे ज्यादा ही करेगी सर. तो the amount of investment which is going in, yes, we hear some people saying कि यार import क्यों हुआ. Import इसलिए हुआ कि requirements जो है वो जो growth है requirements की speed, वो हम लोग as a manufacturer we are not able to keep the pace. मगर उसमें कोई बुराई नहीं है, उससे हमारे को एक बफर दिख रहा है. तो जो हमारी इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आ रही हैं, the investments which are coming in the industry are sure to get good business. So we are happy that the kind of investments which railway is doing, and dil mange more. So we are going to ask for more. I was just talking to Khare sir and I was telling him कि सर आप एंकर इन्वेस्टर्स लेके आइए, सोलर जो है, सोलर along the railway tracks, क्योंकि अब हमारे को जैसे ही 100 से ऊपर जाती है स्पीड, we need to put barricades, we need to make sure that people or cattle do not move in, as we were talking about cattle moving in and people jumping and coming on the tracks. So we need to barricade them, we need to ensure, because the visibility goes beyond 100 kilometer speed, there is no visibility. So the driver cannot stop the train, even if he wishes to, if somebody comes on the track. So therefore, sir, it is important that there is a holistic development of the railway tracks. It is just not that when we do, we just make high-speed railway tracks, but we need to barricade them. We need to put solar panels along with them. We need to put utility ducts along with them. Yes, there is a cost and I'm pretty sure that anchor investors would be ready to come in. The gas pipeline people will be ready to come in. The telecom operators will be ready to come in as a anchor investor, because railway lines के साथ में जो cable डलेगी, telecom cable डलेगी, the availability through the utility ducts, which will be much higher than which are along the roads. The cables get cut often, where along the railway tracks, because everything is controlled, the things will be much superior. 99%, 99.9% triple line availability will be child's play. And therefore, people will be ready to pitch in the cost. And I'm pretty sure, Khare sahab, the पैसे की कमी नहीं होगी. आप प्रोजेक्ट को उस तरीके से बनवाने की कोशिश कीजिए. And as we were discussing, that शायद DFCC के साथ में इनकी यूटिलिटी डक्ट्स की जरूरत नहीं होगी. मैं कहता हूं सर और ज्यादा है, सब जगह जरूरत है, मगर इनके साथ और ज्यादा है, बिकॉज ये नया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट है और पहली बारी कर देंगे. फर्स्ट टाइम राइट इज ऑलवेज राइट. वी मस्ट डू इट सर. बाकी तो हम डिस्कस करते रहेंगे. लेट्स मूव ऑन.
Yeah. Thank you for those opening remarks. I think I have 5 panelists here and I have a lot of questions that I've thought of that I'll ask them. But I believe Mr. Rajesh Prasad, the Director of Operations and RBNL, has got a presentation. So it's a 5-minute presentation. So I would request that you'll first, get that done, and then I'll move on to the question answers. Yeah, your presentation will have to be put up on the screen.
I'll have to go very fast because it has got so many slides and you are limited on the given the time of.
I request if you keep it for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of.
Fine, it's perfectly all right. Is it possible to do it from there? Oh, okay, fine. Very good afternoon. I have got a small presentation on the first vertical bridge in the country, and it is fully compliant with the Atmanirbhar Bharat policy, and this suits basically the theme which is moving around. So this basically RVNL is fully committed to support, enhance and reinforce the efforts of the Indian Railways and the Government of India for Make in India policy. So the brief history of this Pamban bridge is like this, that you see this is Rameshwaram, just a minute. Is it possible to work the pointer? Anyway, so I'll explain it from here that we have got this Rameshwaram and Rameshwaram and Pamban we can see. So this basically bridge connects this Rameshwaram to Pamban, and the other side we can see that we have got the Ceylon, that Lanka, that we have got. In the next, you can see that this is the existing bridge, the existing meter gauge bridge, which was subsequently converted to broad gauge. This was open to traffic on 24th April 1914. So it is about more than 105 years. And these are some of the pictures when this particular bridge was commissioned in 1914. And you can see this is the Dhanuskoti Pothghat. We have got the 2 tracks and the ferries. from where there used to be transshipment of the passenger. This is the bridge, and a disaster took place in 1964, around 58 years back, and 124 spans got washed away. And these are some of the old pictures. We can see the Dr. E. Sridharan, the metro man. He was involved in the restoration of this 125 girders. And the old girders, which were basically washed out. And because of the shallow depth, all those girders were basically salvaging was done. And it was re-erected. And then these are some of the pictures of the after the restoration. And the gauge conversion, there was a policy of uni-gauge in the Indian railway system, and then it was a decision taken that it should be converted to broad gauge. So this particular line was closed for 1 year, and the gauge conversion took place. And these are some of the pictures. This is a picture after the gauge conversion, the first ship passing under this bridge. This is a Caesar span, where we can see that the span opens vertically like this. And in the center, we have got the large basically forces, the stresses. And and by the side of this particular bridge, there is another road bridge which was commissioned in 1988. Now, what we are going to construct is this particular vertical bridge. Here we have got an arrangement. We have got the two towers, and the arrangement is like this. The entire arrangement along with the OHE will move in a vertical direction. And this is fully compliant with the Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we are planning to commission by December 2022. Except one or two electromechanical items, all these items are having Indian components. So, so we have got the designers, it's two consultants, then we have got the design consultant. It is Mrs. Tipsa who are doing a lot of work for us. And we have taken a lot of precautions for the surface protections also. We are using the stainless steel reinforcement here. And the first few spans, we have done this kind of filling for the piling activity. We can see some of the activities. This is the piling gantry. If you see here, the front rig basically does the 2 numbers of piling, whereas the back one, this gantry will do the 1 number. So there are 3 pile groups. So these are some of the pictures of the erection of girders. And out of 99 spans, 68 spans have already been erected. This is a picture of the vertical span. And this is a pictures basically which we have made for the purpose of understanding how this lifting span will look like. And the tower is 33-meter tall. And we have got the electromechanical arrangements for lifting of the entire arrangement, including the OHE. We can see the pictures of the basically piers which have been erected. And we have done a lot of improvisation for execution of this particular project. This particular presentation is too short for 5 minutes. It requires 2 to 3 hours. And it is very difficult to basically confine it to 5 minutes. Now, if you see the overall progress of this, we are planning, and as per the mandate given by the Ministry of Railways and the Prime Minister Office, we have to commission it by 31st December during this calendar year only. And we are very much as per the plan and the target. And this is a small video, if it runs, okay, fine. Otherwise, this is just an animation that how this reconstruction of Pamban Bridge is being done. So the audio is not there, but I'll explain it. Yeah. So this is the Mandapam side. We have got the existing bridge, the road bridge, and the new bridge which we are constructing. This is for the 2 tracks. The foundations and the piers are for the 2 tracks, but we are constructing only 1. we have got this electromechanical system. We have got all kinds of simulations and the management system. So this was a small presentation on the vertical bridge, and I wish I could have given 1 hour time for explaining the various intricacies and the complications which we have faced and how we have overcome to the problems. But because of the paucity of time, I could explain what I thought I can make in 5 minutes time. Thank you very much.
I think that was a very wonderful presentation. And I think in the area of bridge construction, actually India is progressing leap and bound. I think the tallest bridge in the world is something that's going to be commissioned soon, again, in our country. So thanks for that presentation. So now I'll start with Mr. Atul Khare, PD from Railway Board. So we have been hearing a lot about, high-speed trains and aluminum coaches, etc. But they have to run on a track which is capable of handling that. So what are the things that will need to be done to actually make the track ready to handle all these high-speed trains?
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. Basically, what we are thinking of now that our existing track, which are capable to run, which were capable to run at 110 kmph, 120 kmph. So now we have upgraded to 160 kmph. Now we are further trying to upgrade. We are in the process, not only trying, we are in the process of upgrading it to 220 kmph. So 220 kmph, starting with we call it this GQGD route, golden quadrilateral, golden diagonal. Connecting all a diagonal across all metros and then quadrilateral. So this route we are making it ready for 220 kmph design speed, and we are with the introduction of new train set and new coaches and whatever induction we are doing. So we are also gearing up simultaneously to upgrade our track to 200 kmph operational speed. For that, we are trying a lot of things. We are in the process. We are replacing rail with the better quality rail, which will be capable of giving better reliability, higher axle loads capacity, and then the speeds will be more. And for that, the major challenges are with respect to the track standards. So track standards also we are upgrading. We are upgrading it, matching with the European standards, and rather in some cases it will be much more a challenge than the European standard, because in Europe there is not a mixed traffic situation which is particular to the India. So we are gearing up simultaneously for high speed goods train, means at the axle load of 25 tons we will be running the train at around 100 kmph. So we are targeting 25-ton loaded train at 100 kmph on the same network where the 200 kmph passenger train will be running. So for that, lot of technology induction with respect to the track side, with respect to the signaling side, with respect to the overhead electricity side, it is on the anvil, and within say maybe another 4 to 5 years, there will be a lot of change. We are introducing we call it, there are minor components. That's one is the canted turnouts, one is the weldable crossing. We are making long welded rail. We are using 260-meter long rail panels. We are doing one end to another. We are doing all welded rails so that no joints are there. The comfort level is better, reliability is better, fractures are not there. And on the top of it, we are also taking care of the problem of trespassing, problem of cattle run over. Of course, we have tried in some of the patches where we are running the trains at 160 kmph, that is the Vande Bharat. Or in New Delhi Agra section, we are trying, we made a lot of boundary walls. But somehow the boundary wall experiment is not proving to be successful, and there are many hiccups in that, and still there are challenges. So we are trying to make an elevated track. Number one is for the new lines, and number two is how to upgrade the existing track to elevated track. And we are working on it. Maybe you can say that in metro system, we are making a viaduct type of arrangement. So it may not be viaduct, it can be a viaduct on ground. So which will have a 3-meter retaining wall, 2-meter retaining wall at both the ends, and there will be a train tracks laid in between a trough. So that will eliminate the requirement of, that will probably solve the problem of cattle run over and trespassing altogether. So we are working on that. Maybe very soon we will be doing this. So far as the Atmanirbhar Bharat is concerned, all the technologies are promoted are under the Make in India scheme. And very soon we will be, because as of now, we have the capacity limitation for the manufacturing, whether it is the rails, whether it is the switches and turnouts for that, and the crossing. So we are now inviting industry by floating a large value contract, so that with a lead time of setting up the plant and the completion time of 10 to 15 years. So you may soon, very soon, you will find that we will invite a tender for supply of rails for 10 to 15 years with the possibility of upgrading the plant or maybe establishing a plant. So we are working on that. So similar will be the fate of all track components, all signaling components. And another shift which we are doing in the direction of track side or the infrastructure side, that we will be having the concept of manufacture and maintenance, install and maintenance. So the performance guarantee, the maintenance guarantee will be built in. So you can have a technology partner, maybe with any part of the world, make in India, install the track systems and maintain it for 10 years. So the performance guarantee so that will alleviate many of the problems which so far we are facing. This is, because sometimes we do engineering and there is lack of engineering and the reliability factor is not there. So all those problems will be taken care of by having a concept of install, manufacture, install and maintain it for 10 years. As you see in the rolling stock side, the maintenance is for 35 years. So similar concept is also coming on the track side. So that will be very soon you will be finding that these things are in place. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are bound to be Atmanirbhar because the problems that we have in India are very unique, like cattle run over and the requirement of boundary walls, the ingress of people on the track, etc. So yes, it has to be a very Indianized solution, and thanks for sharing all those details. I'll now come to Mr. Pradeep Kumar, former member Railway Board. And one part about upgrading the entire railway ecosystem, we have talked about the track, we have talked about the rolling stock, but the signaling also plays a very important part. And I think we have been hearing a lot about ETCS level 2 and Kavach. So I request if you could, share your comments on that.
Thank you so much, Rajaji. Very good afternoon to all of you. Yeah, so since morning we are listening that these are very exciting time, and indeed they are very exciting time. And in the same line of things, that the signaling plays a very important role, and the signaling modernization has also been taken up in a big way on the Indian Railways. You all have been listening about the Kavach, our own Indian Railways own indigenously developed system. This is basically automatic train protection system, wherein wherein a device is kept in the locomotives, and it will, if the driver is not able to control the speed of the train, if driver is over speeding, it will automatically regulate the train. If the driver is trying to pass the signal at danger, it will automatically apply the brake. So this is, and if at some place some speed restrictions are there, and the driver is not able to control, is not able to reduce the speed, this Kavach system will take care of that. Earlier, we have been thinking of using ETCS technology for cab signaling. This is also called cab signaling because signal aspects on the line side, they are being repeated in the locomotive, inside the locomotive, and the driver can see what signal he is going to face and how, at what speed he is to travel. So all this signaling information is coming inside the locomotive. Initially, we started with the ETCS level 1. This is the European technology. It is called ETCS, European Train Control System. And on certain sections, about 900 kilometers, we have deployed ETCS level 1. In fact, DFC on Western Corridor, they are deploying ETCS level 1 only. But because ETCS level 1 was little expensive, and then it is not giving the kind of benefits which ETCS level 2 is giving, and ETCS level 2 is still is more expensive. Then there was a thought process that why not develop our own system, because we do not need all the facilities which ETCS European systems are providing. We need for safety of the train, we need very limited facilities, and therefore RDSO and the industry, 3 industry people, the companies that took this challenge, and then our indigenous automatic train protection system was developed. Initially, it was called as TCAS, Train Collision and Avoidance System, and now it has been renamed as Kavach, which has been deployed already on about 1,200 kilometers on South Central Railway. And the tenders for another 3,000 kilometers have been opened, and total work sanctioned for Kavach are of 37,000 route kilometers on Indian Railways as of now. But since this is a recent new technology, its deployment is taking time. So right now we're focusing on Delhi-Mumbai route and Delhi-Howrah route, which both the routes works out to about 3,000 kilometers. By 2024, we are going to complete this Kavach deployment of Kavach on these 2 routes. Kavach is also required for high-speed train running. If the speed is more than 130 kilometers per hour, then it is mandatory that you provide some technology in the locomotive system, so that in case of driver not being able to control the train, the system will automatically takes over, and the brakes are being applied. So it is very exciting times for the signaling equipment manufacturers, in the sense that 37,000 route kilometers out of 68,000 route kilometer works are sanctioned for Kavach. Similarly, automatic signaling is also an area which gives you line capacity with low cost solution. And there also the works for 15,000 route kilometers are sanctioned. Right now, we have got only 3,000 kilometers of automatic signaling. So 15,000 more kilometers of works have been sanctioned. So this is also very a lot of investment is likely to come. Then there's one more technology, better modernization we are using, which is the LTE 4th generation mobile train radio communication. This is required for if the train is running. Right now, if running train, driver is not able to talk to the control office, and the control office also not talk to the driver while the train is in motion. Driver has to stop the train and get down the train, get out of the train, and then go to some some emergency sockets which have been deployed at every 1 kilometer along the track. So this is not a system by which the trains, the high-speed trains can run. So to overcome this problem, there's a concept of provision of train radio communication system. We were not able to provide it earlier because frequency spectrum were not being allotted to the Indian Railways. Recently, Government of India has allocated spectrum, 5 megahertz spectrum in 700 megahertz band to the Indian Railways, and therefore, these buses are also sanctioned for over 37,000 route kilometers, and initial trials have been are being conducted in collaboration with the CDOT. And thereafter, this train radio mobile communication shall also be deployed along the Indian railway system. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's exciting times actually, and I think the name is also well chosen, Kavach. It gives a exact perspective of what it's supposed to do. I'll now come to Mr. Manish Agarwal, business head of Siemens. So 2 points for you. One is, from an industry perspective and being in Siemens, looking at all these technologies across the world, what's your view on Kavach? That's the first question. And the second, we've been hearing a lot about this, using cloud for interlocking, and so a little bit about that, because at least for a mechanical engineering person like me, I don't know how interlocking will happen at a remote station from far away. So a little bit about that, please.
Let me try. Kavach, ETCS, TCAS. This is more complicated, let's say, in a public forum. TCAS is a great thing which is ongoing. It's made now in India. It has got the fancy of all the international players, whether it's a Siemens or Alstom, and they will all, let's say, do something or other to come into that space. Only one thing which, let's say, Pradeep Kumar Saab is here on the dais, I said it very nicely, that TCAS is a subset of the ETCS feature bouquet. And step by step, as the complexity increases, the requirement and the technology, TCAS, and where it should be on the railway will keep on evolving and changing. And we must get ready together with the 2 or 3, 4 people making TCAS in India, that they should be ready to keep on evolving at a good speed. That's the only thing which I can think about for TCAS. The interlocking in the cloud is a special subject. And the subject is, let's say, it's developed, let's say, very, very recently. It's 2.5 years old. So it eliminates anything at the station. The closest example for India I can talk about is how we directly moved from nearly no fixed line telephones to completely mobile. But here, okay, in the railway, we have all the infrastructure at the stations. But this will eliminate the infrastructure at the stations and bring it to a central location in the division or in the headquarters or even in the railway board. And it's the complete set of controls, the interlocking, the RBC, everything shifts. It started to do on a countrywide basis in Norway. It is the first commissioning will happen at the end of this year in a small section and will progressively continue for 10 years. We did present this also in IRSC some days back, and we will keep presenting interlocking in the cloud till the time we are able to get, let's say, a few stations of interlocking in the cloud in Indian Railway. But we hope to get something or the other soon. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now come over to Mr. Rajiv Gupta, Vice President of TechSmacko. So the other thing which is monumental in my view, actually, and newsworthy, is a huge order that we saw for wagons. So that's, at least in recent times, I've not seen such a huge order coming out of railways. So from the industry perspective, railways is giving out such large orders. So how do you see this going forward? And how is the market reacting to this? Do we have enough capacity to meet such large orders from the railways?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. With a lot of emphasis on the infrastructure and especially number of corridors coming up, we need wagons and coaches to really run in. So thanks to Indian Railways for planning a very big order of 75,000 wagons. And we have also got the second highest wagon quantity for this. You rightly said that this is a big order and how the industry is taking it. Till now, the industry was operating at almost 50% of the capacity. So this order has made it like we all are going to operate at almost 100% capacity. And this will also give an opportunity to us in investing in the technology, run in 2 or 3 shifts, and come out with the best solutions so that this manufacturing can be done. We are definitely expanding. We are putting in the technology, and we are also seeing how we can improve the efficiency and productivity in manufacturing the wagons. But looking at the plan of the national plan also, that this trend is also going to continue not only for next few years, but for a long time. And we are quite enthusiastic about it, quite hopeful about it, that this trend will continue for a long time, and the industry will also be able to take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one more round of questions for all the panelists, and then I'll hand it over to the audience for your set of questions. So I'll come to Mr. Rajesh Prasad now. While we are looking at a lot of innovative technologies that are going to come in, I think we also will require innovative management structures. And RVNL actually has been a part of a lot of JVs. It's a very different way of functioning instead of one integrated railways. So from an RVNL experience perspective, could you share the experience of JVs and the PPPs that RVNL is involved in?
Okay. So in the previous session, people were talking about Indian Railways. They said it is very inspiring, exciting. So is RVNL. RVNL is inspiring, exciting, and it is very, very vibrant. With a manpower of around 500 persons, we are having a turnover of 20,000 crores. Not even a single private company can compete with this company. We feel proud and privileged. And RVNL is pioneer in the PPP model. See, we have commissioned 4 number of SPVs, and we have generated revenue to the extent of 86,000 crores plus for Indian Railways without any additional investment. This is the future of Indian railway infrastructure building, that Indian Railways, Government of India, without investing a single paise, they have generated revenue to the extent of 86,000 crores. With the equity of around 1,100 crores, RVNL has executed project worth 9,000 crore plus. This is another statistics which basically prompts us to enter into more JVs and the SPVs and the PPP models. I will cite one example of Kutch Rail Company Limited. This particular company was formed more than 15 years back. It paid back the basically debt, and after 2011-12, the company was earning, and with its internal resources, it is now undertaking the doubling and the railway electrification work costing more than 3,700 crores. RVNL has got a share of 50%. These are the perfect models for railway infrastructure building in time to come. And maybe we need some kind of support in kind of, basically these policies are very old. Earlier we had a policy on PPP model by Ministry of Railways in 2008. It was modified in 2009. And the latest policy which is available is December 2012. We have got different models, and one of the model is JV model. So these are the basically success story of RVNL and the PPP of Indian Railway Infrastructures. RVNL has been pioneer in this. We have also signed a MOU with NHAI, the subsidiary of NHAI, for the multi-model logistic parks. There also we are forming SPVs. In time to come, we are going to have many more SPVs. In fact, through a SPV model, we have participated in a HAM model, and we have won the bid in construction of a basically road project costing more than 1,500 crores, around 1,800 crores. There also we are forming an SPV. So I personally feel that we have got a big future in formation of SPVs, and the JV model is going to be a success story for building railway infrastructures in time to come. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now come to Mr. Atul Khare. So one question that comes to my mind is that there's a furious pace of development which is happening. I mean, the kind of ambitions that the government has and the railways has in terms of construction and rolling stock is truly stupendous. So what is being done and how is technology being leveraged to monitor all this activity and to ensure that all these capital projects get done on time, because any cost overruns will cost the country very dearly. So what is being done to monitor, at an all India level, all these projects?
Thank you. Basically, what we are having as of now is Indian Railways has around 1,20,000 track kilometers, and another 5 years we are aiming for making it to 1,50,000 track kilometers. So you see the jump, what the level of construction of new tracks is around 3,000 kilometers in a year. We are making it to 10,000 kilometers a year. So for this much quantum jump, and with the keeping the manpower or the project management power, personnel, we are not increasing our strength to the level what we are delivering. So definitely technology, here the technology comes in. The better project management models, better technology, day-to-day monitoring, maybe the drone-based, LiDAR-based, satellite-based, even you will see in the recent one case, we have sanctioned a work right from the conception to final stage, to final location survey, which we use the technology of the satellite imagery, and we sanctioned the work DPR within 15 days, which was happening in 2 years' time earlier or so. So you see, these are the short examples. The examples which can be used, where technology is used to expedite the execution, to monitor the execution, and to sort out the daily hiccups. And here the role of industry is also important, because this we are not doing alone. We are, in fact, associating with the industry. We are getting the industry partner, working in collaboration with the industry to get best knowledge available, to get the best product available, to get the best management information system available. And now we have devolved in the model Gati Shakti, which you will be discussing in the afternoon session. We are monitoring right in the railway board to the lowest field level on day-to-day basis, because otherwise, and this type of development is not possible. And for monitoring this, we are using all sorts of latest technology available, which I have cited, and mostly the satellites. So this is one part. Definitely, I think anything else if you want to know. So this is, and another dimension to that, by creating this much infrastructure, then the technology is required, because infrastructure creation is one part. How to manage that? Because the human resources is definitely a costly affair, and to keep our viability in the system, we cannot increase the manpower to the extent which we are adding infrastructure which we are putting in. So there also the technology, using the new technology, innovating in the technology is a big challenge on which Indian Railways is working. You have seen in the recent past, there was some innovation portal which Indian Railways has opened, and we are putting up a lot of problem statements, and we are inviting the solution from the Indian industry partner, maybe with the startups, maybe with the R&D organization. So here we are using all sort of methods, all sort of innovations, all sort of industry partners to come forward, and we will be updating on day-to-day basis. We will be evolving new technology to manage the things. And the examples are that we are doing so far the manual inspections, we are doing a lot of manual monitoring. So all this will be replaced by the modern technology with ITs, with drone, with LiDAR, with satellite imagery. So all this is very soon you will be finding that it is in place in railways. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll now come to Mr. Pradeep Kumar, former member. So, sir, one thing that we do enjoy in flights is a lot of content on the flight. So, when are we going to have that in trains? So that's one. And then the second thing, I just, if you could give a brief comment on is artificial intelligence something that Indian Railways is also looking at?
Thank you very much. Just to add to the question Mr. Khare has explained, we also have a dashboard and for the higher management for monitoring of all the projects as well as all other activities. So we got a very good, nice dashboard. So railway board members or higher officers can find out the status of any project difficulties. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much. So yeah, coming to that, you're talking yes, COD. Yeah, actually, this content on demand, like Rajaji said that we have in the airlines, they have got local content and you have your devices, and through Wi-Fi you can see, you can access the content and you can see it. Similar concept had been evolved by the railways, and this work was given to Railtel Corporation of India Limited, which is just PSU of Indian Railways. The idea was is that the 2,000 trains were selected, the premium trains, and the suburban trains in Mumbai area, and because in long distance trains, the passengers are stuck for 10 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, and they have got nothing to do in that time. These mobile services are also not quite stable. So this work was awarded, and meanwhile this COVID happened, and the vendor, it was a subsidiary of G TV company. So somehow it could not. They could not execute it. Idea was that they will put a local server in the trains, and they will have local content in that server, and the passenger can use some content free of cost, and some content, maybe premium content, will be on chargeable basis. And not only that, whenever the train is coming to a station, then from station Wi-Fi, the content can be revised also. Content can be updated also, like for example, news. So news can also be updated while on the train is running. It will get updated, and the latest news can also be availed from their system. I am told that again, Railtel Corporation has invited, that contract was cancelled. Again, Railtel has invited a fresh tender, and it is under evaluation. So it will so sooner or later you will find that the entertainment system, like which is available in aircraft, is also available in the train systems. And this second question was regarding artificial intelligence. Yeah, the artificial intelligence has got a very great role to play for the maintenance of assets of train Indian Railways, as well as for improving the reliability of assets. It can also be used for improving the asset utilization. In signaling, we have experimented at 4 stations. This system for the condition-based monitoring of the health of the signaling assets. That system was deployed, wherein IoT-based, it was a IoT-based systems. Because what happens that if something fails, then it has got a lot of repercussion on the mobility of the train. Punctuality of the train suffers. So we want that the asset, before it fails, it should be able to predict using artificial intelligence that it is going to fail. Please go and attend. Instead of attending routinely on a periodic basis, the device is to be, the equipment is to be attended only based on the alerts provided by the system. So 4 stations it was deployed, and the results were quite encouraging. And thereafter, a work for deploying the similar system on 100 stations for monitoring of the condition of the signaling assets has been sanctioned by the railway board, and that is under the the deployment stage. It may take time because this is new technology, and it may take some time, but it is a very promising technology. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I think that sets my next question to Mr. Manish Agarwal very well, is that, in the area of preventive or predictive maintenance, what are the other innovative ideas in the signaling side, which can help in maybe looking at other assets as well, not just at signaling assets?
So the only idea which can come to my mind just now, because Mr. Pradeep Kumar is there, he's able to capture most of them beforehand. And so then, how can we use, let's say, the signaling technology combined with any fixed infrastructure on the track, like a fiber optic or something, to protect a civil engineering asset like a track? So there's something signaling, which will come at the step 2. The fiber optic is available, and the fiber optic is constantly listening to what's happening on the track, and how can we really make it predictable that the fiber optic is able to predict that the macro structure of the rail is changing, and this rail will require attention before some other rail in the same vicinity. And as a step number 2, if we are able to, let's say, reach a prediction for broken rail macro structure, then can the same fiber optic be also used for providing, let's say, information, is the track free for a next train or not? And you are eliminating a huge amount of infrastructure on the track called track circuits. So these are, let's say, 3 intermixed technologies going forward, I would see coming up in Indian Railway in the years 25 to 2030. These 3 things should come up jointly together in the Indian Railway. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks for that. That sounds really innovative. My last question to Mr. Rajiv Gupta is that, there is a huge order that is there and that's enabling the industry. So will India, in your view, become an exporter? Will we also supply wagons or wagon components to other countries from here? Not just being Atmanirbhar, but being an exporter for railway wagons and components.
You rightly raised. In fact, we are the exporters right now also, while we have been supplying it to African and Asian countries. So there have been many wagons which have been supplied in the past, but not in a large quantity, because ultimately we had been focusing on the Indian market. But yes, there is a possibility, and we can definitely increase the quantities and can look for the European and US markets also. It requires technology, it requires capacity, it requires also the collaboration with the European manufacturers, and where the components and the couplers and the bogies can really fit in as per the systems which are prevalent in US and European markets. We are also approved by the American authority, but then yes, we need to really work in detail so that these quantities can really increase in a good way.
Thanks, panelists, for patiently and answering all my questions in detail. Now I'll throw it open to the audience if you have any questions.
Well, it's nice to learn that Railways is leveraging on artificial intelligence, IoT, and other technologies. It has been seen that majority of the accidents happen due to the mistakes with the drivers. That generally is what we learn. And there is already a provision for driverless cars, driverless trains when it comes to metro stations. So how about using, artificially driven trains, artificial intelligence driven trains, instead of using the drivers, so that the mistakes can be minimized and the whole process automated?
Who would like to respond to that?
That's one part. And second, are we also planning, now that we have LEO satellites, are we planning to use that instead of the 4G networks, which was being talked about earlier, for, communication within the train, intra-communication?
Pradeep Kumar, maybe.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. This is very valid question, that why not use driverless, when driverless car, when this technology can be used in metros and cars, so why not use on the mainline railways? Maybe a time will come but it will take time because see, the railway system is not it's not like metro system where only one line is there and end to end. This is a very complicated system where multiple tracks are there. There are huge complex yards are there. So far as this point that the many accidents are happening because of the driver, that problem is being addressed. It's being addressed now by the use of coverage, because normally in all countries, if the speeds are more than 100 km/h, then coverage kind of thing is compulsory. This is mandatory. Here in India, somehow this was not made mandatory. It is mandatory only after 130 km/h. But now, as you've just heard that the government of India, Indian Railways have decided that we will provide coverage. Coverage gives the protection to the driver. If driver commits a mistake, coverage will take over, and it will avoid any accident which could have happened otherwise. So this takes care of this problem. Second thing is driver will be there, but coverage will take care. Speed controlling and braking, and that will be taken over by the supervision will be done by the coverage. We will be there for many other things. Then the second question was your satellite. Instead of 4G, satellite can be used. Satellite in signaling system, because the data is to be transferred from the train to the coverage system to the station interlocking back and forth. The time delay is very important. Because of this time delay, as of now, most of the railways, they have been using the terrestrial system. But of course, there are technologies which are deploying like in
Leo, I
like
mentioned
in USA, there's a positive train contrology, a positive train control system. They are using satellite, but mostly they are using it for freight trains. Passenger trains, so far as my knowledge goes, only the terrestrial type of systems are being used for communicating signaling information between the ATP system and the train system.
But the challenge you mentioned about the delay, that in the LEO satellites, that challenge is taken care of. That's it. LEO satellites.
Sure. Any other question, please? The gentleman there. That will be the last question.
Hello, sir. My question is for Rajesh, sir. Sir, are we going to go on the path of IRCON that we will be entering into highway sector as well?
We are open for all kinds of infrastructure sectors, not only in India, overseas also. We have already started forming SPVs. We have already started bidding in the market. We have signed series of MOUs with the companies in India as well as some overseas companies. And I do not want to mention the name of the other company, but our company is, our turnover is 20,000 crores with a CAGR of 27%. And that company is having a CAGR of 5% with a turnover of 5,000 crores. So we are much bigger. We were a mini Ratna company. We have already been approved for Navratna. It is under process. Administrative Ministry has already approved this proposal. So we are far ahead with the company which you have mentioned.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. Any closing remarks, Mr. Sandeep Agarwal?
I would just want to say one thing, that like India was 85% freight traffic was on trains in early 50s, and now we are 26. And I believe even after DFCCIL Eastern and Western Corridor, we are going to dip to 23%. So NHAI is doing a very good work, and we need to buck up. We need to do even more. We are doing excellent work. I know, operating ratio पहले ही 115% पे चल रहा है शायद. So like it is a difficult thing to do, but then we need to bring it to that target 45% level, or there is a lot more to be done. We should not rest assured कि जो हो रहा है बहुत अच्छा हो रहा है, हमें और ज्यादा अच्छा करना है. And मुझे पक्का पता है कि with the current team in railway board, the things are going to go much faster. 220, 320, some speeds आएंगी in the growth. Thank you very much.
Just a minute. I just want to supplement few things. What you are talking about the National Rail Plan. If you see the objective laid down in the National Rail Plan, that by 2030, we should have all the infrastructures in place to meet the demand for the year 2050. And that is why there is an investment plan of around 50 lakhs crores by 2030. Here lies the opportunities for the various companies to enter into the market. And when there is a crisis, there is an opportunity. And we have got a model share of 27%, but we are targeting by 2050, it should have 45%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Khare, any final comment from your side? Thank you.
Just to second the statement made by Mr. Rajesh, we will be doing, and we are working on it. Rest assured, we will be doing that, achieving that. Thank you.
A big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you, everyone. May I request Mr. Dhingra and Mr. Singh to please join us in giving our token of appreciation for the panelists. And a big thank you to all of you for taking our time, sir. And I think the industry is also very positively motivated listening to the new innovative technologies that are happening. Can we have a big round of applause for all of them, please? Thank you. And to share with you, just right after lunch, we have a main session on Gati Shakti Multimodal Cargo Terminal Policy. We are very pleased to have Mr. Anil Kumar Khandelwal, PD Gati Shakti from the Railway Board joining us with Mr. Sudeep Srivastav. So I'll request you all to have lunch and please join us in half an hour back. Yeah, thank you so much. And please do stay because the second session, the last session for the day is very important as well. Can the panelists come in the front for a group picture? Aage, better. Requesting everyone to join us for lunch in the foyer and please join back in half an hour because like I have.
Intermittently, an era takes shape and attains eternal glory. That Amrita.
Like I said, the Gati Shakti session is very important and it'll be a big benefit for the industry. Thank you very much. Let's see you back in half an hour.
Standing at its 75th years of independence, is poised to shape its era of growth, greatness, and preeminence.
अमृत काल का लक्ष्य है एक ऐसे भारत का निर्माण जहां दुनिया का हर आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो.
While celebrating Amrit Mahotsav of its independence, PhD CCR, along with the entire nation, offers heartfelt homage to the freedom fighters, defense forces, doctors, and frontline warriors for their supreme sacrifices and invaluable contributions. A true forerunner of Indian aspirations since 1905, PhD CCI has been a proud partner of nation's growth journey so far. CCI has been taking persistent steps in congruence of Atmanirbhar Bharat mantra, endeavoring unceasingly to augment partnership and investment.
We must celebrate a glorious journey and keep the resolve to continue working together for nation making and deepening India's footprints across the globe. As a peaceful country and one of the fastest growing economies of the world, India offers a great hope today, and our efforts will further vitalize its prominence in the world order.
Our commitment is the part of our legacy, keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India while working in tandem with the government and policymaker. Our legacy has been a continued chronicle of meaningful contribution towards taking the nation on the path of prosperity. A national apex chamber which reaches out to 150,000 businesses and one of the premier chambers in India to have been accredited with diamond grade by NABED, QCI, PhD-CCI extends best support to the stakeholders from the close quarters.
और क्योंकि मैं यहाँ देश के नामचीन संस्था जो लाखों उद्योगों ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के प्रतिनिधि संस्था के रूप में देश में काम करती है उनसे बात कर रहा हूँ तो मैं ये कहने में बिल्कुल भी अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि ग्रोथ का इंजन जो है वो इकोनॉमी के साथ में बढ़ता है.
In addition to our headquarters in Delhi and 25 regional offices in as many states, we are also having an international office at Bahrain for 6 GCC countries for extending best support from the close quarters. We have been contributing in 6 thrust areas: industrial development, education and skill development, infrastructure, health, housing, agriculture, and agribusiness. Our engagement in these thrust areas will go a long way towards supporting the Gati Shakti Abhiyan, announced on the historical occasion of 75th Independence Day, marked as the beginning of Amrit Mahotsav of the Independence.
PhD with its wings spread across 17 states through local chapters, hopes to help the unicorns of tomorrow grow wings and help them take the first flight. PhD-CCI takes pride in its continuous dialogue with the government as well.
PhD-CCI continuously contributes towards structural improvement in export and logistics infrastructure, supply chain management and value chains of MSMEs and startups, and simplification of various export incentive schemes with the aim to push the growth trajectory of exports to the next level. Enhancing India's export competitiveness along with catalyzing diversification of export markets have been priorities for us during the ongoing Amrit Mahotsav. The Chamber has been a thought leader and more than 40% of the representations sent by the Chamber have been accepted by the government.
Thanks to the massive infusion of funds announced by our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, rupees 30 lakh crores under the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan for various segments of the economy, and rupees 100 lakh crores for infrastructure Gati Shakti Master Plan.
The PhD-CCI has organized more than 600 national and international events and conferences in virtual, physical, as well as hybrid modes. Some of the flagship events organized by PhD chambers includes post-budget interactive session on implications of Union Budget 2022-23.
If India shall be the fastest growing economy among the large economies, I'm sure it'll also be because you have come forward.
Second International Conference on Defense and Security in association with the Ministry of MSME Government of India. Ecom Trust Summit with the theme Product Trust and Consumer Safety in E-commerce.
मेरा देश ऐसे ही विश्वगुरु नहीं बोला जाता रहा. मेरा देश सोने की चिड़िया था और आज भी है और रहेगा. वो सिर्फ सरकार के बल पर नहीं, आप जैसे ताकतवर लोगों के कारण, आप जैसे मेहनती लोगों के कारण.
International Climate Summit 2021, powering India's hydrogen ecosystem.
And I must acknowledge without hesitation that PhD Chamber has been always playing a leading role in the trade, development and growth journey of India, and always ready to promptly take up the new trends that emerge, which is also evident from the fact that we are today under one roof here to discuss the subject of startups.
Jointly organized with Invest India and in partnership with Niti Aayog, TERI, NEEL, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and with the support of several ministries of Government of India and Innovation Norway as the country partner. The PhD-CCI Air Cargo Summit 2022. Sustainable future growth of air cargo. Focus on Gati Shakti Master Plan an interactive session with members of parliament on ease of doing business in India, States Policy Conclave 2021, on the macroeconomic resilience of the states in the pandemic times, and release of PhD CCI report on the role of states in making Atmanirbhar Bharat.
I once again congratulate PhD Chambers of Commerce for selecting this very appropriate theme for discussion today, and also thankful to them for inviting me here.
The first session of Young Business Leaders Forum webinar on the stories of unsung women heroes, featuring inspired journey of women entrepreneurs, an interactive session on issues related to mines and steel sector with Mr. Phaggan Singh Kulasthe, Union Minister of State for Steel and Rural Development. PhD CCI organized the Transgender Leadership Conclave, a first of its kind conclave done by any Chamber of Commerce, which emphasized on the need of diversity inclusion in the society, and 11th International Heritage Tourism Conclave towards exchanging insights and deliberate on the growth of key sectors of the country. PhD CCI delegates had several call-on meetings, including meeting with Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, meeting with Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, Union Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, an interaction with Dr. Syed Shahnawaz Hussain, Honorable Industry Minister of Bihar, call on Sri Bhagwant Singh Maan, Honorable Chief Minister Punjab, meeting with Mr. Sarbananda Sonowal, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. This year also present occasions to welcome some of the prominent personalities from different fields, and PhD CCI has leveraged these occasions for widening the horizon of knowledge. This year, an MOU was signed between PhD CCI and Indo-Canada Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and jointly, we are moving towards ensuring better trade and business between India and Canada. We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions of fellow citizens through our CSR, IMR platform. The two foundations, namely FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
The members of the PhD chamber once again rose to the challenge during COVID-19 crisis by contributing over rupees 528 crores towards the PM CARES Fund. And through its Family Welfare Foundation, we are contributing 12 oxygen plants for hospitals in Delhi, Haryana, Maharashtra, Himachal Pradesh, and Rajasthan.
Amidst recovering economy after pandemic and changing geopolitical situations, Make in India for the world is the mantra for the future. A webinar with a similar theme was organized by DPIIT, in which PhD Chamber was a participant. Make in India brings infinite opportunities for Indian manufacturers to fulfill the domestic demand and meet international quality standards of the products. At this historical juncture of India's emergence, which are being celebrated as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government to make in India for the world.
PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. Prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc., certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to Patron and Star members: get opportunities to be part of the managing committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth.
It is a fact of life that every coin has two sides. In our case, people are just familiar with one, and that is of being a money lender to the railway sector. So here is an eye-opener. At Indian Railway Finance Corporation, we nurture millions of dreams. The dreams that are powered with new ideas, will, and ambition to be on top of the world. We are committed to creating a conducive environment for the railway sector to grow unhindered. Right from planning to backing up its construction to modernization, funding of high-capacity wagons, coaches, and high-speed locomotives, which constitute around 85% of the total rolling stock fleet of Indian Railways. Indian Railways' massive infrastructure plan, covering railway electrification, gauge conversion, multi-tracking, station redevelopment, and systems upgrade, to name a few, are streamlined to build a foundation that is playing the paramount role as a catalyst in propelling India forward. IRFC plays a pivotal role in opening up new vistas and opportunities, bringing new expertise, new infrastructure, and above all, giving citizens a sense of freedom. Born in 1986, IRFC has traversed a long distance to establish its unique identity, and the epic journey continues unabated towards achieving excellence. For us, financing is just one side of the coin. Our job here enlists much more like inculcating training and enhancing skill sets amongst the employees. In fact, as part of our CSR initiatives, from providing fully equipped advanced life support healthcare systems to installation of solar-powered infrastructure across districts in railway zones. Our goal is simple, not just to finance the railway sector, but to empower it and ensure that India gets everything it needs to touch new heights. We at IRFC salute the true spirit of celebrating India's 75 years of Azadi and pride ourselves in bringing out the best to put the future on track.
India, a name that resonates with growth, progress. And infrastructure will always be a key driver of its growth story, with steel at its backbone. Jindal Steel and Power is committed to building a self-reliant India. With interests in steel, power, and mining, JSPL is a key driver of the resurgent India. JSPL is testimony to the vision of a pioneering nation builder, Shri Om Prakash Jindal, who showed what small-town India can dream and accomplish. JSPL's growth story runs parallel to that of India. From a single unit in Hisar in 1952, JSPL has grown to be a leading Indian conglomerate. India's growth engine runs on the rails made by JSPL. At its head-hardened rail manufacturing facility at Raigarh, a testimony to the Make in India campaign. India's first and only plant equipped to manufacture single-piece rails of up to 121 meter, which can be further extended up to 484 meter. The Raigarh steel plant in Chhattisgarh is one of the largest sponge iron manufacturing facilities in the world. Spread over 3,500 acres, the Angul steel plant in Odisha is India's most modern setup that houses India's first and only coal gasification-based DRI plant. The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. Located in the hills of Barbil in Odisha, JSPL's 9 MTPA pelletization complex is the largest pellet production facility in the country that was set up in a record time of 23 months. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. JSPL has been a pioneer in the energy sector as well. Located at Tamnar in Chhattisgarh, Jindal Power Limited, a subsidiary of JSPL, is fulfilling the growing power needs of the country. JSPL is also a responsible mining player with a focus on backward integration in both iron ore and coking coal. Spreading its wings, JSPL acquired and developed mines and mineral assets across the world. Through JSPL's momentous journey, so far it has invested $12 billion across the globe. done economic activities worth $53 billion and paid $5.3 billion in taxes since inception, providing employment to more than 1 lakh families. Under the able leadership of Mr. Naveen Jindal, JSPL saw unparalleled growth and expansion. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL's tradition has been to put people first, be it its employees, communities, and investors. Amongst its various activities, JSPL Foundation also runs a unique initiative called Swayam Shilp to promote, preserve, and propagate tribal arts and crafts of India. Through its key initiatives like Kishori Express, Vatsalya Project, Asha the Hope, the foundation has brought a positive change in the lives of communities around its plants. In its endeavor to provide quality and affordable healthcare to the local communities and societies at large, JSPL set up multi-speciality Fortis OP Jindal Hospital and Research Center in Raigad and Tamnar. In the education sector, the OP Jindal Global University, a non-profit global university promoted by JSPL, has consistently been ranked amongst the world's top and India's best. The OP Jindal University in Raigad, Chhattisgarh provides industry-aligned academic programs with focus on steel making, manufacturing excellence, steel industry 4.0, steel logistics, and steel global markets. As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds when India grows.
In the passage of time, intermittently, an era takes shape and attains eternal glory. That Amrit Kal, or immortal era of India, has blissfully arrived. Propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, standing at its 75th years of independence, is poised to shape its era of growth, greatness, and preeminence.
अमृत काल का लक्ष्य है एक ऐसे भारत का निर्माण जहां दुनिया का हर आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो.
While celebrating Amrit Mahotsav of its independence, PhD CCR, along with the entire nation, offers heartfelt homage to the freedom fighters, defense forces, doctors, and frontline warriors for their supreme sacrifices and invaluable contributions. A true forerunner of Indian aspirations since 1905, PhD CCI has been a proud partner of nation's growth journey so far. PhD CCI has been taking persistent steps in congruence of Atmanirbhar Bharat mantra, endeavoring unceasingly to augment partnership and investment.
We must celebrate a glorious journey and keep the resolve to continue working together for nation making and deepening India's footprints across the globe. As a peaceful country and one of the fastest growing economies of the world, India offers a great hope today, and our efforts will further vitalize its prominence in the world order.
Our commitment is the part of our legacy, keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India while working in tandem with the government and policymaker. Our legacy has been a continued chronicle of meaningful contribution towards taking the nation on the path of prosperity. A national apex chamber, which reaches out to 150,000 businesses and one of the premier chambers in India, to have been accredited with diamond grade by NABED, QCI, PhD CCI extends best support to the stakeholders from the close quarters.
और क्योंकि मैं यहाँ देश के नामचीन संस्था जो लाखों उद्योगों ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के प्रतिनिधि संस्था के रूप में देश में काम करती है, उनसे बात कर रहा हूं, तो मैं ये कहने में बिल्कुल भी अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि ग्रोथ का इंजन जो है वो इकोनॉमी के साथ में बढ़ता है.
In addition to our headquarters in Delhi and 25 regional offices in as many states, we are also having an international office at Bahrain, 6 GCC countries for extending best support from the close quarters. We have been contributing in 6 thrust areas: industrial development, education and skill development, infrastructure, health, housing, agriculture, and agribusiness. Our engagement in these thrust areas will go a long way towards supporting the Gati Shakti Abhiyan, announced on the historical occasion of 75th Independence Day, marked as the beginning of Amrit Mahotsav of the Independence.
PhD with its wings spread across 17 states through local chapters, hopes to help the unicorns of tomorrow grow wings and help them take the first flight. PhD CCI takes pride in its continuous dialogue with the government as well.
PhD CCI continuously contributes towards structural improvement in export and logistics infrastructure, supply chain management and value chains of MSMEs and startups, and simplification of various export incentive schemes with the aim to push the growth trajectory of exports to the next level. Enhancing India's export competitiveness along with catalyzing diversification of export markets have been priorities for us during the ongoing Amrit Mahotsav. The Chamber has been a thought leader, and more than 40% of the representations sent by the Chamber have been accepted by the government.
Thanks to the massive infusion of funds announced by our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, rupees 30 lakh crores under the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan for various segments of the economy, and rupees 100 lakh crores for infrastructure Gati Shakti Master Plan.
The PhD CCI has organized more than 600 national and international events and conferences in virtual, physical, as well as hybrid modes. Some of the flagship events organized by PhD chambers includes post-budget interactive session on implications of Union Budget 2022-23.
If India shall be the fastest growing economy among the large economies, I'm sure it'll also be because you have come forward.
Second International Conference on Defense and Security in association with the Ministry of MSME Government of India. Ecom Trust Summit with the theme Product, Trust and Consumer Safety in E-Commerce.
मेरा देश ऐसे ही विश्वगुरु नहीं बोला जाता रहा. मेरा देश सोने की चिड़िया था और आज भी है और रहेगा. वो सिर्फ सरकार के बल पर नहीं, आप जैसे ताकतवर लोगों के कारण, आप जैसे मेहनती लोगों के कारण.
International Climate Summit 2021, powering India's hydrogen ecosystem.
And I must acknowledge without hesitation that PhD Chamber has been always playing a leading role in the trade, development and growth journey of India, and always ready to promptly take up the new trends that emerge, which is also evident from the fact that we are today under one roof here to discuss the subject of startups.
Jointly organized with Invest India and in partnership with Niti Aayog, TERI, NEERI, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and with the support of several ministries of Government of India and Innovation Norway as the country partner. The PhD CCI Air Cargo Summit 2022. Sustainable future growth of air cargo. Focus on Gati Shakti Master Plan, an interactive session with members of Parliament on ease of doing business in India. States Policy Conclave 2021 on the macroeconomic resilience of the states in the pandemic times, and release of PhD CCI report on the role of states in making Atmanirbhar Bharat.
I once again congratulate PhD Chambers of Commerce for selecting this very appropriate theme for discussion today, and also thankful to them for inviting me here.
The first session of Young Business Leaders Forum webinar on the stories of unsung women heroes, featuring inspired journey of women entrepreneurs, an interactive session on issues related to mines and steel sector with Mr. Phaggan Singh Pulaste, Union Minister of State for Steel and Rural Development. PhD CCI organized the Transgender Leadership Conclave, a first of its kind conclave done by any Chamber of Commerce, which emphasized on the need of diversity inclusion in the society, and 11th International Heritage Tourism Conclave towards exchanging insights and deliberate on the growth of key sectors of the country. PhD CCI delegates had several call-on meetings, including meeting with Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, meeting with Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, Union Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, and interaction with Dr. Syed Shahnawaz Hussain, Honorable Industry Minister of Bihar, call on Sri Bhagwant Singh Maan, Honorable Chief Minister Punjab, meeting with Mr. Sarbananda Sonowar, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. This year also present occasions to welcome some of the prominent personalities from different fields, and PhD CCI has leveraged these occasions for widening the horizon of knowledge. This year, an MOU was signed between PhD CCI and Indo-Canada Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and jointly, we are moving towards ensuring better trade and business between India and Canada. We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions of fellow citizens through our CSR, IMR platform. The two foundations, namely FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
The members of the PhD chamber once again rose to the challenge during COVID-19 crisis by contributing over rupees 528 crores towards the PM CARES Fund. And through its Family Welfare Foundation, we are contributing 12 oxygen plants for hospitals in Delhi, Haryana, Maharashtra, Himachal Pradesh, and Rajasthan.
Amidst recovering economy after pandemic and changing geopolitical situations, Make in India for the world is the mantra for the future. A webinar with a similar theme was organized by DPIIT, in which PhD Chamber was a participant. Make in India brings infinite opportunities for Indian manufacturers to fulfill the domestic demand and meet international quality standards of the products. At this historical juncture of India's emergence, which are being celebrated as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government to make in India for the world.
PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. Prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc., certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI
Thank you, everyone, for being here with us in the last session of the 9th edition of the PhD Global Rail Convention. We're very grateful to our eminent speaker, Mr. Anil Kumar Khandelwal, PD Gati Shakti Railway Board, for taking out time and being a part of this special session. Gati Shakti is being talked about a lot, and we look forward to hearing sir's views and how the business opportunities for the industry can work on. So may I request sir to please join us on the dais. Khandelwal sir, Please join us on the dais. Thank you so much. And we would also like to welcome Mr. Sudeep Srivastava, Executive Director, Gati Shakti, Signaling and Telecom Railway Board, who would also be giving a presentation on signaling and telecommunication. May I request Mr. Bharat Joshi, Director, Associated Container Terminals Limited, to also join us and be a part, and Mr. Dhingra to also join us. Can we have a big round of applause for our eminent panelists? Thank you so much. And I'll hand it over to Bharat.
So good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for being here this afternoon. This is in some ways the most challenging session because this follows lunch, which I'm sure was excellent. And just when your tension levels are dipping a bit, I think Bhavna picked, the best speakers and the best topic to, engage us and keep us awake. Mr. Purushottam, I think, please come on stage. So the Railway Board has very kindly arranged for a short presentation of no more than 5 minutes to introduce the topic of Prime Minister's Gati Shakti program. So, sir, over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Namaskar. I am Purushottam Kumar, Deputy Director, Gati Shakti Railway Board. Cargo terminals has been an important element of association between business houses and railways. So we have existing siding cargo terminal policies, but recently we have given Gati to them and we have made it more easy. It will increase ease of doing business. And lastly, it aims to cut down the cost of logistics, which is aimed to be below 10% of the GDP. So I have brought one information in the form of PPT. Presently, we have two types of cargo terminal policy. One is siding policy and another is private freight terminal policy. Siding policy is a very old policy where any private company can ask for private terminals from railways. After that, in 2010, in order to increase association of freight customers with the railway business, we have leveraged our regime and brought up private freight terminal policy. Presently, we have more than 1,100 private sidings and more than 81 private freight terminals. This is existing private siding policy. This is existing presently. It is constructed by the party. It must be in the premises of manufacturing unit, some mines, some plants, maybe powerhouse plant, fertilizer plant, oil plants. So this is compulsory. Commodities associated with working of mines, factories, plants, where they are situated, that is only permitted. Suppose a private siding is situated near a fertilizer plant, then normally we will permit only fertilizers and raw materials to the fertilizers, like ammonia and some other materials. This is one more thing associated with the private siding policy is that it is not uniform throughout the India. Like if as a private siding owner, you are using railway engine, then you have to pay railway engine haulage charges. many other charges like siding charges are there. So the new GCT policy will make uniform these charges throughout the India. Another is private terminal policy. Railways had brought this policy in 2010 in order to increase association and investment from private parties in the railway freight business. So you can develop your own railway terminals at anywhere in the private land. All traffic with some restrictions are normally provided. In these private freight terminals, you can act as an aggregator. You can bring more and more customers to you and link them with the railway business. You can, in addition to railway freight service, you can give additional service to the customers like custom clearance, banking, insurance, and other logistic service. And you are free to charge those other companies for these additional services. Now, these two existing freight policy are gone, and they have been overwritten by new Gati Shakti cargo terminal policy. The main benefit of GCT policy is that to bring uniformity in freight business in Indian Railways throughout the India. Like we have seen, we have existing two different policies, and that two different policies are even not uniform throughout the India. This GCT policy is uniform throughout the India, throughout the all business houses. It will bring ease of doing business. And as we all know, our ultimate aim is to decrease cost of logistics below 10% of the GDP. So these are the few items which has been concerned of the corporate houses, and we have tried to eliminate those fears. Like long drawn approval process. Earlier it was 7 months, nearly 7 months. Now we have reduced it to within 20 days of approval. And simply what you have to do is to put an application on the Freight Business Development Portal. You need not to visit office. So this is one of the landmark achievement. You put your application on the Freight Business Development Portal, and we will ensure in principle approval within 20 days. This is a land license fee. Now land license fee is gone. This is for the portion like from the nearest railway station to the terminal. The line can be 2 to 3 kilometers or even more than it. So earlier railway used to charge license fee for it. Now it is free. This is a special condition. If you want to construct one freight terminal and no nearest railway station is situated there, then you can we can create new railway station. See this yellow is earlier existing policy. Whatever I have written in yellow is existing policy, and another black and white is current policy. So earlier, if there is need to create new station, then entire cost is borne by the party plus 10 years of maintenance and staff charges is to be deposited by the party on the day one itself. Now, this maintenance and staff charges for the 10 years, you need not to deposit. And for the construction of new block station, you have to pay for the asset creation.
How many more slides do you have?
4 or 5. Yes, this is. And for the creation of asset, you have to pay for it, but it will be reimbursed by giving rebate in the rate. It means you need not to pay anything for it. This charges has been removed. Departmental and coded charges is nil now. Earlier maintenance charges were paid by the party. Now maintenance charges is paid by the railways. There is only one condition that you have to transfer those assets to the railways, then railway will maintain it. The railway staffs working inside the terminal, so that presently it is to be the salary and other perks of the railway commercial staff is to be paid by the party. Now it is nil in cargo terminal policy. Earlier, the type of commodities to be handled were restricted. You have to ask for a special permission if you need more commodities to be handled at the terminal. Now it is from the day one itself, it is open for all commodities. You do not take any special permission for any commodities. So this is just the summary. Fast approval, no land license fee for the connectivity portion. Departmental toll charges eliminated. Maintenance will be done by the railways, and there is no cost of commercial staff. You can set up terminal on the railway line if it is existing. And for that, you have to share, it is on the revenue basis share by the railways. So just, we have targeted 100 terminals. It has been increased now. And at present, 14 terminals has been constructed all over the India. So ultimate aim, just to summarize, the ease of doing business and faster approvals. And lastly, the aim of the government, the aim of the corporate, and everyone aims to bring the cost of logistics below 10% of the GDP. Thank you.
Thank you for that excellent presentation. Is there another presentation or can we start? Okay. Can we line that up, please? There's another presentation, I believe. Bhavna, we have the other one already queued up, right?
Industry is here. We thought, let everybody know what is coming up. And the subject was Gati Shakti Terminal. Everybody wanted to know what is this Gati Shakti Terminal. So, and then what are the opportunities in electronics and telecommunication field in Indian Railways? That is the other presentation.
Excellent opportunity for us. And this is so well timed, at least from the Chamber's perspective, because just yesterday, the cabinet under the Prime Minister announced the new Gati Shakti policy. So thank you so much for explaining what it all means. So over to you. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. So this is New India. And this evening, again, we are going to have a glimpse of that when Honorable Prime Minister will be inaugurating Central Vista. So in New India, it has to be a new railways. And if it has to be a new railways, it has to be new signaling. So Naye Sanket, that is what is the theme of this presentation. Coming to the opportunities that are expected in next 5 to 10 years are that there is an indigenous train protection system that has been developed by Indian Railways. And in that, we are going to cover the entire high density network and the high utility network of India. So with that in mind, an expected 13,000 crores of opportunities are going to come in Kavach. Similarly, automatic signaling is a low cost way of enhancing the line capacity. And already nearly 15,000 route kilometers of track are going to get covered in it. So nearly 16,000 crores opportunity will be coming there. Electronic interlocking, some people call it solid state interlocking, that is going to be adopted on large scale. And there are going to be huge opportunities there also. So if we sum all this together, it turns out to be almost around 50,000 plus crores. And this is going to happen in next 5 to 7 years. So this is a huge opportunity for industry to come to Indian Railway and to use this opportunity. Now, as I was telling on the previous slide, Indian Railways has prepared a national rail plan. In national rail plan, we have defined what is known as the high density network and the highly utilized networks. In short, we call them HDN and HUN. High density network basically covers the golden diagonals, the golden quadrilateral, and Delhi Guwahati. So these 7 routes covering 11,021 route kilometer is your high density network. Similarly, we have got a high utilized networks, which covers 11 routes, and the total length of that is 23,000 route kilometers. If we club this HDN and HDN together, it turns out to be more than 34,000 route kilometers, and that caters for more than 3/4 of the Indian Railways entire traffic, freight as well as passenger. So it has been decided that to enhance safety, an automatic train protection system, which has been developed by Indian Railways in alliance with the Indian-based vendors, on entire HDN and HUN, we will be rolling that out. And Honorable Finance Minister made this announcement in her budget speech 2 years back. So these works have already been covered on the recent pink books, and they are being rolled out in a phased manner. In the first phase, it is being done in Delhi, Mumbai and Delhi, Howrah route. Now, for automatic signaling, It enhances the capacity of line by 20 to 30% on an average. Automatic signaling is being adopted in Indian Railways on a big way. There will be a slide that will give the details, but as the slide shows, we are covering first the high density network, freight dense, high utilized networks. Recently, we have also finalized a 3,000 million ton loading target for year 26-27. And for that, a large, not only entire HDN, but a part of the freight dense HUN will have to be covered by 26-27. Then electronic interlocking has been adopted in Indian Railways on mass scale. In electronic interlocking, you don't have issues that come from mechanical lever frames, which can fail on the unsafe side at times. And it does not have issues that are related with relays because there are high contact resistance and other problems. So 2016, it was decided that all upcoming panels will be electronic interlocked. So that has been now framed as a policy and are being implemented in large scales. Similarly, there is something called automatic train supervision, ATS. ATS is being adopted in Indian Railway by the name of centralized train control. As of now, there is one in Tundla, and it will also gradually cover the entire high density network of Indian Railways. Apart from that, low cost solution to enhance line capacities, intermediate block cuts. 251 are already sanctioned, and in the course of presentation, I will be detailing you what is the scope there. So this is the network of the high density networks. You can see the Delhi, Delhi, Chennai, Delhi, Howrah, Howrah, Mumbai, Howrah, Chennai, Delhi, Guwahati. These 7 routes are coming in it. And this, which is slightly more congested thing, is high utilized networks. So this is covering almost 23,000 route kilometers. So now let me tell what Kavach is in brief, so that there is a wide understanding why it is required and how it functions. So because of human error, there have been many cases of signal passing at danger, which can at times lead to unsafe scenario like rare collision. Similarly, at high speeds, driver get a lesser time for the reflex action to stop the train. And in case of foggy weathers also, the signals are not visible. So the caution orders are to be introduced. This Kavach system works on the principle of continuous update of movement authority. So basically what happens is that the information of the interlocking at the station is conveyed via radio waves to the loco equipment, and then based on that information, the loco equipment supercomputer decides, or the vital computer decides, the distance up to which the train can travel safely, giving it a sort of movement authority. So irrespective of the type of weather we have or the type of speed we are working, this cab-based signaling is very handy. And in fact, most of the advanced countries have already gone for it. India is also going for it in a big way. And that too, we are doing it in an indigenous manner in the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, the probability of train collision, block sections, and various places get reduced because of the installation of this automatic train protection system. So this is a diagram sort of thing. Here, the central unit gets the input from the interlocking at the station. It is sent via trans receive on radio wave to the loco, and their loco processes that information and gives the authority. The GPS here is primarily used for the purpose of synchronization. So
Switch off the network.
It happens every week. And whenever any project, we keep on uploading on the portal. Whenever projects are there, they will call the meeting.
Is that portal even visible to public or is it private?
Public, I don't think it is visible, but why public need to know also, I don't know. This is it is not visible to public. It is a portal. If any private somebody want to see that portal, they can take username password from Vizag, and that is on payment basis. And for this portal is free for all the government department. No charges are there. Anybody can use. All projects are uploaded on that portal. For all executive, it's free of cost.
Thank you so much.
I would just like to add one thing to that. Suppose there was a plan to make a road. Earlier, transport department would use to put their proposal. It was approved by competent authority. And when they started building, they realized that Ministry of Agriculture has planned a warehouse on the very route. Now, when all people will sit in the network planning group, each department will be aware what other department is planning. So for each project, more than 500 crore will be appraised by this network planning group before it is approved.
So if I could understand properly, it's basically job-oriented, project-oriented, after a certain limit of cost, like that. So they're all the people जिसकी जरूरत है, सब बैठे हैं, discuss कर रहे हैं और फैसला कर रहे हैं. Thank you so much. Yeah, somebody, please.
Sir, you have talked about the logistic cost. You said that the logistic cost in India is about 40 to 50%, whereas in Europe it is about 6 to 8%. This is being talked for the last 20 years. I was in the government in the ministry. We are talking since 20 years. And about 6 years back, a special department was created in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and one additional secretary was appointed only for logistics. I don't know whether that department is still there or it is abolished. So is there any linkages between that additional secretary headed by that logistics department? Just the idea was to reduce the cost within 5 years from 40% to 6 to 7%, which will give a saving of so many billions of dollars. No, and we are also talking about single point clearance for the last 20 years. What is the guarantee that beyond single point, there are different desks, so many desks. One desk is manned by you, this second desk is manned by you, and like that. What is the guarantee in the Gati Shakti में वहाँ एक ही point में सारी clearance हो जाएगी या file will go from one table to another table? We talk so many things, but practically जो है वो एक different
Things, there was no Gati Shakti framework in the past 20 years, what you are trying to say. And logistic department still exists in Ministry of Commerce, and same logistic secretary is heading this Gati Shakti, and seeing is believing. Today we are clearing project in 1 month time, which were taking 1.5 to 2 years. Today projects are being cleared by NPG group in single meeting, sitting across, whereas for earlier for the same thing, files were going to 5 to 6 department, which does not go. So to see the difference, you have to wait and watch. Different things will happen, but it does not happen overnight. And anything to happen, all of us only have to do it. If we say I am watching or I am doing, somebody else has to do, it will not happen. If I decide to do and one person do his own thing, changes will come and those changes will be visible. Now India will grow, and I think if all of us decide to do our own job, and with Gati Shakti framework, clearance time is definitely going to reduce. It has reduced in the government, and whoever is dealing with those subjects, they are feeling it and acknowledging it.
Sir, I am Vijay. I work for a company called Delta. My question is to Mr. Anil, sir. You said that there are 300 terminals which will be constructed in the coming years. So is that 300 terminals being identified or is still in process? First question. Second question, the terminals which is being constructed, whether it is being with latest technologies for example, cameras or AI access control, whether that ICT part will be advised by the Gati Shakti as a part of framework. Third, recently there was 75 smart cities was announced by the government, whether it will be a part of this Gati Shakti or it will be integrated in this program. That's it.
300 Gati Shakti terminals are not being constructed. 300 Gati Shakti terminals are identified to be, we want that that should happen. And these things will not be constructed by Indian Railways or any of us, by any of us. These have to be constructed by the private parties. Whosoever want to do, they will come forward and say, come on, I want to do at so and so place. We will facilitate them under the policy which is already existing and he has presented. There is a portal available. You can go and upload your requirement. I want to develop at XYZ. And it should be close to the railway. It can be in railway land. It can be outside of the railway land. So all those options are available. But we are thinking that people will come forward.
Yeah.
It is like warehouse.
Right, sir. Right,
So,
right.
and there you can put whatever technology you want to put.
So that will be advised by the.
It depends on you now, how many you will develop. Yes, it is on the industry. That is why we are sitting here. It is not that I will make it on with my own money. I don't have money.
Sir,
I
one
am
side you are
coming
saying
and
so much
asking
of.
industry, come forward. Okay, we have this opportunity.
Yeah.
We have relaxed the facility policy. We are facilitating to develop it.
So of course, sir, there will be a lot of companies who will be coming forward to establish this
It is
300.
indeed a
Yeah.
golden opportunity for the industry.
Yes, sir.
Because did you ever think of having officials coming over and talking about these are the projects? Come forward.
Yeah.
Take advantage. Put your money. Take my expertise and have an integrated approach. That is what it is. So friends,
Right.
so let's take it up.
Yeah.
Don't lose the chance.
Right,
Don't
sir.
miss the opportunity.
Right, sir.
Thank
Sir,
you.
about the technologies, what I asked was whether there will be some recommendations from the railway towards the private players to this type of technology should be
It is up to private player how he want to make. He want to make in his GCT a air conditioned some go down. You want to whatever you want to do, you do it.
Okay.
But it should be related with railway business.
Okay.
Railway cargo terminals.
Okay,
His
sir.
name is Gati Shakti Cargo Terminal.
And whether all these units will be monitored somewhere, sir, by the authorities or?
Our one person only will be there.
Yeah.
There is no monitoring. You are free to operate.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
What is the multimodal in this?
Multimodal means road transport, road and railway. Or if there is some seaways, waterways also. That can be one place to bring, collect it, load by rail or coming by rail and taking by all these things. This is a multimodal. For this purpose only we are inviting private players that they do this coordination. Multimodal means different type of modes of transport for seamless delivery for the manufacturer or industry. You have to lift it from the industry, bring it to your multimodal cargo. From there, you will bring it by road or whatever means, auto, rickshaw, belgadi or whatever means. And from there, you will load in the railway. Again, some other cargo terminal, they will unload, take it in their warehouse and deliver it to the required place. Seamless logistic arrangement.
Thank you. We'll take this offline. Let's take it offline and let's take the positives from it. I think we have another question here. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Tarun from KET International. My query is with Shivaka, sir. Sir, Khandelwal sir told that Indian Railways is going big way in implementing new signaling and telecom systems. You want 5,000 RKM per year, but you are only able to do 200 kilometers per year. Sir, do you have have you had any deliberation either internally or with the industry that what are the causes or what are the speed bumps that you are not able to achieve targets? Because as we understand, industry is hungry for work. They will never leave an opportunity. So I think there should be some missing link that the industry is not able to come up with new targets you want to achieve.
It's a good question. And as Sir said, that we have been on an average doing only 200 kilometers of automatic in the previous 5 years, and we aspire to do almost 5,000 route kilometers. So we have deliberated upon the reasons. One of the reasons was that earlier, prior to coming of this government, the policy was that automatic was to be done only in the suburban sections. So with that policy, the automatic never proliferated. So if you look at the overall figure, Indian Railway only 5% track is under automatic signaling. Whereas in advanced countries, 70 to 80% track is under automatic signaling. After arrival of the government, the steps have been taken, especially in the last 3 years, to go for the automatic signaling in a big way. A national rail plan was prepared for the first time. It has a vision how we are going to execute the work. And based on the visions, the works were sanctioned. Now coming to the execution part, we had deliberations and various policy enablers have been put in place. So one of the few impediments that were felt existed for automatic signaling. One was cable laying, other was the construction of auto huts, then the frequent changes in the yard plan. So in fact, Sir has taken lead and he has given very clear guidelines, and these policy guidelines have been issued on 15th of July this year, that all cable laying will be mechanized and there will be places where it's very difficult to lay the cable. So there will go for the HDD. Similarly, in order to avoid the problems arising out of frequent yard plan changes, now the yard plan will be frozen at the onset of the work. There will be no subsequent changes in yard plan until and unless it is extremely necessary, and for that a responsibility will have to be fixed. Similarly, construction of auto hut earlier used to take a lot of time. Now we have advised to use the most modern means like the prefabricated concrete for the construction of auto hut so that that can be done in less than a month's time. So with these enablers, we do expect that the things will pick up pace. This year, we will be doubling what we have been historically achieving. And with the capacity coming into place, there will be a lot of tenders of automatic signaling across railway zones that will be coming in next 3 to 6 months. And from next year onwards, we will be hitting 4 digits. And in all likelihood, to achieve the 3,000 million ton targets, we will be exceeding 5,000 million ton in days to come. But for that, we look forward to cooperation from industry. You should participate in large number. The various materials that are required, whether it is cable or some semiconductor device, that the production capacity has to be enhanced, because ultimately, when a project comes on a large scale, the absorption capacity has to develop. Initially, there are going to be some capacity constraints. Also, one more point needs to be kept in mind that automatic signaling is not a greenfield project, it's a brownfield project. So you have to implement this project when your trains are also running. So you will have disconnection, you will have non-interlock. So all these things will have to be factored when we commission, but definitely under the current leadership, we are very hopeful that we will be achieving the target of 5,000 route kilometers per annum with help of industry next couple of years.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is A.K. Batra. My question is on cost of moving goods. That is what you call as logistics cost. Now, whether logistics cost more or less, what is the merit? Is it desirable to have very low logistic cost? And what are the international benchmarks? As you told me, I think 15% is the current one, and India aspires to have 10%. What are the international benchmarks? Some analysts say low logistic cost is slow growing. What do you have to say? If the logistic cost is low, it is not a good sign. It's a slow going economy. What do you have to say?
The logistic cost on developed countries now is around 8%. So if it is lower 6% and all, then it comes to what you are saying.
Yes.
But we aspire to have US 8%, Japan 8%, we are 14%, 14 point something. So we aspire to go parallel to those economies. That is, everybody want to go to USA today. So we also want to go for logistic cost towards USA. So
Okay.
8%.
So lower than 8 is not desirable.
Yeah. 8% logistic cost is reasonable and everybody aspire to be nearby that.
Thank you.
because lesser the logistic cost, your cost of product will reduce.
Hello, sir. I am Satya Prakash from Laran Engineers. My here with you, sir. My simple question is there, sir. We are importing wheels. We are importing wheels.
Now tender is coming where the all are being manufactured in India, XL wheel. We have our own wheel plant,
I
but
know
that
it's-
is not able to cater our demand.
So this
Now
is the-
we have made a policy that we will not be importing most of the things, and whatever is not being manufactured in India so far, the procurement process is in such a way, whatever you coming in the near future, you will watch and see that anybody who is a manufacturer can manufacture in India, duly having MOU or partnership or putting industry in India. So now onwards, for Indian Railways, we have decided to have Atmanirbhar Bharat, everything manufactured in India.
Thank you, sir. Wheels are the primary thing for the.
Not only wheels, earlier all track maintenance machine, yellow color ki aap dekhte the, they were all coming from Austria. Now we are exporting those machine outside of India. Same Austria, yellow color machine.
Thank you, sir.
In Baroda now there is a plant. Last year it started working, and now we have exported 5 machines to America.
That's a big achievement. believe me.
So
Big achievement.
things are changing. And they are changing with the help of all of you. Because if you refuse to manufacture in India, then no option will be left. And then I have to bring wheel from whatever you are telling. If we invite tender that you manufacture in India and supply to me, you say no, thank you. Then what is left? Okay, get it wherever available.
Whose secret journey is on? So anybody else? The last question? I'm happy, you're satisfied. Thank you.
Or something else? No, that will be,
Yes, the government of India has allocated spectrum to Indian Railways in the 700 megahertz frequency band, 5+5. So that is in that band. But now with advent of 5G, and very soon we will have 3GPP specs for FRMCS. So in future things may change, but as of now, when we talk of LT implementation for mission critical, that will be covering that 700 megahertz. Definitely it does.
Thank you so much, sir. And before we close, may I just request Sudeep sir to give his closing remarks if he'd like to share anything else with us. And
Another surprise, okay? I would just like to say one or two things. I'm indeed so pleased to learn so many things today. I had no idea about the terminals. Believe me, the moment we said the basic language में जो कहते हैं, warehouse. Thank you, sir. It's basically a warehouse we have to construct. And so many warehouses along the line. So please come forward. There has to be integrated approach. Without the integrated approach, I don't think we can be successful in whatever numbers they have in their mind. So let's look into that. Thank you so much, sir, for being part of this very important show. Khandelwal sir and Sudeep sir for making us more wiser on the subject. How about you? Can we give a big round of applause again?
thank you.
You are
Thank you, sir.
satisfied? Are you going to take part? Say me with big yes. Thank you.
Yes, we all, and at the chamber, we also will recommend it further, sir. Thank you for taking out time. May I request Dr. Singh and Mr. Sandeep Agarwal to please join us on stage to felicitate our dignitaries. It's indeed a pleasure to have you amongst us here, sir, and thank you so much for taking our time. Just a small memento from our side to remember us by, sir. Can we have a big round of applause for the future of India being headed by Dr. Khandelwal? Thank you so much, sir. Ji, sir.
We belong to the same education institute.
Very good. So like minds think alike, sir. Good to have you here. To Sudeep, sir. And even plans to keep in their office for a green initiative. Big round of applause, please. Thank you for your patience and thank you for being here. May we request the panel to please come for a photograph. May I request Dr. Singh to please give a memento to Mr. Purushottam also, who is part of the Gati Shakti team, please. Thank you everyone for joining us on the 9th edition, and we look forward to you in the next edition next year for our mega 10th edition. Thank you for your patience, for your time, and for being here. Ji, sir.
Has to be mega.
Right. With the railway board in full attendance, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Great, बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया.
May I request may I request the faculty of Jaipuriya Institute Management to please come on stage? Faculty of Jaipuriya Institute of Management, Noida. Come from that side. Please come fast. Maharaja Agrasen College. Please. Maharaja Agrasen College, JNU, Zakir Hussain College. NDIIT.
बच्चों को भी बुला. Student, please come. फोटो मोबाइल इनको दे दो कुछ.
Rajiv, mobile.
And artful answer.